Hello, YouTube. Sorry for being late. Normally, I like to start. Also, sort of dying is fine. There was still remnants of a granola bar in my mouth. I almost died. It's fine. I decided to also stream this on Twitch when I said I was considering not. The reason being is just like I know that there's enough viewers that actually prefer watching me on Twitch at this point for whatever reason they like, right? So I was like, why would I not do the waiting room stream on both platforms? So, anyways, we'll see how it goes. Maybe Twitch will beat out YouTube this time because I started at a weird time. It's out? No, it's not out. I'm just on the waiting screen because this is where I figured it made sense to yap for a second. Before we go on to something else. So, I believe, as far as I'm aware, maintenance, I cannot read Cyrillic. That is Cyrillic alphabet, my apologies. But hope it wasn't a horrible first message. So, anyways, hello, surely it's a couple hours. Poll plans today, get Durin. Yehoda C0. I would love C6, I think I would like Yehoda C6. But, you know, we'll see. So, anyways, was late because I went to help my brother build a thing that he probably could have built himself, but he wasn't confident in being able to build himself, and that's fine. I didn't mind. But it was a 40-minute drive there, and then it took like 3 hours to build. And then it was about an hour drive back with a little bit more traffic. It was like 50 minutes. So, you know, I'll look at the email in a second. So, yep. Probably at least 3 hours, most likely 4, assuming that I was informed correctly that the things maintenance started an hour ago. So yeah, 3 hours is like the very earliest. But yeah, I saw that Mies was streaming, by the way. We might try to get a hold of Mies, and we can have maybe we can have a yap together. It's not just me who gets network busy. You can't play Genshin right now. It's always surprising how many people like come into these streams. I assume it's just the type of people that, you know, welcome, by the way. They're joining a stream because, you know, they wanted to play Genshin, and then they couldn't play Genshin. But Genshin's in maintenance right now. You know, I know, like, when I logged in, to be clear, I already dismissed it, but it gives you a pop-up that's like, new version update found. Relaunch the thing. But it doesn't actually tell you properly that when it's in maintenance. So, anyways, yeah, we literally can't log in right now. Normally, you can, like, go to the login screen and it says, like, maintenance, bozo, go away, come back later. Now I think, like, it did something slightly different, which it didn't allow me to log in at all, which is a little weird. So I don't know if they're changing something with their login system, which would potentially be a good thing. That might be why that doesn't work right now, but either way, it's in maintenance. You can't play the game right now. So, but that's why we're doing a waiting room stream, because we waiting. We're just sitting here for 3 hours straight. No, I'm going to play some other games. So waiting room's going to be about 4 hours, probably, yeah, I suspect. Maybe it'll be out a little bit earlier. I don't know. Mies was doom posting how boring Columbina's kit was earlier after saying how doom posters are always wrong. I mean, as someone who was feeling a little doomy about Columbina just buffing Nod Cries, I think she has a cool kit. I like her kit. Now, how much damage she deals is going to depend on, since she's mostly focused to be an off-field damage dealer, I somewhat think Columbina might end up being a little bit too wheelchair-y, right? Her kit is lame IMO. What would you wanted? I mean, for anyone that thinks she is lame, like, or anyone that was watching Mies, we could go talk to Mies directly, but what would you have wanted her to do? To be clear, like, I was hoping for, like, some kind of mix of an EM attack buffer, but I'm going to talk about some things with Columbina that I think are cool. Like, I dislike fundamentally that we needed to get Columbina to do the things that I think are cool about Columbina. Like, I think the things that Columbina does arguably should have been the things that the modified reactions did at a baseline. That's going to be my overall take for Columbina. Because if we transport ourselves to a reality where the things that Columbina does to improve the reactions is just like what the reactions do at a baseline instead, than like the new reactions, and then remove that from Columbina's kit, but Columbina has everything else, then Columbina is just this weird, wacky damage dealer for Lunar DPSing. And that's still fun, but I don't know. I think like saying that she's like boring is a little weird to me. Like, this is a Hydro Catalyst unit that can do Geo, Dendro, or Electro damage, yo. Like, and it's all HP scaling damage too. Like, it's kind of fun. I don't know. Sumi. I haven't seen animations. Is there animations yet? I actually didn't check because I've been busy for 5 hours. So anyways, I'll talk about it in a little bit more. So as someone who was feeling doomy because, like, you know, it's not that I specifically was expecting anything, but I was like thinking of like 100 different possibilities of what her kit might be. And what her kit is I think more interesting than what I thought it was going to be originally, for what it's worth. Right. What's the waiting room going to be doing? I think I'm going to do a little bit of Zenless, and then I'm probably going to switch over to other video game. I don't know if you want to play something with Mutars. I was considering Risk of Rain just because I've been playing a little bit of Risk of Rain lately. Yeah, her overworld passive is funny. Yeah. So, whatever you think the kit is going to be, it never is. I mean, after we started getting more solid information that she was more of a damage dealer focus, it became more obvious that her kit was going to be something like what we got. And we don't know, I think, all the specifics or anything, but yes, her enabling the lunar reactions without technically needing another 5-star is already good for me. I agree 100%. That is the big reason, because as soon as we heard, like, what happened last night is that we got information about Lunar Crystallize existing, and then Lunar Crystallize seems really cool, and then I was like, well, if Lunar Crystallize is only enabled by a Geo unit, because of the fact that Lunar Crystallize is only Hydro, if Lunar Crystallize was only enabled by Geo units, it would have been stupid, right? Whereas Lunar Crystallize being enabled by Columbina makes, like, just Columbina without doing double non-cry. Columbina plus whatever freaking Geo units, basically most of the Geo units, is now interesting to think about. Now, I don't know exactly what the reaction damage itself is, to be clear, but I'm pretty sure something like Columbina plus Ningguang will end up being pretty fun, and there may be a very good chance of it being like damage positive to build Ningguang with an EM timepiece. Maybe. I don't know. Or full EM. I don't know. I haven't done the damage calcs because we don't have scaling numbers right now. So anyways, and then there's stuff to talk about Lunar Charge and Lunar Bloom and whatever. But yeah, I think it's cool. So, the only qualm I have with her kit is I think the things she does for the reactions should have maybe been what the reactions did to the baseline. That's all. New artifacts. I am minorly disappointed. Like, so the Hexarise set is interesting. It's the Durans that everyone wanted, which is good for most people. I don't know that I'm actually going to use it on him. But the thing that disappoints me is the fact that it doesn't you can use the set as like a slightly better than 2-piece attack on characters, on any character in the game. Well, not any character. It has like partial uptime potentially depending on what your character kit is, but most characters in the game I'm pretty sure can use that 4-piece as just a universal slightly better than 2-piece attack, right? Why won't I use it on him? Because I have a good Noblesse build. Like, it's going to take me a I hit the mute button instead of... It's going to take me a ton of resources. It's going to take me so many resources to get a better build. And if nobody else is on Noblesse on the team, and I have a Jade Cutter... Like, I already have a 92% crit rate because I have a Jade Cutter. So, like, the value of a crit rate artifact set is not as valuable for me as it is, like, on a typical level. So, I heard it raw or caught. You know, 1 second. You're not going to be able to see it very well because it's dark. But 1 second. Let me do my thing. You heard the fuck? Oh, my bad. I don't care. So I'm talking about eating. I only mute because I think it's funny. Or censor, whatever. There you go. They're chilling. Yep. Cars are idling. How many cats do you have? 7. No, 2. Sometimes they feel like 7 though. Gave you a like for your cats, thank you. See Columbine E skill damage number? I mean, I haven't run the numbers on it myself. It's because she's weird. She does HP scaling lunar talent damage. I know her level 8 talent damage for her ring damage is like 15% or something, which is pretty high at a baseline. So I'll let you know once I've uploaded the footage for the closest run. Thanks. So yeah, good news for polearms only, everyone. The end result of Tars's attempts last night, he went literally until closing, and there's good news. At the very end, Tars failed. But he got a run that very, very much, he's had multiple runs, I think, basically prove this, but he got a run that was really, really, really good, that basically proved that it was doable. The reason I think it's good news is because I think if I realized today, if Stygian hadn't ended, then Tars would be continuing to spend like 20 hours a week. Tars would continue spending 20 hours a week until he gets it. So I'm glad that Stygian expired and forced Tars out for Tars' own good. Aluga saved the polearms only society. Aluga is garbage for polearms only. I'm sorry. He's poo 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 poo. He's poopy barrel poo. Well, okay, sorry. There's some unknown information. Supposedly there's some like maybe he his thing counts as a construct that he spawns. If the thing he spawns counts as a construct, that's some interesting Zhongli synergy. But Candace is the only Hydro. So like, what do we do with Aluga? Like, I'm not gonna lie, I have a guarantee on poems only right now. Pronouncing the G in Aluga. What is it supposed to be? Alua? Is it supposed to be Alua? It said it does resonate with constructs, but is it a construct itself? Because it's Alua, really. Okay. Anyway, yeah, he summons a what? Anyways, that was a funny translation. Everyone's having this network busy thing? Yes. So anyways, I think there's a very good chance, by the way, polearms only is able to clear dire difficulty on the next Stygian for the Duran patch, but it depends a little bit on what I can do for the plunge boss and what my options are for killing the Baptist on top of breaking the shield. I think my preference would be using Arlecchino against the Baptist, and then Raiden Chevreuse against the Bat, and then Flynn's against the plunge boss. But that is dependent on my theory that it might be possible to at least get the first instance of Flynn's mini burst to get the buff out. Based on my testing, I think that is doable. I think it is doable to get the first instance of Flynn's mini burst to get the 600% attack buff. And if that's the case, I'm pretty sure Flynn's can beat the plunge boss. Shall be useful for buffing Flynn's, yeah. Everyone is having network busy area? Yes, because you can't play the game right now. It's in maintenance. So anyway, I should put a I should put a pin comment. Game is in maintenance. We are waiting for the update. Hello. Anyways, so yeah, we're probably gonna play Zenless. Do whatever. Pin this. Manually unpin. And Nefer rerun on 6.3. Yep, I called it last night, by the way, when I was in a call with Tars and a bunch of other people, watching him do his attempts. And I forgot who it was, asked because they were planning on getting a Neffa on rerun, and they said that it would be like worst case scenario if a Neffa rerun with Columbine. I'm like, well, I think it's likely, and I was correct. I think I was correct. But a Neffa rerun before Skirk and Escoffier is kind of surprising to some extent, but yeah. Whole game is down for maintenance? Indeed it is. Welcome to the live service games. Neffa, Columbina, Nuve, and Zabai. Isn't Zabai the DPS? So Zabai is the most boring character by far. If I end up with Zabai, the only reason is because there's a very good chance. So, actually, I don't know. What the frick do I do? So I don't really care about Columbina's constellations right now. I haven't talked about it yet, but like, we don't know if they run Zabai and Columbina in the same half, then Alua, sorry, is probably on both of their banners, right? But if they're separate halves, if Zabai is second half, Columbina first half, then Alua is probably on Zabai's banner. What if she's standard? That'd be cool. I doubt she is, though. I hope Alua is free, though. I really hope he is free, because he's not a character worth pulling constellations for, and I want to save my guarantee for C6 Raiden. I really want to save my guarantee for C6 Raiden on Polearms only. And like, I don't want to skip a Polearm character, and Alua will have something fun to do, but I don't think he'll actually be good, right? On the account. He won't be useful. So, Columbina cons look incredibly weak. I think they're pretty low value, yes. I really don't think they're worthwhile. Like, C1 might be worthwhile as a quality of life constellation for a lot of people. Like I'm sure a lot of people will be tempted by it for that reason, but Alua is bad. I think if anyone thinks Alua is bad, they are a player who hates fun in video games, apparently. That's my vibe. I think Alua is something Geo, in hindsight, after seeing his kit, Alua is what Geo needed. To some extent. For considering playing Geo characters to be more fun. I didn't realize all that Geo needed was Goro but Shenhe instead. That's Alua. He is Goro but Shenhe plus additional non-cry synergy. Alright, cool. Sick. If you get Columbina, we can do like Alua, Columbina, I was gonna say Shilonen, but fuck, Shilonen's stupid triple Geo bullshit. Well, never mind. I don't know. Maybe you don't do that, but Alua will be interesting at a baseline for doing varying investment level things for Geo DPSing. I think Ningguang, I said Ningguang before, I think Ningguang is one of the main winners for it. C0 Chiori, you have to on-field for it, is interesting. Ito buff, yeah, should be an Ito buff. C6 Shalona might pair with him. I feel like C6 Shalona has high enough multipliers that she's not going to care about the flat buff that much, but I could be wrong. The higher investment your DPS is, the lower relative value you're going to gain from a flat buff. So, yeah. Anyways. Yeah, DPS Katrina. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. So, I use freaking C1 Seat Lolly, right? I use C1 Seat Lolly. No, I can't log in. It's maintenance. I use C1 Seat Lolly to buff Kachina's damage, so she felt like she did real damage. Because it's a flat buff that applies to any on-field damage. Well, not almost any. And, well, Alua is that for Geo, but we don't know the exact scaling, to be clear. Because of how many stacks he gives, that means Alua plus Kachina might not be that good unless you're an AoE, but we'll see. It should be interesting. I hope Zabai is actually strong. It's about time we got an actually good Geo DPS. I mean, she's just going to be 20-25 power creep DPS. I don't think she's very interesting. She's just going to be She's just gonna be what Flynn's and Never are, but now yellow colored. I'm sorry. I like on a baseline level for most people. To be clear, I prefer Nefer over Flynn's because of like gameplay specific nuances with like charge attack cancels and flexibility for being swapped out. Right. I find Flynn's gameplay, at least in his ideal teams, pretty boring. Flynn's gameplay in his non-ideal teams, with like when you're playing sustainless, Flynn's is really engaging to play. And like I want to be clear, I liked Flynn's a lot more than I thought I would. And I am post official buffs, I'm very tempted to actually get Flynn's on a rerun. But like Zabai's kit is literally just press skill, go into special state. When in special state, she gets a resource that she can use to do lunar yellow damage. Sound familiar? And once you do a certain number of instances of lunar yellow damage, she exits state. Sound familiar? Like, it's just them releasing different main DPSs that are flashy in some way, because they want you to like they want you to want Columbina, and then they want you to like want at least a main DPS or two with her, kind of thing, right? So, but anyways, this even more like emphasizes the importance of having Ino as an alternative option for team building, but it's also good that we are getting Alua. So like, hopefully Zabai without Columbina is pretty good. So like Zabai with Alua, and then you could use Columbina for your Nefer or your Flynn's or whatever, right? Because there's going to be a lot of people who might be that situation, right? So I don't know. Anyways, yeah, she hasn't been in the story at all. So also, you know what? This is the first time we're getting a Lantern Right patch. We're getting so Zabai is a lunar DPS, but she's a Liyue character. And Alua is a 4-star, but is not a Liyue character. So normally, like, Lantern Right is like, you know, that's the free character, the free 4-star we get every patch. But like normally it's always been, we get the new character for free every Lantern Right. So I'm going to predict one of two things. Either Ilua is free, and it's just like a normal free event character, and we get the Lantern Right selector this year. Or... and this may be and this may be dependent on what Zabai's power level is, or Zabai is free. Because every year we get a free Liyue character in Lantern Right. Maybe Zabai is free, and maybe she's standard banner. I don't know. If she's standard banner and we get her C0 for free, I don't know. Whatever. Actually, wait. I can probably get a vibe if she's standard banner immediately by looking at her cons, because constellations look completely different with 5-star limited 5 stars versus non. Let's see. Let's go to just use J Stern mains. Okay. Oh yeah, the new island seems pretty big for exploration, so that's nice. All right, where is it? There it is. Constellations. After she blah blah blah, she gains 100 stacks of her resource, and then maximum number of things is increased to 5. I think her baseline is 4, so you get 5 instances. So that's like a 20% DPS increase at a baseline, probably. Second hits lunar crystallized. Okay, so this is like she's a limited character, guys. She's a limited character. My immediate vibe from the C1. This is exactly how they're doing C1 DPSs. C1 for DPSs nowadays, where it's just like a 20% ish damage upgrade. So, like, without having her multipliers, like, we know that she does 4 instances of lunar crystallized damage, which is probably the vast majority of her damage, based on how Flynn's and Nefer worked. And so maybe there's something missing on how her damage output works, right? We don't have exactly her multipliers. Maybe she actually has really big non-lunar talent multipliers that matter. And maybe this is actually a bad constellation. I could be wrong, but this really looks like a... this looks like a limited constellation. And C2 Passive effect is enhanced, gains additional bonus damage equal to defense. Okay, well C2 seems kind of boring. C4 normal attack combo will not reset when in her state. She gains Moonshine Radiance at normal attacks. The bonus fourth hit of Crystallize is increased by 60%. Okay, C4 seems kind of shit too. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she's just shit at, maybe she is standard and she's bad at C0 and C1 makes her better. And they give her to us for free because of that. And C6 is radius accumulation efficiency increase. Starlit Seed Trample consumes all for each point consumed. Increases the cast damage and Lunar Crystallize reaction damage by 1.6% for 3 seconds. Huh. Okay. I mean, that's a lot of damage bonus, but it doesn't seem that... I don't know. I don't know enough about how Lunar Crystallize scales, so... Servers down? Yes. So you know what? I think it's cope, obviously. I don't think you should assume Zabai is going to be free. But... Genshin is overdue. Genshin, like Hoyoverse and their other games, they've given away limited 5 stars for free, right? That are even pretty good characters at a baseline. And then, you know, that tempts people to bait into pulling for their weapon or their constellations. Like, I think that strategy generally has been proven to work pretty well, right? Like, it actually worked on me. I used my, like, random pulls. I didn't spend money for it, but I got, like, C1 Archer on Star Rail, even though I'm not even playing Star Rail regularly. They gave me a free one. He seemed fun, and I was like, he seems even more fun with C1. So I went to Pidion, actually won a 50-50 in Star Rail, and then I stopped playing it a week later. So maybe that's the same strat with Zabai. I don't know. Anyways, so we shall see. I think there's going to be something weird. It's either going to be we're getting 2 free 4 stars from the Lantern Selector, and we're getting Alua for free. That's my cope. Or like at least C0 Alua for free. Or Zabai is free. Oh, if Zabai is free, then you might have to pull on the banner to get Alua. To enable her. Oops. Oh god. So Alua's bird name on his elemental skill, it's a translation that was probably machine translated poopily. So it's a meme. Presumably. Maybe it's not a meme. If it's not a meme, then it's funny as hell. And I'm down with it. And then I have to pull him C6 clearly. So I can summon a dong. Become a dong main. I will say Alua was very close to super fun if he gave a Geo infusion. Right? But he doesn't. So like, there's not even that good of a way to DPS himself unless I mean C2 should be okay for DPSing him. But there's no way to give him a Geo infusion. We need a Geo infuser. It's not like a Geo infusing would be strong, but it would have made his kit so much more fun. So yeah, anyways. I subbered. Thanks again for everything. Thanks for subbing. But yeah. Anyways, I guess let's finish my yap about the stupid new kits since I'm here, and then we can get that done with. So yeah, Alua is Geo Shenhe for Geo, but he's a 4-star. And rip Goro, by the way. Goro is literally irrelevant post Alua release, I think, but Goro was arguably completely irrelevant anyways. Sorry for the very few Goro fans that exist. Just like the other options we had for buffing Geo, as few options as we had, were better than Goro, generally speaking. But anyways, Alua is basically Goro, but what if have Shenhe buff too? And that's basically what Alua is. His burst gives a flat buff to Geo damage on field. We don't know exactly the buffing value. He gives a bunch of stacks, and he gives more stacks if you have a Geo construct on field. Like it's like 42 stacks, so that's a lot of instances of hits that have to happen, which a lot of characters won't do 42 hits. So if he has really low scaling on this buff, and the intent is like to get the most out of it, you have to hit a lot, he might not be that good of a character, to be clear. But he will enable doing more fun things, like doing Ningguang Alua should be a fun way to get extra damage out of, like, because Ningguang hits 1,000,000 times, right? She has 1,000,000 instances of hits that each one of those hits would have the buff, right? So anyways, When you make a YouTube video, do you set the video can be played on 2 times speed? No, I don't think you can control that. I believe that's just a default YouTube feature. If there is a way to control it, I don't know of it, but I never checked. Getting C2 Razor, nice. We'll get faction buffs in 2026. I think I was talking yesterday, based on the like political tension apparently between China and Japan. Like the Honkai Star Rail patch is currently delayed because of that, apparently. So if there's any faction that is not going to get buffs for a while, it's probably the Inazuma faction. Because the Inazuma faction is this is the problem with them, just like Inazuma being Japan. Right? Now that there's weird, stupid political tension between the countries, and, you know, China, they're their own country, they can do what they want, but, you know, China, you know, has media policing, to keep it simple, and so now companies like Hoyoverse are like, well, shit, we really don't want to draw attention to our new region we're releasing, or our characters we don't want to start advertising Japan things when the government is like, you know, so don't expect it anytime soon. We'll see. They say the game has nothing to do with real life. Yep, they say that, but unfortunately, it's made by people in real life. So, for now. We just need AI to take over development for Genshin. It'll be much better. Genshin Impact in 2028 is developed by AI Redditors. It'll become so much better. Oh. Anyways, Alu was cool. I am much more interested in him on my main account, than poems only, because poems only, we are limited by only having Candace, and that's kind of, oh yeah, there's, the kit we have, by the way, doesn't mention that he enables Lunar Crystallize, but we got other information that said that he does enable Lunar Crystallize, so this might be a forcer that actually does, but don't count on it. He might enable Lunar Crystallize, might. So, anyways, we'll see. I'm not too concerned about that aspect and whether or not he enables Lunar Crystallize. It would be a cool aspect. I think he should, right? But we don't know. Well, it's wishy-washy right now. So, MiHoYo's in China, Cognosphere is in Singapore. MiHoYo makes the game, Cognosphere sells it outside China. Yeah, pretty much. What do I do? Genshin is my life? Yeah, you'd have to run private server. So, and then understand that private server is dysfunctional 99% of the time. So, first force that enables Lunar Reaction? Yeah, you might be. So, anyways, his cons, by the way, C1 is energy. He already has like low energy. By the way, he has like 15-second or 20-second uptime with his burst buff, but 15-second cooldown. I like that. That's awesome. Normally, that's like a privilege for 5-star characters. And it normally would have been like, you know, 15-second cooldown. Oh, then it's a 12-second uptime buff. So I really like this flexibility. It means he can fit in like 15-second rotations. Or it's going to be a little awkward for Ningguang, I guess, I suppose. It shouldn't be that bad because Ningguang's weird and she wants to do like 12-second rotations, theoretically, is her ideal. Being that his buff lasts 20 seconds, you should be able to do like 2 rotations on Ningguang that like probably fully use his buff. In the 20-second time frame. 24 seconds. Right, and then, so it's going to be weird dynamic rotations, but yeah, he does give him time. He is a non-cry character. So, anyways. C2 makes his skill summon thing do off-field damage, I believe, based on his EM and defense. And that's, so it might make him into an okay damage dealer, or might make it irrelevant, I don't know. I haven't run the numbers on whether 400% of his EM plus 200% of defense is gonna matter. But it only deals damage when 7 stacks of his buff is consumed, which can be triggered 6 times. So this would be 6 times 400% EM. So we're talking 2400% EM and 1200% of defense. That's probably pretty okay. Like, you can probably get him to contribute a couple 100,000 damage per rotation with that scaling with C2. But realistically, if you're using him, you're mostly going to build him for full buffing anyways, and you're not going to care about building him for crit with that. But you could, and that's fun, right? You're supposed to be able to log in? No. You are not able to log in right now. C4 is 200% defense. It's not 200%. It's flat 200. Not 200%. That was a slip up. 200% defense. Brain. Flat 200 defense for the on-fielder. Yay. I mean, being that the lunar, a bunch of geo units currently scale on defense, in some form, and then presumably, well, not presumably, we pretty much know, the new DPS, scales on defense too. So yep, it's defense. It'll be more damage in your on-fielder if they're a defense scaler. If not, it does nothing. So it's nothing for Ningguang, right? And then C6 increases his passive talent. He has a passive talent that geo damage dealers, when his buff is up, get 5% free crit rate and 10% free crit damage, so 20 CV. And C6 changes that passive to 10% crit rate and 30 crit damage, so 50 CV instead of 20. Right. Oh, and then Moon Sign Ascendant Gleam characters affected by blah 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 by the buff get 80 EM, which is only really relevant for Zibai. But yeah, so this is a character that can be used as a geo buffer. A more flexible, versatile Goro. Arguably, I think Goro should have just maybe been reworked to this kit, but whatever, that's fine. Well, is it fine? I don't know. It kind of isn't fine because, like, this character seems fun to have at C6 for enabling fun shenanigans, like I was mentioning with Alua plus Ningguang. But getting C6 of a 4-star, especially if he's not on Columbina better, we'll see. Your Shalona will be overcapped. Rip. 10% crit rate will make you overcapped. That's what you get for building crit rate. So, yup. That's pretty much all on Lua. Yeah, we don't have exact scalings of passive, of his talent, which definitely matters. So yeah. Zibai is a Geosword DPS. She is a lunar crystallized DPS I mentioned before. Press her skill, she goes into a special state. She builds up resources over time while in the special state. And she can do like 4 instances of like lunar crystallized direct talent damage in the same way that like Nefer or Flynn's does direct lunar charge damage when they go into their special state. I don't remember exactly how you up with the damage. It'll probably feel a little bit different. I presume it will feel different to play than Nefer or Flynn's, hopefully. But like the same baseline idea is exactly the same. Press skill, go into special state, you get a resource. In Flynn's case, it's just, wait 6 seconds. But you get a resource, that you then use, and once all those resources are used up, you exit the special state. Only other interesting thing is her burst does actually count as lunar talent damage. So unlike like Nefer, right, where Nefer's burst is only just raw Dendro damage, not lunar talent damage, her burst is. So just gonna be something similar to Flynn / Nefer with some kind of gameplay nuance. We'll see if there's combo optimization. We don't know. She gets herself a Geo Infusion, so you are like doing normal attacks and whatever, but she might very well end up like Flynn's, where like her normal attack damage just doesn't matter at all. But Alua existing means that Alua will buff her non-lunar crystallized talent damage as well as her lunar crystallized damage. And that means I think her, unlike Flynn's, where like Flynn's is like normal attack damage basically doesn't matter at all, I think her normal attack damage will probably matter a bit more because of Alua, and that's cool. So like I think she'll probably be an interesting character. If you're waiting for a Geo DPS, she's probably going to be pretty enjoyable, I suspect. But I don't personally feel a need for Geo DPS, and especially because Columbina, what Columbina's kit does, enabling the Lunar Crystallize reaction, is I'm looking much more forward to the idea of doing things like, say, using my Navia with Columbina to do Lunar Crystallize things. So the question is just, are they going to do a shill boss? Are they going to do a shill boss that specifically requires Lunar Crystallize talent damage kind of thing? And if I just bring Navia Columbina instead of Zabai Columbina, am I basically effed? Or not effed, like I probably won't be effed, but is it way harder to clear the enemy? I don't know. Hopefully they don't push towards it that much, because I'm not inclined to getting this character specifically. I don't think I'm going to hate her or anything. But I'm not inclined towards getting her because, like, I'm planning to level Duran right now, Yehoda. There's a good chance I'll get Venti. Putting more resources potentially into the buff characters this patch, and then Columbina next patch, and then very likely Alua. So, like, bruh, that's a lot of resources. I don't have the resources for another character. I'm sorry. But I don't know. She should be a fun DPS, and we don't have her animations yet. I'm sure her animations will be enjoyable. I'd be surprised if they weren't. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Bond of Life enemy that only one of the two Bond of Life carriers really enjoys fighting. Yeah. So. How many cons are you aiming for with Yehoda? Well, I want to get Yehoda at a baseline, and I'm going to mess around with Yehoda at C0 because it's possible. Because I can mess around with the overall feel of how she is to play. Because like Yehoda at a baseline is potentially the Animo DPS that I always wanted, in that she's an Animo DPS that can be converted into other elements of damage. And Columbina will strengthen her teams and unlock a lot of flexibility for Columbina plus Yehoda, because she has to have Ascendant Gleam to make it work. But like, I think Yehoda will be a character I will really, really like and really, really enjoy playing, because she's not an Animo DPS. She is an Animo character that can be converted into an Electro, Pyro, Hydro, or Cryo DPS. And that's super fun. That's just like so super fun. And yeah, she's restricted on teams a little bit by Ascendant Gleam, but I'm not too worried about that because I'm planning to get Columbina, and I think a lot of people are. So, you know. What's your streaming the wait time? We're probably going to go do Zenless for a bit, and then I'll maybe do like Risk of Rain 2, maybe some other games. Or I'm just going to yap for 5 hours. But yeah. So, before we talk about Columbina, Lunar Crystallize real quick. By the way, I was, in case you were not following my streams, I was feeling a little bit doomy about Columbina when we were getting information that, like, she was just a DPS, and whatever. And, like, she is primarily a off-field DPS. But, because of Lunar Crystallize, and because of the fact that she enables all the lunar reactions on her own, and she doesn't have a super hard incentivization, and she has flexibility in that I don't think you're always going to have to burst in her every rotation. She's a catalyst. She's a hydro catalyst. Her damage scales on HP. I was hoping that she would be able to attack buff in some form. And well, you know, our favorite weapon exists. And then the gimmick of her being able to do different elements of damage in like non-cry teams or whatever, or not cry teams. So you can technically do different elements of damage as long as you just have either Geo, Dendro, or Electro with her, right? As far as I'm aware, I don't think she actually needs. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe she can't do the lunar talent damage unless she has Moon Sign, or Ascendant Gleam. But Thrilling Tales of the Weka Moon, yeah. C2 attack buff, still con. Yeah, no, so like I think her C2, like the information about her C2 like being an attack buff was true, but it's garbage in my opinion. Like her C2, if you build her full HP, so sacrifice damage on her, so most people won't do that. If you build her full HP, and this is on the assumption that like she's gonna be having like a, you know, Nilu Farina base HP, 50k HP should be reachable, right, with a full HP build. Because like she gives an attack buff based on her HP to only the on-fielder, right? Which is a big deal. Like that means it's not team-wide. If it was team-wide, it'd be much better. But it's only like at 50k HP, which is like, again, sacrificing damage, not necessarily easy to build. It was just a guesstimate of like something that's probably possible. She only buffs attack by like 350. It's like, like what the frick do you do for a C2? I think her C1 is genuinely more valuable to most people. Even if it's more quality of life oriented. So anyways, I really don't care about our constellations at all, and I think that's a very good thing. They're just boring, and that's fine. So anyways, Lunar Crystallize is cool. This is, I think, the most interesting lunar reaction we've gotten yet. Oh yeah, the artifact sets, by the way, there's a Hexarai set for anyone, well, I think a lot of people will care. I was going to say anyone who cares. Most people will care. But 2P's attack percent. 4P's is when normal attacks, charge attacks, skill, or burst hits an enemy. So basically, most characters in the game can trigger this. Then for 6 seconds, you get 25% attack. And these effects can trigger on field. So as long as you know you have regular hits of skill, normal attack, charge attack, or burst damage, aka basically everyone other than characters that are like doing, well, no, if your characters are only, if you aren't doing anything off field or whatever, like if you want to do DPS Kirara on this set, you could do DPS Kirara, right? And like the 4 piece of this at a baseline before we get into the next line, which is the Hexarai specific part, is just better than 2-piece attack, 2-piece attack. It's 7% more attack. It's 2-piece attack pro max at a baseline. Cool, that's fine. But then if the wearer is a witch character, because it's the specific condition is if they completed the witch quest thing, the effect upgrades to blah 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 blah, increasing the wearer's crit rate by 20%, and this effect can be triggered off field. So there's a Durin artifact set. To be clear, I think there is definitely the possibility that, like, I think on my account, because I have Jade Cutter and I have a good Noblesse build already, if I don't have someone else on Noblesse on the team, there's a very good chance that in a lot of team contexts, Noblesse is still better on Durin. But for most players, you should probably just farm this set for Durin, right? And you can put this set on multiple characters, right? It's not a supportive oriented set. So you could do Durin on this set and then also do Mona on field in the set. But anyways, and it's only crit rate if they are a witch character, if they're a Hexarai character. Like Fuse. DPS Venti will be worth playing? Yeah, if you like Venti. You can't log into Genshin, it's in maintenance. So, anyways, so this is just a good artifact set for like especially the characters like Venti, Durin, Razor, Klee, and I think Mona if you want to DPS Mona. Like all of them. This could work on official too. I don't know if it'd be better on official because it's a little weird. I think it'll be better on official in an overload team, probably. But I think if the first rotation you don't get the buff up, that's probably fine. But you could also like accidentally spend too long on. Oh no, it shouldn't matter. Because official snapshots with their burst after. It should be fine. I'm pretty sure this set should work on official. I'm just not confident it's actually better than Golden Troop because Golden Troop is really good for official. Golden Troop is still better by 3%. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. But this gives crit rate, and that makes official's kind of a pain in the ass to build. Like if you're using an elegy official, for example, like I've been liking elegy official more now that over to be clear, elegy is now a fake weapon since apparently you can't get it on a normal weapon banner anymore. But if you already have elegy. The problem I've had with using Elegy in the past is just it's a pain in the ass to build official on like Golden Troop. I like my Golden Troop build for official with Elegy is like 65 crit rate, 120 crit damage. It's like, okay, well, this would suddenly make it so I can have 85 crit rate, potentially do a crit damage circlet, right? Whatever. So Hex set is really just lackluster because it could have been a passive thing like other non-cry sets that buffs damage. Yeah, but I'm also fine with it not. I kind of appreciate that we didn't get another damn support set that like every time we consider using the Hexarai characters, we're now have to be like, okay, now I gotta reconfigure the support builds or figure out who needs to be on what set or what blah 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 blah. I like the simplicity of this is just a bunch of attack. If they're Hexarai, they get some crit. It's definitely enough to make it the best for Venti, whatever the frick, right? I am minorly disappointed in that I won't be able to do like Venti Durin and use this artifact set on Lanyan. I mean, I could use it on Lanyan. It'll be technically better than 2-piece, but I'd have to get really good substats to beat my 2-piece because it only gives 7% more attack. But yeah, we'll be getting Dragon Boy in a few hours. The other artifact set, by the way, is 2-piece increases EM by 80, so another 2-piece EM set, which is cool. And then the 4-piece is your name Columbina? Get 60% lunar damage bonus. Which 60% lunar damage bonus is equivalent to like, frick. So lunar damage bonus, by the way. So like the elemental mastery stat, is a stat that increases your reaction damage, and lunar talent damage is lunar reaction damage technically. So EM literally converts to lunar damage bonus, right? Lunar damage bonus is literally EM, but only for lunar damage dealers. That's what lunar damage bonus is. It's literally elemental mastery, but only for Nodcries. And this is an off-field oriented set. The buff is removed if you go 3 seconds on field. It's a Columbina artifact set. And Columbina, by the way, gives 40% crit rate for free. She's like Chlorine base level crit rate. So like it won't be that hard to build Columbina and get good damage from her. So yeah, 60% lunar damage bonus. I don't remember exactly how much EM that's equivalent to. It doesn't matter. The point is it's equivalent to a butt ton of EM, and it means you won't need to build a bunch of EM. Columbina's ideal build is going to be this artifact set, HP crit. So save your elixirs potentially for it, and yeah, there you go. Won't you overcrit a bunch? No. This artifact set doesn't give crit. It's Columbina heal. Yup. I'll have you know, Columbina does heal. Because Columbina, I'll have you know, is a catalyst unit. She's a catalyst unit who scales on HP. She just wants HP and crit. Run from it. Run, hide. It arrives all the same. She does heal. She does. I'm sorry. And like, there's going to be a bunch of teams where you don't give a shit about TDDS on her. There will be teams where you do. Like with Flynn's, there's a good chance she ends up being best in slot for Skirk, not because there's no lunar freeze, but she might be best in slot for Skirk because she's a Hydra unit that will deal a bunch of damage off field. Even not a bunch of damage, but I think she might. Well, actually, I don't know. Does she do as much damage as Farina? I think she does less damage than Farina in a Skirk team. But the fact that she is a Hydra unit just doing damage in a Skirk team off field, and then can hold TDDS, and she doesn't have to burst unless you put her on prototype Amber. Like, there's no reason to burst with her in a Skirk team. You just give her TDDS. Like, I'm pretty sure there's a good chance Columbina ends up being maybe not best in slot on a Skirk team, but it's probably going to be the similar situation that Skirk teams always are, where it's like, she is competitive with all the other viable options, right? So, yes, in non-cry, she does like a once every 100 seconds. If a character dies in your team, you can revive and heal. So anyways. Can I get a Columbina with healing? Best I can do is Prototype Amber. Anyone thinking Prototype Amber is not a real healer has never actually tried to utilize Prototype Amber for real. I'm sorry. It's a really good weapon. Especially when you're using it on a character that has HP scaling damage. She has HP scaling damage and an artifact set that gives her the equivalent of EM for free, so you don't need to build a bunch of EM. EM is like a valuable substat. Does it need R5? Well, R5 will give you more energy and will make you heal more. So no, you don't need R5. You get 50% more. It doesn't. Unlike most refinements where like refinements double, this one doesn't even double, so it's relatively low value refines, right? I would generally speaking say have 2 prototype ambers at a baseline before you consider refining it. But yeah, I made a whole video about a really funny interaction with this weapon with Veressa. So yeah. Anyways, and energy refunding, by the way. So this is 18 energy refund for Columbina 2, which is not irrelevant for any non-cry team. Like, unironically, it's just gonna be a recommended weapon for many people. And 5-star Geo DPS says he, but everyone calling them a she because people don't understand that So the Chinese text description doesn't have normal pronouns. Like, Chinese doesn't use. Chinese is not English. Written Chinese is not English. And people don't understand when things get translated really quickly because everyone's just itching to get the kit. When they get translated really quickly, they get thrown into translator, and then because English does gendered pronouns, it then translates whatever pronoun in Chinese that isn't gendered into a gendered pronoun. So I don't, and someone might have done it because they're trolling on purpose, but it's literally just translation stuff because the Chinese text doesn't have a gendered pronoun. But no, the Geo 4-star is a dude, and the lady and the other Geo 5-star is a lady. So, anyways, yes, it's just translation weirdness because language is weird, and different languages use words and write words differently. So, Wolfang, good endurance. Yeah, if you have it, that's probably what a lot of people are going to use. If you don't have a 5-star weapon available for him, that's like a crit weapon, whatever. Because like generic crit statistics should generally beat up Wolfswing, I think, but it might depend on refine a little bit. It's weird. And it depends if you're on fielding him too. So, MTL is awful with pronouns in Chinese and Korean. Yeah, I'm not surprised. So, anyways, yeah, Proto Amber Columbina is very real. TTDS Columbina is very, very real. Favonius Columbina is going to be very real. I apologize. just she is a support, yo. There will be contexts where her having a ton of energy and generating more energy for the team is more relevant than making her do more damage, and therefore Fab will be relevant. There are contexts where making her a healer and giving her energy will be most relevant. There will be contexts, and again, HP substat that increases her damage. And there will be contexts, oops, that's not thrilling. And there will be contexts where, like for Flynn's, for example, where you should use this on her. Like, Flynn's best team should end up being Anefa, Columbina, Sucrose, most likely. I haven't run the numbers myself, I guess, but maybe I'm wrong. But it's probably going to be TTDS Columbina, Wandering Evenstar on Sucrose, Anefa Flynn's, right? So, even with her only getting this every other rotation for Flynn's. So, and if you're doing slow rotations, like a lot of people do slow rotations on Flynn's. A lot of people do slow rotations on Flynn's. And, yup. So, anyways, and if you need the healing though, you can do Proto Amber for Flynn's, right? You could sacrifice the damage. You could put Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers if you don't have like an even star, especially, right? Put Thrilling Tales on Sucrose. Also, actually, you know what? Columbina being able to hold Thrilling Tales, though, gives more reason to consider using Yehoda for Flynn's instead of Sucrose, which is interesting. Because if you don't have an even star for Sucrose, I think Sucrose is less valuable relative to Yehoda if you already have Columbina on Thrilling Tales. But you're going to pick some conjunction of, like, what do you want for healing? But the fact that, by the way, that you can do Sucrose official for the Hexarai buff, and then Columbina Flynn's now, then you can put Columbina on Proto Amber to be a healer, and then you have Fischl doing her 180 EM buff, and then all the EM from Sucrose. Like, that's gonna probably be really competitive with, like, close to competitive with Flynn's best team, anyways. So Flynn's is getting a lot more team options, and that's great. That's a very, very good thing with Yehoda's release, with the Hexarai buffs, and with Columbina release. But it's just going to be some conjunction of what mix and match of, like, supportive oriented weapons and how much healing you need and whatever. Wouldn't that lose non-cry resonance? Flynn's Columbina? No. Oh, you mean Flynn's Columbina and Nefa Yehoda? So Yehoda with C6 probably outweighs the resonance. But it's possible Fischl might end up being better. Like, it's possible Flynn's Columbina official Sucrose is better than Flynn's Columbina and Nefa Yehoda. I'm not 100% positive. But, yeah. Anyways. So, yeah, Flynn's is, I think, yeah, definitely now the most flexible non-cry DPS. Especially because, like, you could slot in Durin to his team to give him, like, more element coverage. And whatever. Nefer is much more inflexible. I think Nefer's gameplay, personally, is more fun. But she is much more inflexible. So, and to be clear, Columbia gains, or uplifts Nefer. But anyways, what else is there to yap about? Oh, I didn't even talk about, I just talked about the artifact sets. Jesus Christ. I'm going to be yapping this whole time. There's a lot to yap about. So yeah, anyways, the artifact sets are Hexarai, and then if your name is Columbina, get damage bonus. Or get a bunch of EM. You can also use, though, there's one other character that exists right now that artifact set is quite relevant on, which is Anefa. So technically, Anefa now has her best damage set. This set on Anefa is probably better than doing like Tenacity Anefa for Flynn's, depending on your Flynn's investment. If you have, I think, C1 R1 Flynn's, I'm pretty sure Tenacity might end up being better, because like the higher investment your Flynn's is, the more relative damage contribution he's doing, and the more that like 20% damage, 20% attack on him might do much more for your team damage relative to making Anefa's damage be higher, right? So wouldn't it work on Lauma? I mean, technically you can swap to Lauma, and as long as you use her whole D before it ends, you could use it to get more Lauma damage. Yes, technically, but like I wouldn't do that, because with Lauma teams you're going to need some conjunction of Deepwood plus Serenade at a baseline. So I don't know, like if you don't want to use instructors, this is like an option, right? in like a Nefer team, I guess, right? You could do Serenade, Deepwood, and then Lauma on this set if you want in a Nefer team, I guess. But why would you just not like? But the thing is, if you're doing a whole D on Lauma, where this set would make sense on her, the only way you're doing a whole D on Lauma in a Nefer team is if you have Columbina with her. And then why wouldn't you just put this set on Columbina? Because Columbina can also use Verdant Dews. Like, I'm pretty sure using Verdant Dews on Columbina will end up being better than using it on Lauma, but maybe not. Maybe it'll depend. I don't know how long it takes to output Columbina's weird charge attacks. Durin work on Nefer teams. I'm actually relatively bullish that Durin will be able to work on Nefer teams. How is Nefer easy? I didn't say Nefer was easy. Oh, sorry, you're asking the person in chat. Nefer feels so much easier to play than Flynn's. I don't think Nefer's easier to play than Flynn's, unless we're talking in sustainless Flynn's. But I actually think Durin will be able to work based on some little bit of testing I did with Muika's Rate of Pyro application. I think it will actually be possible to do some weird stuff with Durin and Nefer. And that's relevant in that, like, it's not going to be Nefer's best team at all, but sometimes enemies just have pyro checks. Sometimes you need to have pyro in the team to beat an enemy, right? And being able to add pyro into a team and still have the kit work mostly is kind of all you need. And Columbina will particularly help with that, I think, actually. So anyways, what weapon will Columbina use with Nefer? Prototype Amber or Fav? Fav if you need the energy. Prototype Amber. Fav if you need the energy for other characters. And Stygian, whatever, right? Because it's Stygian. But Proto Amber, I think, is what most people would want to use, right? So, but you could do Prototype Amber on Llama, and then if you're assuming Llama Columbina Never, and then use whatever on the other character. So, anyways, yeah, I could be wrong. Durin might end up being like Durin's Rate of Pyro application might super interfere with the ability to generate blooms properly, because you need to have the bloom reaction triggered to get Verdant Dew. But in my testing with Muika, I found that I'm pretty sure you can pretty consistently get 4 or 5 Verdant Dews out of 6 every rotation. And that's, I think, fine, because the 6th Verdant Dew ends up taking extra time to do anyways. And the point of that isn't, and the point of using Durin isn't to make Nefer better, per se. It's not to make the team better. It's to make it so that the team can clear a required check by having Pyro in the team, right? And as long as Nefer can function. So I'm relatively bullish that it'll be relevant, because having versatility to adapt to different kinds of mechanics is important. But we'll see. I could be wrong. I'll mess around with it. It's not going to be... like, Durin for Flynn's should work better without having to be clunky. Whereas, like, Durin for Never will be clunky. For sure. Or get C1 Llama. I mean, I guess the game did poop a C1 Llama on for me. If I'm playing Columbina, Llama, Never, what do I use on her? Oh, hello. Oh, Squam Raid. Hello. How's your stream? Raiders, if you don't like leaks, I apologize. I'm talking about character kits coming next patch. Or not next patch, the patch after next patch, because technically the next patch is not out yet. Anyways, I don't even know what to do. Like, I actually strongly feel that the fact that Columbina in a Never team can just use Prototype Amber, and it's like the obvious choice, right? Like, this, no, not that. This is the obvious choice. You should use this on Never. On Never. Not Never. You should use this on Columbina on a Never team. Right? Just use it. Only got bullied a lot. Alright, have a good stream, yeah. Thanks for the raid, Squam. Assuming you gotta go, so have a good night, day, wherever you are. So yeah. Don't like a story. Oh, I'm not gonna... only insane people... Okay. Insane people or just people who just don't give a shit about story at all look at story leaks. So, no, I don't care about... I don't care about story leaks. I would much rather... The story is not like the best thing in Genshin to me, but I am engaged by the story, and it would make the story worse if I just know it ahead of time. So no, you don't have to worry about that. So, you know, maintenance end probably in 2 or 3 hours. 1 Proto Ember enough for the team? I mean, that depends on your skills. I can tell you I'd be perfectly comfortable with just Prototype Ember. A lot of people underestimate, or sorry, not underestimate. A lot of people overestimate the difficulty of dodging in Genshin versus most enemies. So, you know, anyways, the discussion I was having is like, I have C1 Llama, so if you also have C1 Llama, like C1 Llama has been nice without Columbina, you see. C1 Llama has been nice for Never, for just like general comfort, but like definitely not a need to have. And if I didn't get, if the game didn't poop a C1 Llama on me for free, I would probably be using Prototype Amber on Llama for Never. The fact that it did means I don't have to. But once Columbina exists, you can just use Llama on the event weapon and then put Columbina on this weapon. It'll make her do more damage. It'll help her energy needs. But the only other alternative is Fav. So I guess I'll just use Fav. Or her Sig, but I don't plan to go for her Sig. So yeah. How racist is Columbina's kit? I mean, relatively racist. Or very racist, depending on your perspective, but not really, because she does the things she can do without having to, like, she doesn't have to be paired with a Nodcry 5-star DPS, right? She does not have to be paired with a Nodcry 5-star, okay? That's the important thing. So, no, yeah, her kit is out. We have all 3 kits. We don't have the exact scaling multiplier, so we can't do real calcs. Yeah, well, we have scaling on some of Columbina's damage. So I'm sure people have done calcs with Columbina so far, but Sack Jade should be good then. What is... Oops. How does the passive sacrificial Jade? If not on the field for more than 5 seconds, when not on the field for more than 5 seconds, HP will be increased. Okay, so this will be... Okay, this is... Oh boy, this is gonna be a disgusting weapon on her. The 80 EM isn't that big a deal, but it does something for her. It definitely is good. Okay, yeah, this will... This... At R5, assuming you meet her energy needs and don't need energy for other characters in the team, this might be better than her Sig, guys. It's probably not better because of the fact that the Sig gives energy, right? Which indirectly turns into more damage stats and makes her easier to build. Overcap Nightmare, I mean, not that, it's not that bad. Like, she gets 40% crit rate for free. So we're starting at 40. I believe, yeah, it's because it's 50. I think she gets 40. Yeah, she gets 15 crit rate. You start at 5, and then you get, or no, she starts at 45. Yeah, she starts chlorine. And so 45 plus, I think that's correct. 45 plus this, it starts at 81.8. This ain't a Mualani situation where you're overcapped to start. That's enough room for 18 divided by what is the average crit rate roll, like 3.3. That's enough for like over 5 crit rate rolls. Like, it's fine. Yeah, and you can do triple HP potentially. I don't think it's that big a deal. Like, it just means if you're planning on trying to use this on her, you should not over prioritize crit. You know, don't do an X slice where you throw away 4-line artifacts that are crit damage HP percent. Right? Don't do that. So anyways, I didn't even consider that, but yeah, that's a good thing to bring up. Her signature weapon, for reference, I haven't talked about her kit properly yet. It's fine. Talk about the simpler things first. What am I doing? Her signature weapon is kind of boring. Again, because like she's a catalyst, and there's so many good catalysts. There's Fab, there's Proto Amber, there is Sac Jade, there's Widzith. Widzith is gonna be weird on her, but you know, 480 EM. Do they apply to her charge attack as well? Like these stats? Yeah, because this, if you go on field, this buff goes away when you're on field more than 10 seconds. So you could swap to Columbina, still have all this buff up for doing her like Verdant Dew charge attacks. Yeah. So drink water, sure. But yeah, TTDS exists, Fav exists, this exists, Proto Amber exists. All these options, and I don't know exactly what her damage output looks like in a Flynn's team. I would suspect that they balance her weapon somewhat around her weapon being better in a Flynn's team than like using TDDS, like relative to her damage. But it's probably not going to be that much better, and it's going to, again, depend on what your Flynn's damage is and his performances relative to everything else. Because all that her SIG does, her SIG is 542 base attack, 88 crit damage. So Frina stick base stats, Nubilet weapon base stats. And then it increases HP by 10% at a baseline. Okay, no condition for that. And then the rest of it says, if your name is Columbina, or your name is Columbina, you restore 12 energy. Sorry, I'm being silly, because it says when the wielder triggers a lunar reaction or deals lunar reaction damage. Which, like, the only this trigger condition for now, like, technically, oh yes, Lauma could trigger a lunar reaction, or technically like Nubilet could use this, and it's probably a pretty good stat stick for Nubilet, maybe his second best weapon, if you specifically play him with a Nepha. But then you have to play him with a Nepha, and all you get from it is, well, not all you get from it, this is valuable, but you get energy refunding and HP percent. You don't get the other thing on here. But anyways, for all intents and purposes, you should not go for this weapon unless you're going for it for Columbina. I think, other than like maybe Nubilet, I guess, in like minor context, there's not really a reason to use this thing on other units, right? So anyways, it's potentially a good weapon for Nubilet, but again, restricts his team. That's kind of shit. I don't like weapons that potentially like, oh, it's really good in Nubilet if you're doing this one specific thing. Like, Nubilet's value is his ability to adapt to different things. Like, and you don't want to, most people don't want to change their weapon all the damn time, right? So like, like if you're getting Columbina's, if you're going to wish on the Columbina weapon banner, I assume you're wanting Columbina's weapon to put on Columbina, and then you just leave it on her, and that's fine. This is not a Frina weapon situation where like it's shitty because Frina has a bunch of ER needs, and Columbina won't need to burst in every single team you can conceive of using her in. But most of the teams you would use Columbina, and you will probably be bursting. And therefore energy is important, and that's why Proto Ember, part of what Proto Ember is going to be really good. But Proto Ember runs more energy than this weapon, by the way. Sorry. Anyway, sorry. We finished reading the passive. When your name is Columbina, the point is, don't get this weapon if you're not like planning on using Columbina. It's pointless. I think it's basically pointless. Basically, nobody's actually going to seriously use it on their characters. When your name is Columbina, you restore and you deal lunar reaction damage. You restore 12 elemental energy and gain an effect. Your HP is increased by 14%, so total of 24% HP on top of the crit damage. And then crit damage of lunar reaction damage. This is only for the wielder, not a team buff. As far as I understand, it's not a team-wide buff. Crit damage of lunar reaction damage is increased by 60%. So basically, for if your name is Columbina, this gives 100 and like fucking, what is that, 60, 100, a bunch of crit damage, a lot, and HP and energy. It's a cracked as fuck weapon for Columbina. Columbina's damage will be relevant. Like, if you have it, this probably amplifies her damage enough that it is worth using this over TDDS on her. Does it mean the weapon is worth going for? No. And I think having this weapon just makes like the... I don't know. I think it'll be more valuable to keep Columbina on supportive oriented weapons. Let her be a healer. And again, Sack Jade exists. Like I think the reason this gives so many goddamn stats, this signature weapon gives so many stats to her, is because of the fact that Sack Jade is really good for her. Sack Jade gives a lot more HP and gives some EM, and then gives less crit, but not that much less crit. I mean, well, it is a lot less crit, I guess, because of the 60%, but doesn't give energy refunding. So, like, anyways, no sustain at all? What do you mean no sustain at all? She's a catalyst unit. Her damage scales on HP. She wants to burst constantly. This is a damage stat for Columbina and the team. This is a damage stat for the team. And you get a healer. Would you say Bina's weapon is S tier? There's no such thing as an S tier 5-star weapon, in my opinion. Because I think the only good 5-star weapons are ones that are generically appealing on some level. I think a Scofier's weapon might be arguably an S tier weapon. And it might be the only one. All the other ones are it depends, because the relative value of 5-star weapons varies wildly depending on what you currently have available. Yeah, TDDS is S tier. Fav is S tier. All 5-star weapons, unless they start releasing 5-star weapons that are Fav. Like if Columbina's weapon was energy for the team, real big different story. Elegy? No, Elegy is not S tier. I literally have Elegy and I use freaking Fav over Elegy for my Lanyan and Varazon team. Like, I find Fav better. I've tried to do mini comparisons and try to like min-max the build around Elegy, and I find Fab better. I find Fab got me more consistent, better clear times. Like, on paper, theoretically, Elegy should be a lot better, but it just, like, it causes too many inconsistencies and awkwardness with energy. So, anyways, I don't know. Catalyst characters are inherently a lot better because of a lot of traits, but one of the big things is just there's so many good options, weapon options for Catalyst. And like, I'm not memeing when I'm saying prototype Ember on Columbina. It will be very, very good on her. So, yeah. Anyways, she has different weapon options. She has caps at 35k HP for the buffs. Isn't that her C2? I thought it was her C2. But anyways, let me go read her kit so you can get context on some things. Oh, I didn't talk about Lunar Crystallize. So before I read her kit, Lunar Crystallize. So there's a lot of unknowns. We don't know the exact scaling of this damage. Lunar Crystallize is a big part of why I think her kit will be really fun. Because she enables it. She enables all the lunar reactions just with her alone. So, signature very similar to Frina. So her signature is a lot better than Frina's for her. But it's bad because there's so many good catalyst options that are more universally available to people. That's why. That's why it's so much better, because there's so many better options available. Frina, other than like Fab energy weapons, didn't really have. Leaks, goodbye. Yeah, sorry. I'm only talking about combat stuff, by the way. I don't talk about story because I'm not a dumbass. But anyways, I did try to put that in the title, so well, I didn't put in the title on YouTube. I apologize. I put in the title on Twitch. Anyways, Zabai will come home. Yeah, best of luck. I have hope that she might be free. Probably not, but I think Genshin is overdue for them giving a good character for free. Okay. Anyways, and we normally get a Lantern Right character for free every year. Maybe this year it just happens to be a 5-star. Yeah, I'm just talking about kits. And I'm talking about like implications that it has for the team building and fun value for kits when it comes to leaks, because I think this is important for like making decisions. This might be like, I think Columbina's kit in the context of today is really important to talk about for people that might have been like, Durin seems really valuable for whatever reason, and I like Durin or whatever, but I also wanted Columbina, and there's 7 5-stars releasing next. There's 2, but you know, there's 7 characters being released next patch. What do I do? Well, so I think it's important to talk about, in my opinion. But anyways, lunar crystallize. So for reference, crystallize at a baseline is a reaction when you apply Geo cannot be applied to enemies directly, but when you have Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, or Electro on enemies and Geo is applied to them, it will generate the little shard on the ground, and the shard can be picked up, and on its own though, all that does is give you a shield that scales, that the shield strength scales on the elemental mastery of the Geo unit that triggered it. So the original intent for Crystallize was to be a defensive mechanic, right? And if you have like a full EM build on a Geo unit, those shields can actually be like a 5k HP shield, and if like a Geo unit is constantly doing Geo off field, that's kind of a constantly spawning 5k HP shield. I think people actually underestimate how well Crystallize can make you stay alive. But it doesn't do any damage, and because of how many overpowered options we have for defensive utility, like Prototype Amber, Unironic, this is broken as hell. This weapon's broken as hell, yo. People don't care about the defensive utility of something like Crystallize because of how many broken ass options there is for keeping you alive in Genshin. Especially like Geo has Zhongli, for example, right? So normally there's just no reason to engage with building for Crystallized shield durability. It doesn't do any damage. The only reason to usually care about Crystallize is to do stuff like Shalonen on 4-piece Petra, because 4-piece Petra can give damage bonus to the on-field if you pick it up, right? So Lunar Crystallize is pretty big in that it takes a reaction that did functionally nothing before, the vast majority of the time, to doing something. And that something is when Geo comes into contact with Hydro, only Hydro, which does seem lame at a baseline, but the fact that Columbina enables this on her own means I think it's fine. If Columbina didn't enable this on her own, I think it would be cringe that this only was Hydro. Because if we only had Geo unit, if only Geo units enabled it, then we'd have to like use either the main DPS or Alua, sorry. And then we'd have to force in another Hydro in the team. Like your team options would be stupid limited. Like you couldn't do anything with this if Columbina didn't enable it, like anything fun. But just Columbina alone at a baseline does. So anyways, when Geo comes into contact with Hydro under certain conditions, it will trigger a special Lunar Crystallize reaction. 3 Lunar Wards will be generated near the target. For every 3 Lunar Crystallize reactions triggered, a Lunar Ward resonance will occur, dealing Geo damage to nearby enemies. So Crystallize does damage. And there's by the way, based on Columbina's constellation phrasing, it seems to be you do not get the normal Crystallize shard anymore from the Hydro reaction, but you can also have Geo plus, you'd have Geo plus Pyro plus Hydro and Electro going on, right? So you might still be able to get normal Crystallize happening, but whenever Hydro Crystallize happens, it gets converted, and the other Crystallize might still happen. We don't have clarification on that. We don't know. But Lunar Crystallize itself only happens with Hydro, right? So Hydro has to be on the enemy, then you apply Geo, and there you go. And now we care about Geo application, by the way. Like I went through a bunch of Geo characters to try to like figure out who had different levels of application, and like most of the Geo characters actually do have interesting nuances to when they apply Geo. The only ones that are like losers for Lunar Crystallize, I would say, as far as their ability to trigger the reaction, is like Yunjin and like Goro, potentially Alua, because I don't think without C2, I don't think he does that much Geo application. But anyways, White Horse and Zelda Mare, yes, she is. That's the character name, Zubai. So people were worried with Navia with it. Like, yeah, Navia should be able to. So like, yeah, like Navia, because of Columbina enabling this, should be actually kind of fun. Nefer's weapon for Columbina. What is it? What is a Nefer's weapon trigger condition? What is it called? Oops. Reliquary of Truth. Crit rate, when the equipping character unleashes a skill, they gain EM for 12 seconds. Equipping character deals Lunar Bloom damage. So, I mean, if you're playing her with Dendro, this should just be pretty good. It's not going to be as good as a Sig. I also don't know if it's better than Sacrificial Jade. I think it might be worse than Sacrificial Jade, for what it's worth, as far as a non-energy weapon goes on her. So, it's an option, though. It's an option. That's a spreadsheet question that I can't answer intuitively directly exactly. So you need underlying Hydro Aura and a lot of Geo app then. That's rough with Cryo or Dendro, but it's fine for Pyro and Electro. Yeah, so this will be a must for Ito mains. Bina doesn't gel with Navia. Why doesn't Bina gel with Navia? Oh wait, oh yeah, shoot, the potential. Oh yeah, we don't have clarification on it. I guess that's true. I didn't think about that. Hopefully, okay. I think it'd be a really dumb thing being that Navia's kit. If they tweaked other characters' kits, right? They could easily just tweak Navia's kit to also check for lunar crystallized whatever shards around, rather than having to have normal crystallized shards, right? There's no reason they can't do that. If they don't do that, that's kind of dickish, because I was looking forward to it at a baseline. Doing something like Shallonen for Rina, Columbina, and Navia. Seems kind of fun, right? You don't have to do double talk, right? So, anyways, so yeah, it just makes, anyways, so Geo and Hydro equals you get damage now, and being that this is a reaction that didn't do any damage before, this is inherently quite interesting. What is the scaling? What is the viability of like building full EM on a Albedo versus building it for crit damage? Oh, and this reaction can crit, by the way. So you probably still just build your Geo characters like with crit like you normally do, but then they'll have additional sources of damage from the reaction. So yeah, yellow to white gradient numbers. Yeah. Hopefully it'll be visually pleasing. It'll probably be more gold colors, my guess. But we'll see. They didn't they do that for a bunch of characters artifacts with lunar charge? Yes, exactly. So like there's already precedent for it. If they really have Navia, who is a kit that was made to synergize with crystallize, and they have lunar crystallize, and then they just like are like, nope, Navia doesn't work with Columbina at all. That would be extremely lame and very sad. Because yeah, so anyways, like Navia is not going to be better with lunar crystallize than the new Geo DPS. Let's be real, right? But she could be fun, and this could be a new team option that could be very viable and enjoyable, and various any Geo unit, I think most Geo units paired with Columbina I think are interesting. With this, I plan to do some shenanigans with it. I think it's really cool. I think they should do Lunar Freeze too, but there's very good implication the fact that Columbina is now out and enables all three of these reactions on her own. You know, they could retroactively change Columbina's kit to add Lunar Freeze or whatever, but being that after Columbina, it seems like the focus is going to be on like Varka, Alice Nicole, Hexaride, whatever characters, I don't know, like not as much focus on non-cry DPS after version 6.3. I think that's very unlikely, personally, that we get any more lunar reactions. If we get a modified freeze reaction, it'll probably be next year with Snezhnaya. Let's be real, right? But I do kind of wish there was a lunar freeze because, you know, hydro reaction and freeze doesn't do anything a lot of the time, similar to crystallize. So, like the actual reaction itself doesn't do anything. Like I feel like Mihoyo thinks they did a good job fixing freeze by releasing a Escoffier or something. In my opinion, they did not. So, I would like the actual reaction to do something. But alas, that is not what she does. So, now a lunar team shield isn't Durin more valuable than Bina for your account? Yes, for sure. If you're like there's a lot of people who Durin will be the more valuable character than Columbina potentially. I think Columbina has the more interesting, flashy, fun kit though. So, anyways, reading Columbina's kit real quick. Not real quick. Well, hopefully real quick. So her normal attacks, she can be a main DPS as a Dendro unit. Because her charge attack can consume Verdant Dew, So Verdant Dew is the resource. Anytime you trigger the Lunar Bloom reaction, you get Verdant Dew. So you can do charge attacks and consume Verdant Dew to do Lunar Bloom reaction damage. We don't know the scaling on this. It will almost assuredly be good enough that it should be decent damage. So yeah, she can do charge attacks that do Dendro damage. Have you done the theater? Yeah, I did the theater yesterday. It was fun. You can check out my stream of it if you want. If you wanted to watch that instead of listening to me yap about things. Her other normal attacks, she can still do Hydra application with her normal attacks. It's just her charge attack that does the... Her charge attack does AoE Hydra damage, but then if Verdant Dew is available, then it's replaced by the stamina-free charge attack that does Dendro Lunar Bloom damage instead. But she still does have a normal, like, Hydra normal attacks, Hydra charge attacks. And plunges. And then her skill, you cast her skill, she summons a ring of Hydra around her called a gravitation ripple. I don't know how big it is, we don't have footage, anything. And then the rest of her stuff is basically a wall of text that it seems to be we don't know exactly the tick rate. Maybe it does damage every 1 second, but then only applies every 2 seconds. But anyways, this is when nearby party members trigger. So the ring does Hydra damage, right? So it does a baseline Hydra damage. So I assume it's like a Nilu ring style thing, but probably like some animation that's like showing it doing damage in AoE. And it follows your character around you. So similar to Nilu, but actually does damage, right? At a baseline. And my assumption is it probably is going to be applying Hydra every 2 seconds, particularly with the next lines in her kit that all say 2 seconds, but we don't know for sure. And as far as I understand, by the way, this has 25-second uptime with a 17-second cooldown, which is kind of goofy, because it doesn't match her burst cooldown, which is 15 seconds. So that's kind of weird, but it's not really a problem, I think, that much for any context I can immediately think of, because you can just kind of adapt around it. It will be a problem in some minor contexts, potentially preventing you from doing shorter rotations, but like you can do shorter rotations with Nefer with Columbina, by just like refresh, because Nefer can be swapped out mid-skill, right? You don't have to spend 12 seconds straight on Nefer, so that means you can swap her out mid-skill or after one skill, do your charge attacks, swap to Columbina, refresh her skill, if it makes sense. So she might have a long burst animation, so you burst skill. Yeah, potentially. I don't know. We haven't seen that. That's one thing I don't like about her, by the way, is in her lunar focused teams, like if you're playing Columbina, Llama, Nefer, or Flynn's, she's definitely going to want to burst, by the way. But not if you're doing something like Columbina, some shenanigans, which I think will be more fun. If you're doing some shenanigans like Columbina plus Ningguang to do lunar crystallized Ningguang with Columbina, she does not really need to burst as badly, I don't think, because you're not doing, if you're not playing her in a team where you're having a ton of lunar talent damage, I don't think the damage bonuses that you get from her burst are as worthwhile, is my overall vibe. But we'll see. Yeah, it's kind of like Nahida, yeah. But Nahida, but only for lunar damage. And like the lunar damage bonuses will increase lunar reaction damage, which will always be happening as long as you have Hydro, Geo, or Dendro in conjunction with Columbina. But the damage it deals, like relative to what other damage in the team, isn't necessarily so high that if like you're doing Ningguang Columbina, right? Ningguang Columbina at a baseline, while Lunar Crystallize will probably be doing damage and hopefully enough damage to be noticeable, it might not be doing enough damage that it's worth the rotation time, especially with someone like Ningguang who wants to do really fast rotations. It's not going to be worth the rotation time potentially to burst on her in that context. But in most contexts, for most people, you're going to want to burst every rotation. Anyways, so Columbina skill, to finish talking about that. Sorry. So every 2 seconds when a lunar reaction is triggered or lunar reaction damage is dealt, she gains a new moon effect and accumulates gravity. She can have 60 gravity, and gravity is removed when ripple expires. Blah, 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 blah. When gravity reaches max, triggers tidal interference based on the most accumulated lunar reaction type. And what tidal interference is tidal interference is a lunar reaction damage, which scales on her HP, by the way. So if there was a lunar electrocharge going on, she will do her interference effect, which can, from the phrasing of this, you get 20 gravity every 2 seconds. Max gravity is 60. When gravity is maxed, you trigger a damage effect. So every 6 seconds, So like 3 times, for example, in like a normal 18-second, 20-second rotation. Mies called her Hera with that mechanic. So 3 times in a normal rotation, she will do an instance of lunar talent damage. So if she recorded, and we don't know exactly, right? Because it's when a member triggers lunar reaction damage, she accumulates gravity, right? And then like when gravity reaches max, she triggers that interference based on the accumulated lunar reaction type. So I'm assuming that means, but like, what if you have like lunar bloom and lunar electrocharge happening at the same time? That's very, like, duh. That will happen. How controllable is this? Is one or the other better? I don't know. That's a calc question. That is absolutely a calc question. But at a baseline, every 6 seconds, she can do lunar electrocharge talent damage, lunar bloom talent damage, or lunar crystallized talent damage. So this is a Hydra unit that can do Dendro, Electro, or Geo damage, depending on who exactly is in the team, and that's fun. And this will happen, as far as I understand. That doesn't have any Ascendant Gleam trigger condition, by the way. Yes, there is a Hexarai set. It is like 40 something % attack, and 20% crit rate for Hexarai characters. The attack can be gotten on non-Hexarais, but the crit rate is only Hexarais. You don't need another 5-star to trigger Lunar for Columbia. No, she enables the reactions on her own. And as far as I'm aware, her skill, like for this lunar talent damage, does not require Ascendant Gleam. Right, as far as I'm aware. How much EM, how much crit damage for Nefer? Just EM is similar value to crit damage. Both are really good stats. Prioritize both in your substats. Artifact Army is RNG, so like a crit damage EM substat piece is much better than a crit damage no EM, right? And it is very possible that you could have a high EM roll versus a low crit damage roll, and that high EM roll is better. That's all that you really need to keep in mind, in my opinion. Don't stress aiming for specific stats, but the more you have, the better, more damage you'll deal. Bina make DPS Shallonen viable? Maybe? I don't know. Like, when you're saying DPS Shallonen, this would mean like building her for the reaction damage, right? So like not in a conventional way. So, but in a like if you enjoy reaction shenanigans, like I really like reaction shenanigans teams. This is why I'm looking forward to this character kit. But anyways, so at a baseline, her skill can be interesting in that it does, she's doing different elements of damage off field depending on the team composition, and that's cool. And she's doing Hydra damage, and the scaling for that seems to be like the Hydra damage. The Hydra damage on its own, the normal Hydra damage, is not going to be like better than Freenet, I think, at a baseline. Except it kind of might be able to be, because you don't have to burst on her for that damage. So if you're just using her as like a generic Hydro player, which might be very viable in a lot of contexts, where you don't burst on her again, you can just build her all in for her skill damage. But anyways, you use Columbina with the Yehoda Rhino, and she'll convert the reactions to the lunar versions. I mean, you can do that if you need Ascendant Gleam for whatever reason, but the part of her kit that I believe is Ascendant Gleam required is, I believe, okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure the part of her kit that is Ascendant Gleam required is just a buff that she gives to lunar damage bonus, and it's not much. It's just based on her HP. That's what someone mentioned before, the 35k HP. That wasn't her C2. My brain was stupid. That's her base kit. But I think that's what it is. But you only get like 7% damage bonus. It's not nothing. But I'm pretty sure. I don't know. It could be translation problems, and they might have like not placed it properly, right? Maybe she does need Ascendant Gleam to do anything fun. But there's another passive that's important for her. Anyways, her burst gives lunar damage bonus. Wow. 60 energy cost, 15-second cooldown. That will matter. I don't know exactly how much it does, but it's almost sure going to be meaningful. And then when the tidal interference, so the lunar talent damage from her skill occurs, Columbina gets plus 5% crit rate for 10 seconds, max of 3 stacks. Actually, is she going to max out these stacks? We don't have clarification that those keep up. I'm going to guess the intent is for that to keep up. And like it'll refresh the stack duration whenever you get a new stack, so it will take some build up time, but she should build up to keeping that up. If she doesn't build it up, then, because I don't need to show this constantly, if she doesn't keep the stacks, then it might only be 10% crit rate on average rather than 15%, but whatever. Ultimate Hera Cracker? No, that's still Nefer, sorry. Because she takes time to do, well, okay, I guess you can do lunar talent damage with her charge attacks, but that's the same as Nefer, right? You want to do just as many instances of lunar talent or lunar damage in general to the Hera as fast as possible. She takes time to start doing, like she takes 6 seconds before her skill does any lunar damage. So I'm pretty sure she's not going to be that good for Hera. So, anyways. Just want Columbina because she's pretty and cool, and that's the best reason to pull for a character. Is it out? Not yet. We are waiting a couple hours still, at least, I think. Maybe an hour if we're lucky. Anyways, so when you're inside of her burst, characters gain, called Moonlit Domain. When you're inside of her burst, characters gain effects based on the triggered lunar reaction. And this is a big part of I think the fun of her kit. And a big part of why you'll probably always want to burst on her in the vast majority of teams outside of using her as a generic Hydro player. And anyways, this is Lunar Electric Charge, Storm Cloud attacks, interval minus 0.5 seconds. That might seem minor, but the Lunar Charge reaction itself, right? Not Lunar Charge talent damage from like a Nephis talent passive or Flynn's talents, right? Just the actual reaction damage itself was balanced such that like Lunar Charge actually has like less DPS potential than normal Electric Charge, but it's more consistent and the auras work in a little bit different way that overall I would say like it's better for team building value and like consistency's sake, other than it blinds you sometimes. And it ticks every 2 seconds. So minus 0.5 seconds is a 25% damage upgrade to Lunar Electric Charge. And again, she enables this on her own. So just Columbina plus any other Electro unit in the game, any like off-field Electro, you don't have to have a Nepha now to have Lunar Electric Charge, right? You can have the Hydra unit that enables the Lunar Electric Charge. And this makes like Columbina plus Kuki and a 1.5 second interval for it more relevant. Especially because she's amplifying the reaction damage itself. Like I'm pretty confident that just doing Columbina plus specking into like characters that like let's say Columbina Sethos. So like Columbina Sethos is something I was looking forward to and was hoping for. Because I already like Sethos Aino, but it's like kind of clunky in some ways, and like Aino is like I think she's a really, really good free unit. I think Aino is a good character. But having Columbina who does her own damage and then does this. So like technically the talent damage I get from Sethos with Columbina instead of Aino will be less because Sethos does talent damage directly scaling on his EM stat, and Columbina doesn't directly buff EM, unlike Aino with her like C1 directly does buff EM. But what Columbina does is she gives lunar reaction damage bonus, and then she makes the actual reaction do more damage. So she makes Lunar Electric Charge do more damage. And I can just do Columbina plus Sethos alone. I don't have to play with the Nepha to do Lunar Charge damage. And the Lunar Charge damage to maximize Lunar Charge damage, what do you want for it? Well, it can crit, so you want a balance of crit and EM stats. And what does Sethos do? Sethos is an EM scaling damage dealer that you build with EM and a bunch of crit. And he also poops a ton of Electro on enemies. Like, I think, like, this 25% damage increase to Lunar Electro Charge, or by a cooldown reduction, will be just more visually enjoyable because it's going to be happening more rapidly, and will actually make the reaction damage contribution meaningfully higher, such that it will uplift. Like, it's not going to make, I think, to be clear, I'm not saying that Sethos Columbine is going to be a Moika level team. I'm not saying some bullshit like that. But you don't need Moika level teams to actually have fun in the damn game, right? But what I think this is important for is that this is the type of thing, like this electro charge thing minus 0.5 seconds is less valuable for someone like Flynn's, because Flynn's, the vast majority of the team damage contribution is coming from Flynn's talent damage, Anepha's talent damage, Columbina's talent damage. That lowering the reaction interval in a Flynn's team does barely anything for the team's damage. But the relative damage contribution of the reaction damage in a team that does not use a 2025 5-star main DPS that does massive talent damage will be much relatively higher, right? Already at a baseline with normal 2 seconds. And then that just got increased by 25 seconds, or by 25%. And that's going to make it more relevant to actually consider using teams and building teams around that. This uplifts the floor of like lower investment teams, worse teams. This uplifts worse teams more than it uplifts the meta DPSs. She still uplifts the meta DPSs because lunar damage bonus is going to amplify, Flynn's damage and whatever a lot. Like, to be clear, Columbine is still going to be, and her damage contribution is still going to be really good for Flynn's and Never, right? Being going to slot into your Dia Overvape team. Yeah, so like Dia Overvape, this should be better than Ino. It's a little unfortunate that I'm losing some EM from Ino, but I'm gaining the damage from Columbina. I am gaining the extra reaction damage here. If I still want Columbina to buff EM, I can still... I'm sorry. I apologize for this. I'm gonna look into how much damage I can get Columbina to deal on instructors. So for Dia, we'll see how instructors Columbina works. It's probably not worth it. Like it's not gonna be worth it. But one thing I think that I will potentially dislike about Columbina is if her damage feels so strong that it becomes too wheelchairy. It feels too much like Columbina and whoever else in the team is doing it more of the damage relative to Sethos and the reaction damage, right? As long as it doesn't feel like that her personal talent damage isn't taking over the entire value of the team, and it just feels like I could just AFK with the on-fielder and do mostly the same thing. That's what I don't like. If the off-fielder is too strong, I don't think she'll be that strong, so I don't think that'll be a problem. And therefore I'll probably prefer to build her for damage. But like, anyways, while I lose a little bit of Dia personal damage, I gain in like the overall balance of team's damage, and I like the idea of Columbina for Overvape with Dia. But I would have preferred, for Dia specifically, I would have been very happy with Columbina just being like, yep, she gives 300 EM. If Columbina was just 300 EM to the on-fielder, that would be better for Dia, specifically. Tenacity Columbina work? Tenacity Columbina does work, but attack isn't that important for Dia. Although it would buff Aneva too, though, so I guess maybe. Tenacity Columbina might be more relevant than Instructors Columbina, especially because I already have good Tenacity pieces, but... don't do Instructors Columbina. You should do Instructors Ino when it makes sense, because Instructors Ino is a really big part of how you can actually get true value out of Ino. And it's part of why, like, Ino on a buffing level isn't going to be... Like if you're doing Instructors Ino, because your damage isn't relevant, right? So you don't need to build her for damage. You just build her for full buffing. You put a buffing set on her. Anyways, whatever. Yada yada. So, like... people. Zajef inevitably is going to pander that minus 0.5 seconds. Any spreadsheet impactor, anyone super meta focused, I only play Moika, I only play 100k DPS teams, is going to say, oh, the lunar electro charge minus 0.5 seconds is fucking irrelevant. They're going to say that. They are 100% going to say that. 1,000,000%. But that ignores the value, the relative value on a lower level. And you do not fucking need 100k DPS teams. I think this game is more fun and the combat shines best when you don't just play the most overpowered teams. I think having the overpowered teams as an option is fun and it's satisfying. It feels rewarding. I understand. I play a high investment bullshit Nefer with her signature weapon and C2 Nilu that I got from the thingy, right? Like my Nefer is going to be broken as fuck with Columbina. I want everyone to be aware, and I'm gonna enjoy that team in the content that makes sense to try to use that broken as fuck team like dire difficulty. But like, we're farming domains in half a second. where the real value of overpowered teams are. What about with the eye? Yeah, you can do with the eye. Yeah, the eye will be fun. So anyways, the main hope I have is that for like Nefer or Flynn's, I hope that she is balanced in a way that she doesn't make them better than weaker level. Like, my guess is their target is probably to make Columbina with Nefer and Flynn's or whatever other non-cry DPS be near Moeka level, but probably easier to play. That's my guess. So hopefully that doesn't increase the DPS ceiling in the game right now. We'll see. It's just going to be dependent on exactly what Columbina's damage contribution is in the team, and how much she buffs, like Flynn's is Nefer's damage. I haven't run the numbers myself. Again, it's a spreadsheet question. The work that someone like Zajeff or other spreadsheeters are doing is important to answer questions like that. But if they draw the conclusion that like, oh, the minus 0.5 second interval reduction is pointless because it only results in a 2% damage increase, or maybe less, I don't know, for Flynn's, and therefore don't worry about it, it's pointless. That ignores the fact that you aren't necessarily only fucking playing Columbina. Flynn's is not the only Electro unit in the game that you play with Columbina. You can play Kuki, you can play Sethas, you can play Yai with Columbina. Anyways, ETA 2 more hours? Yeah, probably about 2 more hours. So, spreadsheeting is valuable because asking those specific numbers questions is important. But I think people should hesitate to take conclusions about like 100k plus DPS targets and being the thing to like plan around. I think it's silly. I think people are sabotaging their own enjoyment in the current day by over prioritizing the need to hit specific DPS thresholds. So anyways, sent you the link for the best run. Awesome. Thank you, Tars. We can watch that quick actually. I'll show you guys. This will be in a video eventually, but I'll show you guys here for the live stream Tars' best attempt on Polearms only, doing the dire clear. It was doable. If Tars had more time, I'm pretty sure he would have gotten it, but I'm glad Tars didn't have more time for his own health. So anyways, I didn't finish. So the other things are more interesting now than the Lunar Electrocharge, by the way. Lunar Crystallize, each Lunar Warden Resonance has a 33% chance to strike again, so that theoretically should just be a meaningful damage upgrade to Lunar Crystallize. Being that Columbina is the most relevant unit for enabling Lunar Crystallize because she is the Hydro, not the Geo unit. And that means you can play whatever Geos with her, and the Geos will trigger Lunar Crystallize with her enabling the reaction. I think that's a pretty big deal. So what does Lunar Crystallize do and how relevant is that exactly? I don't know. But Lunar Bloom is she grants 1 Mountain Moon Verdant Dew. When you trigger lunar reactions, when you trigger Lunar Bloom with her burst up, and you can get 3 of them every 18 seconds. The fuck is that? Well, that's extra Verdant Dew. So this is extra separate Verdant Dew from the normal Verdant Dew. So this means that with Columbina burst up, you can get 6 Verdant Dew. And 6 Verdant Dew means you could like output Nefer's charge attacks a lot faster. This means it's extra Verdant Dew that you could use on Columbina's charge attacks. This means it's potentially extra Verdant Dew that in a Nefer team you could actually consider using Llama's Holy in a Nefer team rather than always doing Tappy, right? And this, by the way, is 100% why Nefer got that last minute nerf. I think it's 100% why Nefer got that last minute nerf, because I think after Hoyoverse was like, oh shit, she can output her damage faster than we originally intended. We didn't realize we made her that good for fast front loader damage output, and we know we're releasing Columbina who addresses one of the main downsides that limits how fast she can do things and just lets her output them as fast as possible. We should probably nerf her, just make sure she's not too overpowered when Columbina releases. I 100% feel that the EM nerf on Nefer was because of Columbina and this extra Verdant Dew thing. Having extra Verdant Dew, from my own experience playing Nefer, will be a pretty damn big deal. And I also really like, okay, well, I'm of 2 minds for this. Because the Lunar Bloom reaction at a baseline with like Nefer and Llama alone essentially doesn't exist, right? Like Nefer, you play Nefer and Llama together and like, oh, they have Verdant Dew as a shared resource, except for because of the fact that there's basically never, there's almost never, there's not technically never, but there's almost never a context where you want to wholly on Llama with Nefer. And therefore, like, these are like mutually independent from each other. Like, Llama without Nefer will use her wholly and use Verdant Do, and Nefer with Llama or Nefer without Llama will use Verdant Do. Like, the fact that it's a shared, like, the gimmick of Lunar Bloom, the only gimmick of Lunar Bloom is that Lunar Bloom generates Verdant Do, and then you can do something with that resource. But if that resource is, but that's like no different than like how you know, at a baseline, that's no different than how Navia converts crystallizes into bullets, right? Navia converts crystallized shards into bullets that do more damage. That's fundamentally the same baseline thing, but the thing with Navia is it only benefits Navia. So the difference with Lunar Bloom being a reaction modification, being a new reaction that they say it is if that resource can be shared, which it can be, it is shared, okay. Then if it can be shared, there has to be situations where it makes sense for it to be shared. Without Columbina, there's no fucking instance where that makes sense. Like, Lunar Bloom is fake without Columbina. Lunar Bloom is actually real with Columbina, because now with Columbina, Nefer, Llama on a team, for example, now you have this decision matrix of like, okay, most of the time you're going to want to do 6 charge attacks with Nefer. Not always, because if you're doing fast charge attacks with Nefer, you're going to eventually hit rotations potentially, where you end up not having one. You're waiting on a skill cooldown. And instead of like waiting on a skill cooldown in like you would currently today potentially, you would just switch to like Columbina or Llama to use the Verdant you have left over on them instead, right? And so yes, with both me and being Llama, you can wholly and do hyper blooms, yes. So the fact that there is actually a nuance to this being a shared resource, and you as a player have to think about, oh, do I want to use this on this character, or do I want to use this on X character? And the fact that there are situations to decide in different instances when you want to use it where is cool. I think it's really cool. This takes Lunar Bloom from being something that is basically fake and no different than how every other character kit is designed. Like, again, Navia being the good example, I think, because she literally just crystallizes to a bullet that does more damage, which is functionally what Verdant Do does for like for Nefer, for example, or for Llama. Verdant Do get converted to damage, and because there's no situation where you'd use them both, you'd want to do that both at the same time together almost ever. It essentially is mutually exclusive. It's basically just like there is no shared resource. But with Columbina, the extra Verdant Do means there is a shared resource nuance to it, and how worth it is to do it is going to depend on like the field time requirement, yada yada. You know, I'm sure there's people that are going to find ideal rotations, and you know, the spreadsheet is going to say that the ideal rotation is doing 6 charge attacks with Nefer and then doing this. But like in practice, rotations don't always go hyper consistently. Rotations have to change depending on what the enemy is doing. And giving options to use a shared resource to do different things depending on what the enemy is doing and depending on the uptime of your abilities and different characters is really cool. It's really cool. So my only complaint with this is what Verdant Do should have done at the fucking baseline. Right? I think it's stupid that Lunar Bloom basically is fake without Columbina and that is real with Columbina. Right? Because we could live in the alternate reality where Lunar Bloom just was 6 stacks. Like you just got more Verdant Do's at a baseline, and then you could actually have reasons to think about this without Columbina. And then Columbina can just still be the damage dealer and buffer that she is, but then isn't necessary to make there actually be a shared resource nuance. But the fact that there is this shared resource nuance, I don't know, is cool, right? This makes Lunar Bloom a much more interesting thing to think about when you're doing Columbina plus Nefer, Columbina plus Llama. You can do, if you're doing a Hyper Bloom team, you can decide to do a charge attacks versus Llama wholly. And the spreadsheet will tell us whether or not one is slightly better than the other. But I think the fact of the matter is it's going to come down to more minor nuances relative to what enemies are doing at different times. That's cool. So anyways, and that's basically Columbina's kit. And again, based on what the current description we have is, as far as I'm aware, the only thing that requires Ascending Gleam in her kit, I think, is just a minor like 7% lunar reaction damage buff, which I'm pretty sure is going to be less than what her burst does. So like her Ascending Gleam passive is going to be less relevant than her own burst. So like whoop-de-doo. Like I don't think she's Ascending Gleam reliant right now, but things will potentially change. Oh yeah, and then she has a fun passive where once every 100 seconds in Nod Cry. Once every 100 seconds in Nod Cry, Columbina can revive a character if they die, and then restore their HP with scaling relative to her friendship level. Which is a funny, cute little passive. So, yeah. Still play Binding of Isaac. I not super regularly, but I actually did recently, funnily enough. Very briefly, to check out like some multiplayer stuff. It was like a month ago. But DM you about Discord. DM you on Discord about content creation. Yeah, go ahead. Genshin keeps saying network is busy because it's in maintenance. So, anyways, that's all my kit. Yeah, that was a long ass yap. But I don't know. There's a lot of stuff to talk about, and I think there's a lot of cool team potential. That isn't just LOL. I must have 100 billion damage team. Columbina will be a strong character. I'm sure her damage is very good. Like, I don't really feel a need to calc most 5-star things nowadays. I used to more in the past, but like calcing 5 stars is almost pointless to me, other than like really baseline checks to like verify my intuition, because it's just like, well, they're a 5-star. Oh, this is a 5-star off-field damage dealer. They probably do a lot of damage. So her plus other characters that do damage and work with the reactions and mechanics of the game is enough damage to like clear Abyss. Is it enough damage to clear Stygian? That's a little bit of a harder question, because Stygian is much more stringent on the mechanics that you have to fulfill for the boss and has a higher DPS check. So, you know, anyways. I will C6 her at all costs. It must be done. Oh, I didn't talk about her cons. Oh, fuck. I don't care about her constellations, but C1, when her thing triggers, so C1 first, she immediately triggers a tidal interference, and that can occur every 15 seconds. So basically, once every rotation, you get an additional tidal interference, an additional instance of lunar damage from her skill, which also triggers one of her things immediately as well, right? So, and it gets an extra crit stack and whatever earlier. So, cool. But then when you have Moon Sign Ascending Gleam specifically, when tidal interference is triggered, based on the dominant lunar reaction accumulated, if you have Lunar Electric Charge, you get 6 energy to the active character. If you do Lunar Bloom, you increase the active character's interruption resistance for 8 seconds. Which, that's a bait for Nefer being interrupted all the damn time, by the way. I don't really care. I like that she doesn't have that in her base kit, because I think Nefer is more fun to play in her strongest team if she does get interrupted. I think Nefer's gameplay, if the game poops a C1 Columbina on me, I might not activate it. I'm sorry. Anyways, Lunar Crystallize summons a shield, and the absorption is based on her HP. It's a Hydro Shield. And then additionally, nearby party members' lunar reaction damage is increased by 3%. So this is a quality of life constellation. It makes her a defensive unit for Lunar Crystallize, but you have to have Geo. And then for Bloom, it gives interruption resistance, but you know, have to have Dendro. Like, she's never universally doing anything. And her C2 is similar. Her C2 is, you get an attack buff for Lunar Electric Charge, you get a EM buff for the active character only. These are all active characters. And it's all based on her HP. EM buff for active character, attack buff for active character for Electric Charge, EM for Lunar Bloom, and then defense buff for Lunar Crystallize. And then, again, a further lunar reaction damage increase. Like, also she gets more HP. Like, her C2 is whatever, and then her C4 is more text, and what it'll make her stronger, I'm pretty sure. She restores energy, that typical constellation, and increases tidal interference based on her HP. Yeah, okay. It's just, it's a damage upgrade constellation for her, and reduce energy charge and energy recharge cost. And then C6 is, well, inside the domain for her burst. Triggering reaction increases crit damage of the spawning thing by all. So her C6 gives crit damage for all lunar talent damage of 80%. So that's a humongous buff for any lunar damage dealer. And additionally, nearby party members' lunar reaction damage increases by 5%. I like how every one of her constellations has increases lunar reaction damage. C2 buffs seem kind of low. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they buff it. Like that attack buff, by the way, if you purposely lower Columbina's own personal damage. And, oh, also C2 has gravity accumulation speed plus 34%, so I believe that means, yeah, that should mean her title thing, her skill damage happens every 4 seconds. So like C2 is going to be a pretty big damage increase for her. So it won't make sense to do this. But if you do full HP on her, I think she can buff like attack by like 350, for example. But you have to play Electra with her. So like you can't use her, for example, you can't use her with C2 as an additional attack buffer for Skirk. It's not going to do anything. So this is like her constellations basically push her more towards her more boring meta teams is my vibe. I don't care. Her C1, I think, is a good quality like constellation that a lot of people would appreciate having. Everything else is just like, Columbine it, and her best teams do more damage. Do more damage. Do more damage. They're really boring constellations. They're really boring. I think she has a fun kit at a baseline, and there's no need to go for her constellations for any particular reason unless you just want her to do more damage because you love her. That's fine, right? So, yep. So yeah, if anyone wants to see Sixer, best of luck. It will be strong. It will be strong, but I don't think it has like interesting like it doesn't really have implications for team building like how Farina C2 and Farina C6 does, for example. It just doesn't. So, anyways, before we go and play a video game after 3 years, I want to show you something special from Polearms Only because this clip took oh boy, this clip took okay, I don't know. Like collectively, like from Tarz's time alone, I think at least 30 hours. This is a 30 hour. This is a 30 hours of effort attempt for Tars. Okay. I want to emphasize how difficult this is. This trying to do this myself before I asked other people to try it. Was the hard. I can't play it. is the hardest challenge I've ever attempted in Genshin. It is the only time I've ever failed to do something that I decided I wanted to try to do, and it's like this is incredibly difficult. I'm not gonna go in depth on all the things about this. Just keep in mind this is gonna be an example of like you have no idea the amount of optimization that happened, and some of the things that Tars learned and found out are really cool. He might end up being making a video, no commitment though. I will probably talk about some of the things that you're gonna see in this clip in a video eventually, for sure. It probably won't be as in-depth as what Tars could make on it. I'm not forcing Tars to like make a video on it. I told him that I think he should because I think it's valuable. He was kind of apprehensive because of the fact that he failed to get the clear, but I think he opened up to the idea of it. Anyways, this was so he spent a lot of time and like there's more time put into this from other people and me and whatever. Is RNG involved aside from the usual crit RNG? Not really, funnily enough. Like Tars, when he analyzed this run, he like went over some specific instances. I can't remember where they were exactly. You might be able to see some of them. Like there was an instance of him getting interrupted once. There's an instance of him getting hit and having cryo applied, which slows down his attacks. Theoretically, there might have been instances where he could do more plunges. There's instances where he could do like 6 N1C theoretically instead of 5 N1C, but trying to do 6 N1C against this enemy is like nightmarishly, like trying to do that without doing dash canceling in particular is like, ugh. So like, no, but like the interesting thing that Tars seemed to find out is that this enemy does not have much RNG. Generally speaking, it does have some, though, kind of functionally in practice, aside from crit RNG. And Tars is fairly confident that, like, you know, it was very frustrating to have runs that failed because of Raiden failing to crit. Like that did matter, but it's a side effect of how breakpointy this enemy was designed to be. Like this would literally have not been nowhere near as difficult to fight if like there's just some specific things about how this enemy is designed. This team does have enough DPS to clear. It's just a nightmare scenario for most players, and it's really really interesting. So, and I gotta share it because there's so much time and effort that I could put into it. This will probably be in a Polearms video at some point, soon TM. But anyways. And dash away, dodge, go back. Reminder, by the way, getting hit by cryo slows you down, and you also get the corrosion at different points. So have to optimize Raiden combos. Have to, yep, got interrupted there. Have to optimize Raiden combos. Have to like try to play everything perfectly. Have to do things like pick up the pepper. Have to maintain Eon sub buff. Have to think about how Xiangling is hitting the enemy. Have to try to bait it into doing certain attack patterns. Have to make sure you perfectly dodge basically everything. Have to... I'll stop. I'll stop. There's so many layers here. This sequence in the second shield is so goddamn hard to do. He got so consistent at doing this. Yes, this is Tars playing on my polar mode cam. That's Tars crying of minor things going wrong. Yeah, a little bit of time lost there. And he got cryo applied too, right? Also, this is C5 Raiden, by the way. If this was C6 Raiden, this would have been easy. This would have been easy with C6 Raiden. It's the one context where it mattered. So, Tars was saying, you mother there, because this enemy, in case you weren't aware, so normally, right, it does, so when it goes into its shield phase, she consumes, watch her, see, she consumes that amount of her HP. So as long as she's not really low HP, she consumes right about 5% of her HP, right? So she does that once there, and then the second shield phase, right, she'll do it one more time here after this move, I believe. Yep, she consumed about 5% again. You can see that was the same amount of HP. When it has low HP though, what they apparently did is they changed it. Instead of it consuming 5% of her max HP, they made it do some kind of different system for how much it drains HP. And based on how much HP it had when she drained her HP, like you can see a tiny little tick when she went into the shield state here. So this enemy can't kill itself. It cannot kill itself. It's very likely that if they didn't do that cringe design, where like if it just always drained 5% HP, that this would have caused it to kill itself here, right? And so like this is an annoying bullshit breakpoint, right? Where like you just functionally need extra damage to clear this, and it's just annoying and cringe. I'm not going to go over the full nuance of this. It's a really complicated attempt to get to even this good. And how consistent Tars got to, like, Tars got really consistent in getting down to like probably 10-ish% HP left. But yeah, so this was really close, and there was minor things that went wrong that this clear could have cleared with like a little bit of better play. So like it's not really a crit RNG problem. Like obviously if more crits landed, it could have cleared too potentially. So if it doesn't have the HP, it shouldn't be able to shield. Yeah, that would have been a thing that they should have implemented too. Yeah, instead of it just modifying the amount of HP it consumes, it's so stupid. There's a number of things that like, this is a really cool boss to fight, but problems of being like this enemy and Tars's optimization against it. What I learned from this, and I actually gained appreciation. So before this enemy, I used to say that I would like, I didn't think a non-time challenge form of endgame is possible in Genshin Impact because of how broken defensive units are and etc. etc. This enemy proves. Stop glazing him so much. No, I'm not gonna stop glazing him. Sorry. This enemy proves that Genshin can have non-time challenges, because like just most people if they had no time limit probably couldn't beat this boss with this team. Like it's not easy. It's not easy to avoid all the hits. You like you get hit once by Raiden early on, like when it first does the first sequence of its attacks, right? So it does this instance of this. By the way, this initial setup thing wasn't that hard to figure out, but like he got super consistent doing that. You get hit by any of those 3 attacks, you get corrosion applied, you're dead. Raiden will not live. You permanently have corrosion on you. You cannot get rid of it. She will die. She will die. It'll take some time, but she will die. Like the only time you can afford to get hit by certain attacks later. But anyways, what Conan R is riding on, that doesn't matter. That's not the point. But she has C5. Like no, you don't use a goddamn C0. No shit. You don't use a C0 Raiden for dire difficulty. This is a dire difficulty attempt with the Fatui operative, with a Raiden team on a polearm only account. with there's so many layers of optimization here, it's maddening. But also is like, it's in some ways one of the most interesting and fun challenges to try, but also infuriating because of so many specific decisions they made. So anyways, you can use no cons against dire difficulty, a no con or a no con Raiden. Sure. I don't know. I'm sorry. I mean, if I sound a little annoyed there, it's because I get kind of annoyed when people don't properly understand the game and then they use the existence of cons to say like if this was a successful clear, someone in the chat would have been like, the only reason that was doable was because you had constellations. That just made it easy. Or something. Like people have that belief when like the fact that constellations exist that increase damage, they don't properly understand that even with a C6 Raiden this wouldn't have been trivial. But like if this had been a clear, like it doesn't matter that there's cons. It's just how much damage you need relative to what the content you're using in, right? If you're using a lower investment Raiden, like this kind of clear with the same exact team against the fearless difficulty Fatui, it has the same exact mechanics, same behavior, right? But if you're using a lower investment version of this team where it's the same exact balance, where this team meets the damage level that you need, but it's like needs fucking perfect everything almost going on. Not everything perfect, but like a lot of things played extremely well and not getting effed over by like certain instances of non-crits happening. You can get non-crits, but certain instances at certain times of the fight cannot fail crits. So like, it's true you can't do this without investment. It's not skill, it's investment in money. No, it isn't. Listen to what the fuck I'm saying, asshole. I'm sorry, I'm gonna call you an asshole because I think this is an asshole take you're having, Hamlet. There's no difference to the difficulty of what this was. If this was the same team, but we lower the investment level down, lower the artifact quality down, lower whatever, lower the damage down, right? Lower the cons, lower the whatever the fuck down. Lower it down, and then, we say we're doing the fearless difficulty. Same exact team, same enemy, same mechanics going on. The only difference is the team does lower DPS, but it still is the exact same situation of like the DPS hit like the original the threshold, right, of like it can beat it, but like it's a pain in the ass. It takes a lot of skill to get this. You have no fucking clue how difficult this was, to how much time and how much effort it takes, and like let alone like the amount of like cumulative knowledge like Tars has like gotten over time from things. Like it is an asshole thing and a disrespectful take to say something. It's not skill, it's investment in money. Don't spout bullshit if you haven't tried to do something like this yourself, okay? It's an asshole take. And it's fucking disrespectful to my friend who has spent hours and hours and hours and hours at me telling him, dude, please stop. It's like, I did not want you to spend this time. I was like, Tars, are you interested in trying this? It would be cool to see you try it. And then Tars, because he wanted to, spent so much time and he felt like he was getting stressed out at times. And I'm like, dude, you don't have to continue doing this. So yeah, I'm going to defend my friend who, spent a lot of time improving his abilities at this. And you being like, it's not skill, it's investment. If I had you play this team, I'd be surprised if you got past the first shield. That may be a little. I'd be very, very surprised if you got past the second shield. Very surprised. Very, very, very surprised if I gave this to you, Hamlet. There we go. Done with rage. Let's go play a video game. So, anyways, maybe I shouldn't have shown that in this stream, because this stream gets more random normies, and that's fine. It's part of why I do these streams, is because, it's just vibing with new content and whatever. But sorry, I don't normally get that annoyed at individual people, but the take that the existence of the ability to improve damage through additional investment. By the way, no money was spent for this. No money was spent for this. It's a polearm only account. You want to know why C6 Raiden why C5 Raiden happened? Well, okay, Welkins helped. Want to know why C5 Raiden happened? Because I got C0 Raiden originally, duh. And then Chevreuse released with Raiden, and I carried a guarantee all the way to that Raiden rerun banner, not on purpose specifically, but I just had a guarantee, and there was no other characters releasing that or rerunning that I needed to get. And then Chevreuse released, and Chevreuse is by far the best character on the account. And was an obvious character to get C6 of. It's C6 Chivalrous. And in getting C6 Chivalrous, I got C3 Raiden. Yeah, cool. And we got a guarantee, and then we won a 50-50 for C2, and then, or no, sorry, I think one of them might have been a 50-50 loss. I'm not sure. Anyways, we got decently lucky getting C3. That's my point. And then C4 and C5 happened, not on purpose, but because I wanted C6 Toma. Toma reran with Raiden last year, in like September last year, and I was like, well, I have 50,000 Primo Gems. Let's try to get C6 Toma. I needed 4 copies of Toma, and the game gave me 4 copies of Toma and 2 Raidens. And then I tried to get C6 Raiden, lost to 50-50, and I was like, C6 Raiden is not useful. That'll never be useful. That'll never be useful. Anyways, so why is everyone so upset? I mean, I was getting angry at someone claiming that this wasn't skill, and I started this, and to be clear, they might have joined in midway, but I started this with saying that this took fucking like 20-30 hours of effort. I think at least 20 hours to get to this point, and like how consistent Tars got. Like I tried fighting this thing with this team for like almost 10 hours myself, and I got like 3 attempts maybe total. I don't even know if I have footage of it that I could pull up easily. I got like 3 attempts total that got past the second shield at all. Like at the fight was almost over mark. Right? Like my play of this, 1 in every 50 attempts, I got to the point of this when there was 5 seconds left. So saying there's not skill and the amount of things that Tars was able to figure out for how this enemy works is actually incredible. I actually think it was incredible. So yeah, I'm gonna glaze Tars. I'm sorry. You can go check out his channel, Tars Blammo. But anyways, I should probably link it, I guess. Hold please. Channel trailer. So, the amount of time Tars put into this, he absolutely deserves a shadow. Limbo's a very good player. Yeah, Limbo was impressive in how Limbo put me to shame in that, you know, I had to spend hours to try to get a shitty clearing through 2 shields, and then in 30 minutes Limbo did the equivalent to what took me like 5 hours. I don't think I can easily give you mod resh without going into a annoying panel. Oh no, I can. Oh shit, there's actually a shortcut for it now. So anyways, you don't need to go and time out anyone. That person was being a butthole, sure, but they didn't need to get timed out. They were being a butthole, but I think they were being a butthole out of ignorance, and that's why I ranted against them. I want to emphasize, you're more than welcome to come in here and say whatever the hell you want, as long as it isn't like hating on people and whatever. What you said was disrespectful to Tars, but it was disrespectful out of ignorance, and that's fine. Right? So, anyways, Brap. Durin doesn't have a spear? Yeah, I wish he did. So, anyways, let's go play another video game. I need to do Zenless dailies real quick. Watch the update come out like before I even finish with Zenless. Yes, yeah, people in general, like in gacha games, but Genshin in particular, like the existence of like, oh, you can get improved artifacts and you can get constellations or whatever, makes so many people just discount that like Genshin has any skill expression at all, which blows my mind, because like they just haven't even tried. When's Genshin up? I mean, at earliest probably like 20 minutes from now. It's more likely to be like an hour from now. So anyways, Tars is not the best player in the world. There's a very good chance I could have. I actually considered asking Bote and a couple other players that like are really, really high skill players. Like Bote is a bonkers person. If you haven't seen any of Bote's stuff, Bote might have been able to do that on mobile. Yes, it's probably an hour still. 20 minutes was like very optimistic early. The only reason I didn't end up actually contacting Bote is because Tars got so invested in it, and I didn't want to like take a bunch of time away from Tars and like whatever. And ultimately for me, the conclusion of the video is going to be, yes, this instance and like the things that we know went wrong and could be improved still shows that it is doable. It was doable. We didn't get it because time is finite and whatever. Oh well. So anyways, Yeah, Bote is bonkers. I don't understand Bote. Bote is a robot, quite frankly. Bote is a robot. I don't know if he's Stygian optimization kind of good. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing that would be unknown. It would have been cool to have Bote try it, to be clear. Because like there's a lot of like enemy knowledge and enemy specific optimization that Tars had to learn after, you know, hours and hours of attempts and working through things. And Bote wouldn't have that by default unless Bote had been doing a bunch of stuff in Stygian. So yes. So, you playing Zenless while you? Yes. I'm going to close Genshin Impact right now. I had it open while I was yapping about things, but anyways. Bote physical venting, yeah. So, anyways, we'll play Zenless for a little bit. I think, my resources are definitely capped. I think I haven't done Hollow Zero this week. Asia servers are open already? Wait, are they really? What? Normally the servers go open for everyone at the same time. I should do ASMR. For a while when I first started on YouTube, I put the ASMR tag on. We'll do a max difficulty run, but let's go spend my daily resources yet. You pulled for Dial-In. I'm a filthy, terrible person. I got lucky getting Dial-In at a baseline and her engine. And then I realized I didn't spend any money. I'm a good boy. I didn't spend any money for once. Thank fuck. My Zenless luck is generally terrible, and I end up like blaming my bad luck for why I spend money, but really it's just me making terrible decisions that makes me have to spend money. Let's be real. But anyways, I realized like with wish refunds and whatever, I had enough to get to pity again after I got her in her engine. And yes, I know I could have gone for Hugo, but like getting Hugo M1 would mean I have to commit to going for Hugo M2 because Hugo M1 on its own is whatever. And yeah, reminds you of Lanya? Yeah. So, I don't know. She's really fun. Is she broken as fuck and the best character in the game? And did I need to get her engine and her M1? I got her M1, by the way. I actually won a 50-50 for the first copy, won a 50-50 for M1, and got her engine early. Like, engine was 40 pity, she was 40 pity, and then pity, normal pity, 50. Like, I got very lucky. Okay? But hey, I didn't commit any crimes. And I made the broken as fuck character even more broken as fuck. I don't care, though, because she's fun as hell. Sue me. Like, I don't care. Ling, your phone is ringing. Yeah. Was there M1 due? So the reason I started to really be tempted by her M1 is because I like doing double stunner things. And I was noticing when doing double stunner a lot, she wasn't having enough of her customer service points to be able to do her special gimmick at certain times. Like, I could very much tell that I was just a little bit off. And like, was this intentional? Probably, right? This is probably intentional to have this minor downside to it. Minor downside of the most broken character in the game is that when you try to do certain things, you don't just always get free ults exactly when you always wanted. Crazy. But then if for the people like me who like see those things, anyways, so this gives her more customer service points. And that lets you get more ults out essentially. And in particular, if you're doing like faster stunning, I would say, it can be meaningful. In a normalized context, like not doing double stunner things where I was noticing potentially the value of it, this can allow you to do setups that save resources in order to do like triple ults in stun windows sometimes, which is stupid. And then, oh yeah, and the 50%, it's also got the typical res reduction thing in the M1 that for some reason every supportive unit in the game has, but that's just whatever damage increase. So anyways, I haven't activated it yet because I want to get a better feel for it at M0, but customer service points, is this retail? Well, yep, she's a customer service agent. So I should turn up the sound effects so you can hear her phone ringing. But yeah, anyways, like for the Genshin viewers here, since I guess it's a waiting group stream, the closest equivalent I could probably give you is imagine if Raiden, this might be a weird comparison because Raiden's like not a support in most people's minds, but Raiden has this like part of this intent with her kit is like she refunds energy, right? So like part of Raiden's I think original kit intent is that she was balanced around letting you ult more on your other characters. Well, that's what Dial-In does in Zenless. She lets you use your ultimates more. Absurdly more. It's like if Raiden, instead of just giving a little bit of energy, Raiden, when you casted her burst, duplicated all bursts that you currently have active. So like, if you had Shanlian burst active, it doubles Pyronado or something. That's kind of like what I would do instead. Like completely bypassing any energy system and bypassing cooldowns. Shalon and C2? No, it's way better than Shalon and C2. It's way better. Way better. And like this is without getting the nuance of what stunners are in Zenless and whatever, which is there's no equivalent to stunning in Genshin. So like she gives you it's the equivalent of a hypothetical reality of Raiden, I think, just straight up bypassing cooldowns and energy. Like she just bypasses the normal balance of like resource limitations, because Zenless gameplay does not have cooldowns for abilities. It just has resources, and the way you gain those resources through doing different things in combat. And the resource you need for ultimates is normally something you like build up slowly over time. And she's just like, how about I give you one for free 3 times or 4 times? Okay. Like I actually don't understand what they were thinking with this character, quite frankly, but at the same time, she's fun as hell. And you're going to see that in a second. You're going to see why. She's Raiden, but good. Raiden, if Raiden was made to be very lean into her supportive... The idea of supportive utility... Sorry, it's going to be loud for some of the buttons and whatever, but doing it for a specific reason. I should have done it after doing this menu, sorry. Raiden, if rather than her weird balance of being a DPS or whatever, she was just leaning into... Wait, the server's open? Okay, well, I guess we're not going to do the Hollow Zero run. Is the server really open? That's the shortest maintenance I've ever had. Anyways, she's a customer service agent, and she has a phone on her back. And her phone rings as you run around. I cranked the volume so you could hear it properly. No? Okay. It was just someone's baiting. Alright. BS. So. Zenless made you a Genshin player? That's a rarity, I feel like. And, welcome. Welcome to the Genshin fold. Anyways. Ring ring. Ling ling. So. Thank you for checking. Yeah, I know people spam that. I thought it was, but right now is the timeline where it's like starting to be believable and whatever. So, anyways, claim that, whatever. We can't. No, it's illegal to wake up the dog. You are committing a crime if you wake up the dog. Change the time. We do not wake up Howl. Well. Alright. So, anyways, we'll go into Hollow Zero, and hopefully I will avoid the gear that fucks up things. Because there's gear in Hollow Zero that turns her more into a personal DPS rather than her supportive stuff, but her supportive stuff is what makes her fun, and I want to show that. So, anyways, but yeah, she's literally the most broken character in this game, and they're probably going to have to balance future characters in a way that makes her not as broken as she is. Because, like, she is a problem on, like, a meta level for Zenless right now, I would say. But on a fun level, man, she's just super fun. Like, it's like if Mawiko was actually just super fun to me. Or if Raiden was just super fun. But, like, it's the equivalent of if Raiden suddenly was, like, Raiden's release, and suddenly Raiden is best in slot with every single on-field DPS in the game. Essentially. Not every single, because she's not technically objectively better for, like, Anomaly or whatever. She's not terrible. Anyways. You play Miyabi with her. Trust me, it works fine. Anyways, will Shev come in second phase? I think there's a good chance. There's a good chance that it's going to be Shev, Gami, Eonson, the same as Varessa's first banner. Oh, it's just the red dot. Alright, so daily's done. Yep, okay, well, not I have to do the farming quick, but... Try to avoid that gear as much as I could, and it's still forced on me. Yeah, I'll try. Yeah, the gear it makes it so that when I'm going into the gameplay mode is like if you played Star Rail, it's like the roguelike mode, simulated universe, whatever. It's a fun gameplay mode. It has difficulty modifiers to make it like actually properly difficult to clear. Like if I use this team, I don't know that I would actually clear it properly. But $400 with C6 coming. Good lord. Wait, what did I just choose to farm? Fuck. I don't know what I just farmed. We'll find out. Oh, okay. That's I don't think I need it. Oh, the sound effects are too loud. I think I had at 1 before. Put it back to 1. Bam. Oh, cancel it. Do this instead. Ding. And then free alt. Keeping in mind that, so the alt resource is the little number in the top left corner, by the way. It's called decibels. And you need 3,000 to launch an alt. Monato had 400 there. And it doesn't, and when you get the free alt, it doesn't use decibels. That would have been a way to balance her, actually, if it, like, voided out any existing decibels you had. Who's that hot-ass guy? The man that will never come to Zenless. Or is never come to Zenless, and never come to Genshin. Sorry. Do I need this? I actually don't think I need that. Alright. I think I should farm the pen set. Actually, I have good enough. The only reason I need to farm this set more is if I end up getting Gish when I rerun, which I'm tempted by. But cat version of Arca. yeah, a little bit. Yeah, let me go do this. Yeah, Genshin is only allowed to have half of a Monato. So I have my fingers in the wrong button. Yep. Also, should I keep damage numbers on for people? I feel like I should turn them off. I don't like damage numbers on. The only reason I had damage numbers on here. The only reason I had damage numbers on was I was testing things. I turned damage numbers on to like test nuances of like different builds or make sure I'm playing a new character well kind of thing, but I generally actually turn them off in Zenless because it's too visually cluttered. Okay. Yeah, that could actually be good. Although most of the time I'm using this set on Soldier 11 now, not this set. But I like seeing pretty damage. All right, we can keep the numbers on if you want. If it's more visually stimulating. Hello, Lunigo. I wasn't able to get his outfit because I was lazy. I mean, I'm guessing you preferred the other one anyways. Wait, actually, I'm kind of curious what the vibe of people who are not familiar with Zenless at all and don't know anything about him, just going to judge him completely based on visuals. I'll show you his other skin, and we'll do a poll. See what people prefer. Stupid dude. He's every single animation. He's like, I gotta be dramatic. HP, I mean, I'll try it. Sure. But yeah, I'll go show it in a second. Skin. Yeah, it's just mostly an alternate coloring. He's a 4-star equivalent. Wipeout screen so clean, yeah, it's great. Half the time it does like characters aura farming, and half the time it does funny things. Oh, why did I do that? That was the wrong, whatever. Crap. Also, by the way, the big hands are because her chakrams are like portals, so she like punches through her portals, and then that's her hand like coming out of the ground wherever the portal is, and she does rock, paper, scissors to the portals. So Zenless has a lot of really nice attentions to detail and animations. Sure, try it. Okay. We can try that. Why not? Pen attack percent, sure. He has a JoJo reference in one cutscene. I didn't even notice it because I haven't watched JoJo. When I tried to watch like this is regarded as like the worst JoJo, so like I should try again. But like when I tried watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure originally, I fell asleep in the first few episodes. I did not care. Okay, bad gameplay, whatever. I'm farming, it doesn't matter. And clap. The sound effect is so good. So, anyways, drink water. Will do. Actually, do I have tea left? I have a little bit of tea left. I'll drink tea. How many viewers do I have on Twitch, by the way? I haven't actually checked. Wow, 131. Okay, good. I was originally considering not streaming on Twitch, but I figured, you know, there's people that prefer watching on Twitch, so I should. Yes, I'll try that. First 3 episodes are just a soap opera of Dio. Yeah, so maybe I should just skip those episodes. I don't know. I like weird shows, so I feel like I would eventually I would end up enjoying it, but monitor here.
No way.
So
Any idea how much makeup that'd take? Forget it.
a dude that acknowledges looking good requires makeup. Crazy. In America, you have any kind of popular celebrity male figure will forever pretend. Well, not all of them will pretend that makeup doesn't exist. Monitor's like, no, I just don't want to deal with it. It's a pain in the ass. Based. Anyways, this is his default skin, so it's mostly a recoloring, I think, based on the thing that happened in the story, whatever. But I like the black and white contrast, so.
How much makeup that'd take? Forget it. Take your time. I'm listening.
Oh, yeah.
I guess this
What's the vibe? I'll do a poll for funsies. Which skin is better? Red, black, blue. Wait, well, this is more like what? Blue, white. I'm just gonna do it as that. Start poll. There we go. And we'll do a Twitch one as well. Start /poll. Which skin is better? I'm just kind of curious because these people, you know, it's all people that like don't have any. Mostly it's viewers that don't have any stake in like the story, circumstances, or whatever. There's nothing like biasing them. It's just completely visual vibes. I like the blue and white contrast. That's the only reason I prefer it. Red, black, blue, white. All right. And I probably should have put that for 5 minutes, not 10 minutes, but whatever. Okay. Anyways, go level those pieces quick, and then we can go do a Hall 0 run. And then maybe we'll do some Risk of Rain or something. I should see if I can do Risk of Rain with people and with viewers. Oh, okay. Yes. Yes. Goodbye. I think well, let me double check. I do weird triple attack percent builds on Soldier 11, so that's interesting. How do you build Zhu Yuan? If you have dial-in, you use Puffer Electro now. If you don't have dial-in, you use Chaotic Metal, but it's like kind of awkward to manage the uptime on it because of the corruption effect, but that gets into nuances that I don't think are worth explaining right now, sorry. And I don't have Zhu Yuan, so I'm not going to be able to properly explain it anyways. 10 pity away from pity and 10 away from pity and Zenless, and I'm free to play, so I will lose my 50-50. I'm cooked trying to get dial-in. Best of luck, Aaliyah, I believe. Every single person in my chat when I pulled dial-in won their 50-50. I don't think I saw a single person in my chat that lost it. So surely you'll get it. I somehow caused everyone to win their 50-50 for dial-in. I can get one more win for you, surely. Anyways, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was checking. Do I have an attack percent piece already? I don't. Okay. Do I keep this? It's kind of cope. It's kind of a cope attack percent piece. I kind of feel like an attack percent slot war has to be 3 crit rolls. To be worth choosing. I lost my dial-in 50-50 when watching your stream. I think you're lying, Meow Meow. I don't believe you. I think you're making up reality. No, never mind. You're not lying. You just lost that 50-50 in order for Alaya in YouTube chat to win theirs. Does Zenless have bad power creep? There was concerns about it early on, and then they clearly chose to start balancing characters in a way that like definitely like it wasn't power creep. Like they set a DPS ceiling with a particular character release, a fox, and then kind of left it there as like, and it also like people figured out more nuances, Zenless's mechanics and whatever. Like there was definitely like a lot of unintended power level out of that one character. the devs did not properly understand how much damage that character could get. So that was like a concern for a bit, because like I was like, you know, the first few patches of Zenless was like, hey, it's a new character in Zenless, meet Zenless's newest, strongest DPS until next patch. But then that was only the first few patches, right? And they listened. And then there's this patch though. Then there's today, the new character Dialin. She's very power creep. And that's why it's like weird. Like I don't feel good about it, but she's also so fun. So, like I enjoy playing her so much. But I'm also like, the implication this has for how they're going to balance endgame in the future is concerning. So, servers are actually up? Oh, okay. Well, then I will do a Hollow Zero run while shaders compile. Toil play. We'll do a Hollow Zero, or sorry, we're not going to do a Hollow Zero run then. We don't have time, that takes too long. But I'll do a Deadly Assault run, sorry. But yeah, okay. We'll see if it's for real. But I believe it because Sylvia on my mod said it. Anyways, so I guess we're not doing a Hollow Zero run, but I'll still show you a run with oops, we don't need that up. My bad. Minimize that for now. It's just gonna run in the background. What character should I show? Well, you know, I'll show DPS Dylan. Why not? Jason's building up the hype for Banyue. Yeah, I'm tempted for him, but I don't know. I might go for him instead of Yi Xingguang. Yi Xingguang right now seems kind of boring. I'm not gonna lie. 100 bits. Just thought you'd say the servers are back up right now. Well, thanks for the $1. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it. Yep, it is doer in time. Hold please though. Any viewer polls? There was a few people that DM me about viewer polls, but I believe the plan is to do viewer polls for them all tomorrow. So I guess I want to do here. Let's go. Stop yapping. Oh, the lag. Oh boy. I'm running at 40 FPS. It's like I have 2 video games open or something. But if anyone wants to DM me on Discord, if you want me to do viewer polls, I'm open to it, but we're gonna have to take a second to do things. Yeah, sure, we'll just do this quick. Yi anomaly or attack? She's attack. But her game, I don't know, they're clearly tweaking things about her kit, so I'm not gonna get the contrast of the Zenless. the Zenless music with the Genshin music in the background is weird. I'm gonna mute Genshin in the background. It's verifying files right now and whatever. So, anyways, I cannot see shit with this team. Oh my god. The performance, my performance. I have 2 video games running. Why did I do that? That was dumb as shit. I wasn't thinking. I was looking at. Okay. Well, this is bad gameplay immediately, by the way, but it's fine. Yes. I'm running at 30 FPS. It's bonkers. All right. That. Yeah, that was a terrible usage of everything. That's my GPU of 4070, but keep in mind my GPU is streaming to multiple platforms right now and running Genshin and Zenless. And Zenless is a fairly performance-intensive game. That was terrible. What am I doing? Do this. Okay. Still not enough. See, this is M1 diff. Alright. Name of the orange hair girl? Orphe. Let's do Orphe first. Okay, cancel. Do alt. That. I should have done that. Okay. free ult, because why not? I can't see shit with numbers on, bro. I can't see anything the enemy's doing. I'm gonna trick him what I need to. Yeah. That initial screw up at the beginning was really bad. Ow. Oh my god, the lag. It's so bad. This is played really terribly, but whatever. Do this. Genshin's up. Yep, I'll be going into it very shortly. Oh no. Ain't no way. Ain't no way I don't have enough points. No. This is played so badly. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Anyways, you get the vibe. She gives free ults. It's fun. The game's lagging hell. Now you can't play well. Let's go get a Dragon Boy. Yes, Orphe is very fun. Particularly Orphe dial-in nuance is, I think, actually really fun. But yep. Anyways. Alt F4. Does combat even work in Zenless? Lots of swapping, lots of resource management. You don't have cooldowns, but you get like different resources from doing different actions on characters relative to their kit in different ways. It plays a lot differently than Genshin. Speaking of Genshin, let's make it visible. Sorry for blinding you. Actually, maybe I shouldn't have here turtle to make you not blind. What was the voting for the skins, by the way? Red Black got 64% on Twitch, and it got 70% on YouTube. Interesting. So people mostly prefer the red and black. Interesting. Okay. Good to know. I guess I have a contrarian opinion. Oh, why is Genshin's audio gone? That was weird. Because I muted it. There we go. Okay. No longer blinding. Alright. Alright. So I have Primogems. Wow. Chance encounter. Yoink. Take that. Let's go do his trial quick, of course, I suppose, but claim, that's fine. Yep, claim. Bap. That straight to level 5. Yay, how exciting. That fragile might be useful actually, so yeah. Go here. Oh, I haven't, yeah, I'm capped out, aren't I? Yep. Where's the boss? Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Alright, cool. We'll go there very shortly. And I can craft a new thing. How exciting. If I wanted, but I don't think I am. I think I will save those for the new artifact sets. Okay, yeah, look at that Dragon Boy. Look at that purple banner. Wait, that's new. What, they're trying to make you pull for Venti by making him sparkle in the banner? we got nice purple. This makes Venti seem like more the premier character than Durin. Okay. Weird, I guess. So, oops, I never dismissed the poll, did I? So, also we can unpin messages. Sorry, let me map. Fixing my pins that don't need to be up anymore because we're in the game. Okay, sorry. There we go. So yeah, my hope is to get. I have 40 pity. Thankfully, I got lucky last patch with getting Lonyan copies without having to go to pity. But I don't have a lot of pulls, and we shall see what happens. I would like to not have to spend monies, but inevitably, as a side effect of being a content creator, making stupid... Like, I want to emphasize if I end up having to spend money for Durin and or Venti, and or Yehoda, all of the above, it's because of, like, mistakes that I made that I'll probably go over, because I think it's an important lesson in I could have made better decisions Like I think what normal behavior oftentimes is something like I did, where like I got lucky getting Skirk, and then because I had extra pulls, because I got lucky getting Skirk at a baseline, I used those extra pulls on like Weapon Banner, or continue pulling on the banner for Dahlia copies and Skirk C1, and that was pulls that could have been saved to later, right? So, anyways, we'll see. We'll see if streamer luck engages. Let's do his trial real quick. Get a first impression. Oh my gosh, the red dots. Wow, Millie Astro Wonderland things. Yay, witch's homework. Oh yeah, oh boy, we gotta do those. This apparently takes 5, oh, it's even saying it right here, it takes 5 calendar days for the quest. So, yep. And, new FOMO gems for the new Archon quest. Okay, cool. Alright. Let's go claim that, I suppose. Let's go to Yehoda's first, actually. See how she feels. When you're 50-50, nice, congrats. Yehoda frequency, yeah, I know how it works. Flynn's? No. I want a DPS Yehoda. You know what we do? We do aura farming burst. And then we... Okay, there we go. That's a really weird feeling ability. I mean, so, by the way, she's like an off-field DPS. So. Or she, there's not much reason not to, is the point. That, and this is definitely not the ideal team to see. Oh gosh, okay. Her skill is weird. Oh, does she have the event weapon on her? Oh, that's funny. They gave her the event weapon. But you cannot get right now, I assume. 120 pulls, 1 Yehoda. Oh, good lord. I assume that's what happened to Utars. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Do I C6 Bennett? In my opinion, yes. Particularly if you want to do C6 Bennett with Durin. Do Venti. I assume Venti's going to have, yeah, information about his whatever. Okay. So yeah, he now can do, whoops, why did I twitch like that? He now can do main DPS things. They give him his new sig, I assume. Yup. They still give him AV, let's go. Yep, that's fine. Alright. 1 slime. Use burst. Yeah, he can't walk cancel. He can't walk cancel. As far as I'm aware, he can't. Oh, we have Doer in the trial? Okay. Sure. About, yeah. 60 enemies. Yeah, let's go. Alright, yep, I can see everything going on. Alright, cool. Yep, that was a trial and a half. Alright, so Durin, of course, is if you... he has 2 modes. He has a supportive mode and a DPS mode. If you do EE, he does a skill mode, or if you just burst before you do a skill, he does supportive mode. Or does his AoE pyro application that hits faster. He does pyro red or not pyro red shred. He does pyro red shred and whatever pyro reactions are triggered other than melt or so no hydro cryo red shred, right? But red shred for every other element in the game. On the supportive mode. And yep. So Dragon Boy sees animations. Nice. I'm seeing how his charge attack cancels work. Okay. They don't. They don't. Okay. If you charge attack on him, this can do a lot of damage if you on-field him, potentially. Like, it's worth doing. But you just spam it. Okay. You just spam it with your stamina. That's all. You don't cancel it. Alright. Good to know. Yeah, if you do E normal attack Q, though, you go into dark mode, where he buffs his own vaporize. He basically gives himself the equivalent of, like, 300 EM more, maybe. I'd have to double check what it is. It's reaction damage bonus he gives, but it's equivalent of EM and for vaporize and melt specifically. So if you're doing him as an off-field damage dealer with him being the one that triggers vaporize off-field, not like an on-fielder or melt off-field, that's potentially damage mode you want to do. But most of the time, I think most endurance teams will do the support mode, but it just depends how you're playing him. If you're trying to main DPS him on-field, obviously you do Dark Doer mode. But we'll do support mode first. Brap. Oh, wait, I didn't do the additional skill. I'm a dumb. Brap. There you go. Yep. Oh, great. Now I have to wait for cooldown because I'm a dumbass. It wanted me to do EEQ. You can technically do EQE. You'll still get me in support mode, but it said, no, don't do it that way. Alright, fine. I'll do your tutorial your way. Alright. I'll wait for cooldown, then we do a normal attack instead. Wow, tutorials. E, normal attack. Q. Why does it fade the whole screen? It doesn't let me see the animations. I know it's a tutorial, I understand why, but... Alright. Will things survive a rotation? We got Klee Albedo. Alright. Let's see how updated Albedo does here. Crap. Alright, E support mode. I forgot to E again, god damn it. Damn, Klee. How's Klee feel? Yep, she feels a lot faster. Crazy. Alright, do this. Alright, E normal attack, do dark mode. Yep, that's more purple, or more dark. Wow, 68k mounts, nice. I like how they're sneakily selling Klee here too. Wow. Alright, yeah, that's fun. Alright, cool. Yep, he matches pretty much how I expected. I figured I was going to have to... the main thing I'm going to bungle up is, like, accidentally not... Like, I'm going to get in the habit of, like, doing EEQ or something. Or different things. And there's like, some energy min-maxing things you can do, like, in Abyss in particular, by doing Q first, because you start with energy. And then doing his E, because he refunds energy. But there's not a ton of nuance to how you actually use him, unless you're using him on field a little bit, but... He's a pretty simple character to play. It's just remembering if you do dark mode or not. So yeah, let's do our pulse quick. We'll go to pity, and then depending on what happens, we'll go. My resin is capped, but whatever, it's already been capped, so who cares? Yeah, so I have 40 pity, a decent bit of primogems, but definitely not enough to guarantee. Not quite. I should be able to use Star Glitter and whatever. And yup, we'll see what happens. I would love to get... I need to get Yoho to C0 because I want to mess around with her DPSing at C0. If I find teams I enjoy playing, I like the feel of, I probably will continue wishing for her C6 in particular because I like the idea of going for Venti. Because Venti... Yeah, there's all DPS Venti, and DPS Venti is part of what I would be doing. But I want to do DPS Venti, like, dual carry DPS Venti with DPS Lanyon, because it should just be Lanyon's new best team, technically, at least at, like, C0, 5-star investment level. Venti, Durin, Farazan, C6, Lanyon should be DPS Lanyon's best team, technically, instead of, like, Bennett Farina. Like, Durin-Venti combo with Venti's changes should be better, because Venti actually gives a damage bonus buff to any character on field that swirls. So we can give damage bonus to Farazan and damage bonus to Lanyon. And that's pretty dang good. And frees me from having to use Bennett as well. So I could use Bennett on other teams. Like, the Hexeride changes and Durin give so many more options for DPS Lanyon teams. It's crazy. Like, I'm no longer restricted. Like, that's where Durin's going to get played all the time for me, realistically. It's just Lanyon. And this is partially an excuse. I intended to have a like C6 DPS Lanyon video out in the previous patch when Lanyon was running, but ended up getting postponed for various reasons. And then now I was like, okay, well, Durin's really... I was originally just going to yap about Durin and Venti in that video, but now I'll actually be able to potentially play them. So, anyways, 4 stars are pain. I potentially want all the Yehodas. I already have C6 at 4 stars, so they're just wish refunds for me. Yes, this weapon is interesting if you want my banner review quick. Banners are worth going for if you have, like... If you don't have any 5-star swords or bows, this is a more compelling banner. The 4-star weapons are shit. The Durin's weapon is less good than going for his cons, especially if you want Yehoda constellations, Farazan constellations, Bennett constellations. I don't really think many people should wish on this banner. I don't think it makes sense. But if, you know, you really, really want to get the most out of Venti in particular, I think this weapon is the weapon more worth getting, more than Durin's weapon, which is just like a minor value add, I think. But anyways, can't complete Venti's trial for some reason. I didn't have a problem, but yes, freedom for Freya. So Yes, I think I'm really going to enjoy Durin for Lanyon, even without Venti. Like Durin Bennett, Lanyon is a very with Farzan still is a very compelling alternative to Farina just at a baseline without doing double Hexerai, right? So, anyways, 50 pity. Okay, it's fine. We're gonna get all the Yahoders. We are going to be a witness. We'll channel the VA's meme. We're going to be a witness. The first 4-star is going to be blessed with Yahoder. Witnessing now. Now. Frick. Now. Is there a 4-star? Easy. Why does she have no voice line? Did I mute it? Ah, shit. No. I know why. I had it. Oh, no. No. No, where's the voice line? I know why. It's because I was recording something. I didn't want them yapping in the background when I was recording for an idle line. No, Frank. But that's good. That's a very good first pull. We already got the baseline Yehoda that I need. No stress about. No, I don't have to pull an extra 5-star to get a C0 4-star. Crazy. That could have happened. All right. Anyways, I may as well send her and get a standard wish, I guess. But, Blap, she should be a very fun character. We'll probably do some messing around here. To see how she feels to play. Wait, I was going over there, actually, not for that. I was going over there for, I guess we can star her. Yep. Look at her smug face in the profile. Yeah, let me enhance. Look at her. Look at her smug face there. Anyways, all right. Where's your voice line? Is the polling voice line viewable here? Does anyone know what it is? Is it this one? No, it's not that one. Am I gonna have to go watch the friggin' someone else polling Yehoda to be able to see what it is? It's hello, is it?
Hey.
Oh yeah, it is. Okay.
If you've got a commission, spit it out. As long as the pay's right, I can help you with anything. Most things.
I mean, no, Yehoda is a jack of all trades, master of none, and that's the best thing you can be in Genshin Impact for fun. Is a cat girl and a jack of all trades. Anyways, Yehoda, for what it's worth, has the potential to be the Anemo DPS that I always wanted, in that she's not an Anemo DPS, she's an Anemo unit that can convert her damage, if you have 2 knock cards in the team, that can convert her damage to Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, or Electro. She's potentially clunky with it, and if I end up enjoying it as much as I think I will, I'm going to want C6, because, anyways, so she doesn't replace, like, my enjoyment of Lanyan, she's going to be a modal DPS. Anyways, little cat anime smile, yeah, so... Anyways, it's 60 pity. Okay. And we're gonna get more Yehodas. Realistically, most Yehoda's constellations aren't... Like, the conjunction of them all together is impactful, but everything from here is, like, progress towards C6. So I want them. If I can get Yehoda... If I somehow get Yehoda C6 today, I'd be overjoyed. Well, that's the Farzan. The dream is dead. I mean, Farazan is wonderful, but I've had her C6 for a little while now. Okay. 70. Alright. And yes, I have some backup pulls prepared already. Wow. It's the best weapon. It's Columbine, a signature weapon, guys. I am witness to a Farazan. Okay, well... I apologize, I'm stealing people's Farazans. I just want Yehoda. And there's a lot of people that probably just want Farazan. Alright, that should be pity. Okay. I have no capturing radiance. Well, we didn't see it, so obviously I wasn't capturing radiance, but I'm on a 1 loss streak. I lost a 50-50, then I got guaranteed never, so... Wow. Hello, my dragon friend. I like you. It has. It's been a long time since I had a pyro unit I liked.
But as you can see, I'm not really mini anymore. Do you find my appearance strange? To tell you the truth, it's still a little strange to me.
No, you're not strange at all. Well,
I hope you don't mind if I ask you for help.
that's fine. It is strange that you can't fly very well, but, you know. There we go. Isildurin. Venti is relevant for Lanyon. What other justification do I need? Can you... Bruh. Other people need Farazon. Other people need Farazon, okay? 3 copies of Farazon is a little slap in the face. I just want Bennett, yeah. We're gonna have to go onto my... Actually, I'm gonna see if we can get Bennett on... Bennett and Durin on my casual account, but I only have like 30 pulls, I think. Okay. Can you... It's a bow. Can we be witness to Yehoda? Man, we got... Oh no. We got... Oh no. Oh no. We got lucky with one Yehoda and then the game just like, nope, no further. Only luck is allowed once. Okay. Luck only allowed once today, apparently. Unless we get C6 Yehoders right now. God damn it! Okay. Obligatory 4-stars are paying to acquire because, you know, you can get, it's a 50... Hello, cat. I like you. You're wonderful, but I need a different cat girl, please. I just 4 Farazons, 1 cat, and 1 cat that I actually wanted. Okay. Should I just use them? I guess it's worth mentioning where these were acquired from. Guess what, guys? This stream is technically sponsored by... Here, can I do the command? LD shop. Oh, here. I'll do a proper call out LD shop. Obligatory. I am sponsored, you know. Whatever. But I don't think... I'm going to preface this. I don't think you should do top-ups if you weren't already going to do them anyways. Right? I do not think you should use the existence of a sale to be the reason you are spending the money. But if you're going to do top-ups anyways, you can use a service like LD Shop to save on some money. So anyways, let me do my stupid sponsor real quick, and then we can get back into polling. Because I won a 50-50, and now I want a greed for Venti 50-50 win. Is LD legit? It's where I got the top-ups that I bought. LD Shop didn't give me these, by the way. LD Shop did not give me these. I bought them. So anyways, that link will give you, that I put in the live chat. If this is in the edited video, there will be a different link in the description. But I get 10% back, I think, on those. Full clarification. So it's a way to support me if you want, and you know, you can save some money. But yeah, LD Shop with, let me open a URL or open the actual website. So yeah, I use these services, like all these discount. I shouldn't say this maybe when I'm sponsored by one of them, but whatever. Let's not get yelled at by my sponsor. For talking about other services. Okay, there we go. I got it up. Look at Durin boy. Look at him being cute. Got cat girl on 30 pulls. Nice. You got C5 Yehoda. How dare you? Sorry. Anyways, so you can see it says up to 37% off right now. They usually do like one time. Why is it in French? I am not the Jeff. Get this French out of my face. There we go. English. So you can see new users get a like a extra discount code of like usually extra 15% coupon. And then they usually do like an extra discounted code. So you can see a version 6.2 limited code for $75. So this is like the $100 top up in game. You can get about 25% off. There's a little bit of like sale fees, like if you use a credit card that has, you know, credit card charge. They charge like a couple extra percent. So it'll cost like $77 if I did this, right? And yep, that's pretty much it. So that's a minor factor. Add a couple percent on top. It's not tax. It's technically them just charging you like the sale fees that the credit card companies normally take and that companies just eat. Anyways, why am I saying this? It's unnecessary details. I'm just explaining why there's a fee when you go to the checkout screen. But yeah, you can buy Welkins if you just want to buy Welkins, right? You can get a Welkin for only a few dollars. With the sale fees, it's going to be like more like $4. But in my opinion, by the way, I don't think you should buy these guarantee bundles. These are the guarantee bundles is like, this gives you, I think, 180 pulls. But like you never need 180 pulls, right? That's unnecessary. Don't spend money you don't need to spend. The ones I usually, if I end up doing top ups, the ones I use is just like the one-time ones that you get like once per patch usually. Because after you buy like this one, I believe it goes to like $80, right? It's like $5 more expensive. Still cheaper, but you know, you get the point. Anyways, and you just need your UID. You just select your server. Make sure you double check your UID. So like my UID is 645-208-216. And then it just goes in, you know, interfaces with whatever top up service so that it can connect to your account and give you the primogems, right? And yeah, I've never heard of anyone having any problem with LD Shop. I've never had an issue with them. So yep, the only problems I've seen people have with these services, as far as I can tell, was when they entered their UID incorrectly, because there's no way to get a refund. Well, you might be able to get a refund by like doing chargebacks or whatever. Why am I talking about this? Don't do chargebacks. You know, unless you want the company to never sell anything to you. But anyways, type your UID correctly. Be smart, and you can save some money. That's all. You can save up to like 30%, right? Should you spend money in Genshin? Can you enjoy it without spending money? Absolutely. I think you should avoid it. But, you know, and I want to emphasize, if I had made decisions differently, if I had not gone for C1 Skirk, if I had not done extra pulls for getting C6 Dia, if I had not made some of the decisions I made, I could have, you know, definitely gotten Venti, gotten Durin, gotten C6 Yehoda probably even, without spending any money here. So, there you go. Durin a must pull. I think if you value team building options, Durin is really, really valuable. Is he going to be best in slot for Sandrone? I have no idea. Who knows what Sandrone's kit is? But he can buff Geo Res Shred. So, like, he is a Geo buffer, which is rare. But yeah, I think playing Genshin without money is the most painful experience ever. Yeah, I think all gacha games are kind of made to be painful if you don't spend a bit of money. Anyways, is this going to even get us to pity? I don't know. Hopefully it does. Hopefully we get to see at least another 5-star. Oh, well. Asking ye shall receive, apparently. I just realized this might mean that I might end up with Venti and Durin with only one copy of Yehoda. Which, if that's the case, this proves my point. Hello, Bennett. Oh, okay. I was going to say this proves my point that 4 stars are equivalent rarity to 5 stars. I mean, as long as there's not 2 Yehodas here, but hello, Yehoda, thank you. If there's not 2 5-stars here... Oh, sorry, 2 5-stars. If there's not 2 Yehodas here, I've gotten equivalent Yehodas as I have 5 stars. Yehodas are the same as 5 stars. 4 stars is the same as 5 stars. This is why I'm glad that they're actually just making 4 stars better nowadays, is because they're such a pain in the ass to acquire that they should be basically as good as 5 stars, at least with cons. Hello, Venti.
That was a refreshing sleep.
Well, I'm very happy about an early Venti. My resources, though.
You don't remember me?
I remember. You know what? I'm going to include a clip in the edited video.
Once again. I must see to it that the bards of the world tell the traveler's tales.
Venti is made up. You know what? This is classic Venti because no one has watched this video of mine. I went to the Genshin concert 2 years ago, and it was a cool experience going to the Genshin Impact concert. I wished for Venti while Venti appeared on screen in the projector, and they were doing like Mondstadt Venti music or whatever. And I timed the poll perfectly by accident. When like I got there and I tapped through the polls in the 5-star, I'll probably include a clip here because this is a great moment and I want to share it with people. I don't have it up ready for the live stream, sorry. But it was a 50-50 loss to Mona. And you know what? And until the buffs where he can buff Lanyon now, until the buffs where he buffs Lanyon now, I kind of was stubbornly like, you know what, fine, Venti. If you're not going to show up when I did the most thematic thing possible, I'm never going to get you. But now that they've changed his kit and he buffs Lanyon, who cares? My prior logic doesn't matter. But I will say it's kind of classic Venti to come around with a random early, because this is what Venti does, right? He just fucks off for 7,000 years and then he randomly shows up to be drunk. And he's going to be drunk the entire time on my account. Only being used with Lanyon. There was 2 Yehotas in the poll. What? That makes up for all the Farazans. Holy shit. Alright, we have C2 Yehoders. Fuck. What do I do now, by the way? I have C2 Yehota and I got both 5 stars. Fuck. The reason not to get Durin constellations is Durin constellations are really good. And they'd be enjoyable with Lanyon. Don't get me wrong. I want Lanyon to be as broken as possible. And I'm not against the idea. And if I got C1 Durin, I would absolutely do a full attack build on him. I don't need to maximize Durin's damage. Turn him into a full buffer. Stop. But Yehoder. Like, you don't understand. Yehota. Like, you don't understand how fun the potential. Like, I should play her first. But, like, I'm like 98% confident. I'm like 98% confident that this will be one of my favorite units to like play in the game. Like she can be an off-field DPS of whatever element I choose. And C6, like I don't care about C6 for buffing Nefer. I don't care about C6 for buffing Flins. I don't care about C6 for buffing Columbina, whoever in the future. I care about C6 for buffing Yehoder. So, and we just got lucky with her. She's trying to prove me wrong that, you know, 4 stars are equivalent to... I mean, I've gotten 3 Yehodas and both the 5 stars on banner, so... Like, this is already very lucky. Like, I already got very lucky. I want to emphasize. I already got very lucky. But I want more. I want my Yehodas. Give me all... Witness them all. Worst case scenario, I lose all my polls. Yeah. This video is sponsored by LD Shop. I want to emphasize I'm a content creator. I can do stupid decisions, okay? If I wasn't a content creator, I think I would make better decisions. But I get rewarded for them constantly. Alright, let's go. Alright. Okay. That's fine. Durin good for DPS Mona? Yeah, for sure. Alright, C4 Yehoda, manifesting. We are witnessing the easiest C6. No, there's nothing else here. Okay. Come on. Alright, that's fine. Hello. The magnanimous, all-knowing, catch, meow, bomb. Sir. Sir. Money wasted. I mean, I got Venti and Durin. I like, come on. I double Boga Ben indeed. Can I actually complain? I don't think I can actually complain about anything. But go. I should make a video on you, but Sayu, you are everything. Sayu is everything Yehoda. Sayu dreams of being everything Yehoda is. Alright then. Well, wrong Animo 4-star indeed. Okay, that's fine. And now we're at like 50 pity. So, you know, not getting many Yehodas there is kind of rough. Please, witness the wonderful catch. Yehoda C6. Or that's I meant to say C4. I cursed it. Frick. Okay. Frick. Better hope he doesn't get a gene. I mean, a gene would be fine. I wouldn't complain. Gambling too close to the sun, yeah, a little bit. See, I didn't even know this was going to become an edited video. I think going for C6 Yehoda makes it a more justifiable video. Oh, God. And you know, I can show the process of buying on LD Shop. I can properly show the process of buying on LD Shop. No, I should be a good boy. Cause like I'm either going to get a constellation, or I mean, if I lose a 50-50, then it's a guarantee for. But if I lose a 50-50, I probably won't have C6 Yehoda yet, right? So like, I think I'll lead this at C0. I think I want to record some stuff with C0 Yehoda first before I activate anything. So I can like contrast. If I do end up with Constellation 6, I can compare and contrast. No real reason not to. I mean, if I'm spending more money, I am definitely making this into a wishing video, and I'm not going to apologize for it because I want to make my money back. I'm not going to apologize for that. Sorry. Maybe I'll turn off ads since it's a sponsored video. I don't know. We gotta do the Hexen quest to level him. I don't think you have to do the Hexen quest to level Durin. But, oh yeah, let me quit my build. Doopy. I know this is like a drip impact sin. I'm well aware. I apologize. Here, I can slightly address this maybe. But like the weapon's really good on him. Where do you do it? I don't even remember. Weapons? Where the fuck is it? Oh, there it is. Here it is. Okay. Weapon. That's kind of ugly as fuck too. Okay. Never mind. That doesn't really fix anything. Shit. Well, they're both terrible. Honestly, whatever. Okay. R1? No. Fuck no. Absolutely not. No, we ain't R1ing. Sorry. Why? Because I don't really care about the bow enough. I have too many good bow options already. And I like Jade Spear or Jade Cutter in particular, if I am using Durin without doing double Hexen Circle, is barely worse, or I think can actually be situationally better. I don't remember the exact context, but like Durin's weapon isn't that good for Durin's damage. It's better. It does a little bit of on-field buffing, but like to really get value out of Durin's weapon, you have to do double Hexen Circle. And me, with all the shenanigans I like doing, I don't feel a need to have to do double Hexen Circle. But yeah, to unlock this passive, you do have to do the Hexerai homework quest. You have to go do your homework. You have to go do your homework to unlock this, and this gives him more res shred. In his supportive mode, it goes to 35%, and then you get more damage bonus as well in his dark mode. So you do want to do the Hexerai quest. It is part of his power level, and I believe it literally takes a couple minutes to do. So there's no reason not to do it. But anyways, let's go fight the boss quick, and then we'll go here. Let's go do. I do not have the resources to level Venti immediately, by the way. I don't. I just don't. It's gonna take me some time. So, yep. You were here for friendship. Let's do. Where did Dragon Boy? Where my boy? There he is.
I'll be right behind you.
Good. Bap. We should put Farzan back. I don't know why I removed her.
Need the
Do
help
that.
of an elder, huh?
Okay. Do this. And then we can equip his build. I will be using the Bless for now. Right now, Bennett's also on a Bless in this team, but that's fine. Because I'll probably be using Venti instead, most likely. Yoink. Where is it? What? Oh, there it is. I'm blind. That. And Bennett should if I do use Bennett in this team, he should theoretically be on instructors. Because Lanyan has direct EM scaling damage. So brutal summoning session, 165 pulls for Durin and pulled an almost bow. Oof. My condolences. I apologize for stealing your luck. I feel like Mihoyo really is making the gacha seem. This last 6 months of me for Genshin has been making the gacha seem much more generous than it normally is. Like, I've been getting so lucky lately. Wait, why do I have 5 Ps? Oh, well, I have to figure out an off piece, I guess. Oh, I know what off piece was this piece. Yeah, derp. Yeah, there we go. Off piece circlet. Bam, there we go. he'll be over 200 crit damage when I finish ascending him. So let's level a little bit. Bap. Durin C1 good? Yeah, his Constellation 1 and Constellation 2 are... Like, if you want the Foresters in the banner, it's better to go for that than going for the weapon. So, I can't do any more, duh. Alright, So I'm all pre-farm, by the way, other than for these. So, just gotta do his boss farming. And we'll deploy. Alright. And I am planning to crown his skill, by the way. So, for anyone that doesn't know, he directly... Let me remove this. He directly refunds energy on his skill, and this increases with talent level by 3 energy per. So at talent level 10, he refunds, when you use his skill, he refunds 33 energy. He's a 70 burst cost. So leveling his skill isn't super relevant for the damage it deals, but it's very relevant for the energy. Like, you should probably have this at minimum at level 8. Should strongly consider maybe going level 9, I'd say, for 30 energy. I'm going to crown it because I value energy over damage. So, yep. But I also need to save some of my resources now for Venti. So, I was originally planning on leveling his normal attack talent to level 8. That might have to wait a little bit. That's fine. All the fun things. I don't think on-field Durin will be fun, but I think I'm not going to play that much. And I can show on-field Durin doing on-field things without having his talents leveled up. It's going to be mostly the same experience. So I guess I'll save the materials for that for Venti. Venti wants all of his talents leveled up by the way. It's I'm super happy you showed up, dude. I'm really happy you showed up. I think you should be a really fun character now. But also, you're a pain. Sorry. I think I'll give him Skyward Heart. I think that will be the play. You are a pain in the ass. And I think I'm going to try my VV on him because I have some kind of goated VV artifacts. And close your eyes. This is a cracked Animo Goblet. It might make you cry. That. And oh, Kazuha, I guess, is getting Kazuha's getting an unleveled flower. I'm sorry, Kazuha. And Bap. There we go. Obviously, Venti's damage is now relevant, and 92, 194. That seems okay. Seems okay. All right. Okay, enough procrastinating. Let's not have our resin be overcapped forever. Let's go finish. That's not the right boss. Don't do that. Navigate to there. How do I get there? Oh, from here. I see. Okay, cool. Durin and Yehud acquired. Nice. Congrats. How worth is going for C0 Durin? So, I would say it's quicker to say the characters that he isn't useful for, but even the characters he isn't useful for, you know, he could be used to like in like wheelchair team comps. Like DPS Chi-Chi doesn't fundamentally change, for example. Like cryo DPSs don't fundamentally change the damage they deal with Durin, but Durin can still be valuable. And what about wings on him? Durin could still be valuable for anyone. Like it's his ultimate form. Okay, you know what? In their stream preview, I for some reason didn't like this one as much, but because it lost like the brighter pink little heart on his chest. But I don't know, something about the contrast, it does look a little bit better. So, all right, cool. Glider though. All right. Clearly, we gotta look. I have to match my Jade Cutter. No. Purple, presumably. Yep, that's pretty good. I feel like there's no other option. Like his animation, yeah, his animations are good. Why can't he just use his own wings though? For real, like, why? It's not bad. The blue ones aren't bad, but yeah, no, this is the only choice. No, not that. This is the only choice. There we go. Any early Yehodacon worth getting? So I'll probably do a little bit of testing of seeing how relevant C1 is. C1 is weird in that I think this is only relevant in AoE. Well, no, it's probably relevant in single target too. So this is like a minor DPS improvement, but a little bit weird in RNG. C2 is activates multiples of her passive talent at once. So this passive talent can make her heal more with Hydro Absorption, do more damage with Pyro, attack more, her burst frequency I believe attacks more, and then the cryo one's for useless. So like the most relevant thing would probably be like maybe doing cryo and pyro at the same time, it could be a minor damage improvement, but it's like kind of whatever. And then C3, unfortunately, is burst talent level, and that's just for healing, so it isn't particularly relevant for her damage. C4 is energy, which is nice. And then C5 is her skill talent level, which is where her DPS potential is. And by the way, you don't have to burst on her for her damage mode. Bursting is just for healing. It's not bad to do. And C6 is probably her biggest DPS increase. So like C1 maybe, but like probably not. Like I don't think the difference between C0 DPS Yehoda and C1 DPS Yehoda is worth risking for if you've already gotten the 5-star, right? Unless you also can get value from like the other characters on banner potentially. So I love the green wings. They look so bad. I mean, I might embrace the green wings for the terrible contrast with Jade Cutter. He's an off-fielder. It's fine. You're never gonna see it. Yeah, see, you never see it. It's always in front of him. Although it looks extra bad when he has the fire on it. Oh god, it looks extra bad. Oh, I'm normally... Oh, it looks so bad. Oh, I'm normally not a drip impactor, but like... No, I'm not pulling a Sig. I'm not. It ain't worth. I need Yehoda C6. I don't know why I did DPS mode, but... Oh, what? I didn't get people? What the fuck? How fucking tanky is this thing? What the actual hell? Alright, I don't think I have the red shred passive unlocked, do I? Plus he's not, you know, doing any damage. Oh no, I do get the red shred passive. Alright, cool. Alright, bap. Oh, yep, he doesn't get any energy right now, so... Hey, that's a showing of why the energy talent is relevant. Okay, this thing has resistances, I believe, until its little pyro meter charges up, which is annoying as hell. Alright. Yeah, okay. But, since we can just kind of wail on it. Alright. I should probably use a stronger team, though, to kill it faster. For convenience sake. Well, I kind of want Friendship Unduring, though. Yeah, what? Screw it. I'll just... It's Durin Day. Actually, I should have leveled him up, but so I could get his talent level. Our conquest starts with Catherine. Interesting. Okay. Boy, it would be nice to have energy. God damn it! I don't have the benefit up because. Yep. How did I not get infusion? What the fuck is happening? Do I really keep on... Oh, it's because I don't have Druid first going. Duh, I'm a dumbass. But also Bennett is screwing me. Did they change something with Lanyan? Did they make DPS Lanyan work? Okay, what happens when you break your shield? You get a cryo shield? Bruh. It takes 5 years to build up your shield, and then you get a cryo shield? My guy. What is this enemy? Oh, I am not looking forward to this thing being an abyss. Oh boy. It's over. Oh my god, can I get a Pyro Infusion? I didn't have to, it's fine. Doing a good pull for overall account well. Nuvilet, Kanich, Raiden... I mean, do you have with Nuvilet, Kanij, Raiden, and Arlecchino? I say yes. I say strong yes, assuming you still want to continue playing those characters. If your intent is just to pull non-cry characters from now on, like Columbina and leading into, you know, lunar reaction meta, then potentially no. But he can work with those characters too potentially as well. So you know, it's not actually that much of a no. Okay, I wanna let me level up my boy. Let me level up the boy. I like how for this waiting room stream, this freaking waiting room stream, I yapped about characters coming out for like 3 hours and then did 2 minutes of Zenless content. It was a very short maintenance, I feel like, but you know. Anyways, okay, so that flame, and then in level that, get some energy. Okay. Alright. Bam. Oh, haven't done 3 runs yet. Yep, okay. That's fine. Hopefully we can do this a little faster now that we have Durin leveled. All attack. I think you're a little bit behind, Jason. But the reason... So, if I end up getting Durin C1 and going for Yehoda C6... so, Durin C1's kind of like Sealali C1, but, you know, he actually does damage for us. She's more supportive oriented. Like, I think C1 Sealali is like a little bit more of an actual damage increase for your... like, the number you see on characters, generally speaking. But anyways, this scales fully on his attack. Like, it's a flat buff based on his attack. And, there's some specific nuances of this that I think are really fun. I think this is one of the most fun constellations in the game. His C2 is stronger on, like, a meta level. And this is a ridiculously strong constellation for, like, animo DPSing, by the way. But, I mean, it's just a strong constellation in general. This is, like, what if Farina buff on top of all other things that Durin do? Okay, sure. That's kind of what that is. But, anyways. Do. Right.
Have fun with this gift. Dare to mess up. Hell's be gone. Bye.
Stupid enemy with his resistances.
We'll see about that.
See, this is the real reason to have overpowered teams nowadays.
Everybody stand
It's to deal with enemies like this, so you can farm them without having to think about it in 2 seconds flat. Oh, what the baloney? Oh my god, bruh. Not doing too much pyro and making it take longer. Oh my god. I can't. I actually can't.
see about that.
It's taking longer to fight now because I do too much pyro. Okay, so I have to not do a Durin burst the second rotation to fight this fast enough. Oh my gosh. Great. Yes, I'll lock that. Okay. How many do I need total? At this point, we can probably from the full amount I need. Got 2 5-stars in a row. It was Kaching. My condolences. Kaching might get buffed eventually. Kaching is still actually fairly usable today, but not incredible for sure. Sorry, my brain. I need 12, 28, 32. I need 40. Okay. Does anyone want to join co-op? I guess if you want to join co-op, I'm down. I'm stuck under it. We can farm in co-op if anyone wants to request to join. You can bring your overpowered characters if you want. Although if I end up clearing slower, I might let new people in. But I would prefer clearing faster. God damn it. God damn it. I forgot to not do Reverse the second time. Oh, I can't believe you cleared this boss slower by interfacing with this mechanic right now. Oh no. Oh no. I don't have any fire on it, so I didn't, yeah. Oh no. It's probably not as much of a problem in Abyss as it is now, but crazy. That's a 3-liner or 4-liner. Oh, I guess I will never see what the instructor's artifact was. Nope, not relevant. Alright. Ah! Venti. Alright, let's go Venti. How strong is your Venti, Meow Meow? No one else want to join? Well, we are clearing slower, Meow Meow. No one wants to bring an overpowered character in? You want to flex your build? Alright. Well. Oh yeah, you have to teleport, don't you? Okay, that's true. I forgot about that. Well. Why do I always forget about that? Damn it. Just been watching Durin die while my Baressa destroys the boss anyways. Oh boy. I need to level this down more. Okay. Well, this is one of the more annoying new bosses they've added to the game, I feel like. Loki, we can't let you in quite yet. Why did I waste a long on this before? Dumb. Okay. Alright, Loki, you can try again. Oh, hello, little angel. Alright. Did I just get 4 drops twice in a row? What in the world? Alright. That's crazy. It never happens. Not even a good thing, because I need more Century Crystals, but... Huh. I like his tail. I really like his design. Aesthetically pleasing. I feel like...
Want to make me an offer?
Sure. I feel like we are not engaging with what I suggested, which was using overpowered things. I'm glad you guys have relatable characters. It means the chain cutter falls on the ground. It means you guys are engaging with healthy decisions in Genshin Impact, unlike me. But but I don't think we're speeding up my process, so we might go back into single player. Amberman has to join? Yeah, she would be fast to clean the shield. Yeah, I think we'll go back to single player after we kill this one. I apologize. I thought we could have fun in co-op for once instead of it just being a slog. Oh well. Fun seeing Chiori do a bunch of damage. And I'm contributing with my 676 damage. Alright. Doot. A big crystal. Wow. I need those. I need all of them. Did I just get the same exact pieces? I gotta go? Alright. Let's just set those pieces then, so I can't complain, I guess. Alright. Well, we're gonna... Well, thank you for joining, but I think we're gonna go back to single player. I could definitely configure things to farm this faster, but it's a bit tedious. Anyways. Game's reminding you what weapon you have equipped. It is a little bit, yeah. That's really funny, though. I don't think there's been a character that just drops their weapon on the ground before when they die, is there? That I recall. It's a funny gimmick. Alright, I guess let's go play my dailies real quick. Uh-oh. Don't do that. Don't go to that waypoint right now. I want to do the story, but not right now. We gotta finish our farming, and then we can not what I... Man, I literally like... You think that habit would be broken by now. You think that habit would be broken by now. God. Alright, just minus 60 resin for no reason. Alright, it's not... I mean, I'm gonna need it. I got Venti. I'm gonna need it for, like, Venti materials, and whatever, for Mora. And, like, I'm gonna need to use that. It's fine. But, like... How much pity for Durin? I got him at pity, like 70 whatever. And I have C3 Yehoda currently. I am probably gonna be a terrible person and continue going for Yehoda because I have C3 and I kind of want to just get C6. Maybe they'll get C6 and it'll be like, I regret getting C6 Yehoda. That's a video unto itself. Because like the conclusion could be she's really fun but clunky and I don't recommend it because it wasn't worth it. But, you know. Domains? Oh, is it? Yeah, okay. Klee and El Beto, yep. Alright, one Yehoda crying. I mean, yeah, that's what it was looking like for a bit for me. Alright, I guess now do that. Hey, speaking of Yehoda, did I properly do everything for her? I did, yes, okay. I'm not gonna do her final ascension immediately. But we'll get her up to... Wait, we're gonna keep her at 70 just in case I need the heroes with for Durin. Durin level 90 is a priority. But I will get her to 70. Alright. Or 60 for now. About... Well, wait. No, I'll do 70. Ascension. I think I will still have enough for Durin level 90. I think. I hope. Alright, not leveling past 70. There we go. Okay. Claim that. Alright. Oh, I didn't have C6 Sayu? Okay, you know what? I shouldn't have complained as much as I did. That's fine. Yeah, we'll have to look at you later. Oh boy. Oh, my animal crystal situation. Oh dear. Oh dear. I think Yehoda and Venti are going to stay level 80 out of 80 for a while. Oh dear. Congrats on Venti. Yeah, I definitely got lucky with him. He was an early 50-50, went at like 40 pity-ish, I think. Alright, let's go back here. I'm very glad to have him, so I can mess around with Lanyan, Venti, Durin things. And just Venti in general, of course. I was going to send you. Yeah, can't do that, Bep. Wow. Alright, talents. Get more energy. Wow. Alright, wow. Okay, look at that funnel. It's a perfect funnel. I'm glad he funnels to Bennett so well. Well, I keep missing the infusion. I should be bursting Fly, but you don't need to burst to get the infusion. It just like make sure that Pyro is applied to her and decreases the chance of server jankery. Okay. Still need one more down low before I can like do QEE. And QEE is theoretically ideal. This is why you might want to build energy on Durin. Theoretically ideal. Oh, I shouldn't have bursted on him. God damn it, I forgot. Frick. QEE is theoretically ideal on Durin. If you want to funnel to someone like that, right? Alright. No 5-star or Yehoda, my condolences. That's what I was expecting things to go like for me. But Mahayo has an agenda to make it seem like it's easier to get things in this game than it actually is. Alright. Okay, don't burst in the second rotation. It will be faster. Okay. Yep. We'll do this, so we will not burst. Alright, right? Yeah, there we go. See? No cryo phase. Optimal to farm with his team to not burst the second rotation. Perfect. What an enemy mechanic. Cryo shield after you get through another weird shield phase. Okay. Anyways, how many more do I need? Oh, well, that's enough for that one. Yep. Hey, we're over 200 crit damage. Alright. I hope that's enough for level 90. Because I want to do Virgin Shenanigans. And I plan on having a proper Durin video out this weekend. Or on Friday, I think actually is the plan. So anyways, okay, 20 more. Think I can get him with 4 wishes? I mean, you can. You'd have to get pretty damn lucky, though. I'm getting close to pity on this banner, by the way, which is fun. Maybe I should save. I mean, unless I get an early 5-star here. I know I'm not at pity yet. Fine with it early, but I guess I should probably. I don't know if that's a sign not to continue wishing on this banner. Yeah, I have C3 Yoda. Or C3. Yes, C3 Yoda. What was I saying? Oh, maybe like might be another standard banner character coming out this year. There's a good chance of it. So, you know, theoretically. Theoretically, best thing for me to do might be to not. Alright, really? There we go, okay. My brain, sorry, it's fine. Best thing for me to do might be to save my pity until we know that for sure, but that might be like 2 or 3 patches away, who knows, right? Oops. Okay. Oh, I didn't level up his talents anymore. Yep. Yep. I think I'm gonna, because I got a Venti, I think I'm gonna leave his burst at level 8 for now. Like, I'm gonna be a weirdo, I'm gonna have a crown skill. Well, actually, okay, maybe because of Venti, I'll just chill with level 8 burst for now. We're not gonna go any further than level 8. Because I could use these resources to basically fully level Venti's talents. And that's a smarter balance of resources right now than going all into a skill. My original plan was to crown his skill immediately for more energy. And I was also just going to be like, I think I'm going to leg Durin. He's going to be valuable. Crown his burst too, right? I like this character a lot, but there'll be more on that. But yada yada blah blah blah. Right now. Oh, I didn't do burst first, whatever. Right now. Not necessary, I think. I think it's smarter to try to get some resources into Venti. That energy refund is real nice. But also you could have just had a lower energy cost. What am I doing? That. There we go. What am I doing is that I was stupid and now I don't have Farazan burst up next rotation. Oh well. Always improving clearing teams. Yeah, Durin, like, and Durin is relevant for team options for almost every character in the game. Like, probably not never. Probably not Cryo, like, not Skirk, not never, right? If you're like hard spec into Skirk, never, Moika teams, like, you probably don't care about Durin. But other than that, right? Or if you like everything, you only pull characters for DPS Chi-Chi. Alright, like, well, Durin might be relevant for DPS Chi-Chi, but it's not gonna make it feel like it's Chi-Chi's damage, right? Wow, turns out Farazan makes a difference. Oh, crap. No, not having the Farazan before. No. Alright, I don't want to do any more Pyro. He says that he does Pyro. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, thank God. Okay. Melt Chungin's gonna go so hard. Yeah, like, like, on one hand, it's like, he's not directly relevant. It's weird. Evaluating for Cryos is weird. But like something like Chi-Chi, you're not doing melt DPS Chi-Chi unless you're just doing funny screenshot number. In which case, funny screenshot number, I think Moika is better, buffing wise, because she gives damage bonus rather than just the application, right? But I don't know. Anyways, dude. Durin's very valuable to me if I don't plan on pulling Moika. Yes. So my Durin video is, I'm planning to release my Durin video in conjunction with Mies, and we're gonna have the same title with a little bit of different focuses on the content within, to be clear. But the title is going to be, unless I end up in my testing finding something with Durin that like is different than I expected. Right, if he doesn't meet my expectations. But he's a pretty simple character. Like, I'm pretty sure he's going to meet my expectations. Or exceed them. And... wow. And my overall vibe is such that I think the video is going to be titled... Durin is everything I wanted Moika to be. And the video is going to start with me... The video is going to start with me being like... here's my Moika. And I'll have her on her like signature weapon too, probably. Even though I never use her to sing on her. And then I'll be like, here's my Moika. And then it'll transition to my desktop. And I'm gonna have a little PNG of Moika that I'm gonna drag into the recycle bin. That's my plan. So, yeah. I pulled Moika for off-field utility because that's how desperate I was. Did I Power Zone Burst? I don't know if I did. Oops. I did, yeah. I pulled Moika for off-field utility because that's how desperate I was for having options for off-field damage utility before last year. And what I wanted out of Moika last year was basically what Durin is. So, yep. Anyways. Is this... you a Lanyon main? Yep, pretty much. I'd say I'm a Lanyon, Dia, Yai main. Most of the time. That's the characters I return to the most. But there's plenty of... I mean, I like a lot of characters in this game. I play a lot. I have a lot of characters. I like Arlecchino a lot. I like Never a lot. I like an Eva a lot. I enjoy Skirk. I wouldn't call myself a Skirk main, though. It's possible I might end up becoming a Never main. I don't know. Remains to be seen. But it depends on the kind of content I'm playing in. So, Lanya build. She's on 2-piece attack, 2-piece attack. C6, sack frags. Yep. Ow. Crap. Oh, thing didn't have buff up, whatever. Okay. It's fine. Do I need to burst here? Not necessarily, but... oops. Wasted all of that buff. Alright, I'm gonna do one or two more after this. One more. Cool. Alright. Almost done. Until we need to fight this boss anyways. Whoop, that was funny. Moika is everything I wanted Arlecchino to be. I'm assuming you just enjoyed the combo optimization of Moika, which is fair. I just get all non-crits, or what the fuck happened there? I got like no burst damage. Alright. Yeah. Okay. Done. Okay. Wow. Alright. Done. I left where resin. I do a little bit. Should I go do Venti? I can save this resin for tomorrow, I think. Okay. Level 90 him quick. Because Burgeon reaction damage contribution, that's all. 210 crit damage. Yep, I really don't have much for Venti, do I? It's gonna take me a week or two to get Venti done. Actually, that kind of makes me feel like I should just do this anyways, but we'll hold off a little bit. Hold on just a bit. We will level you. Okay. Yep. Level 8 is where I'm going to stop for now. And I want level 6 burst just for a little bit of healing if I need it. And I will level it no further unless I feel like I desperately need healing. These are not relevant unless you're doing machine gun shenanigans. Physical damage, basically. and you're gonna be a pain in the ass. So, yep. I will give you at least not level 1. Okay. Claim. And don't enter Nogcry, Catherine. Yeah, I saw it on the map and I avoided it. And someone reminded me of it. How do I get a Wind Sunder arrow from Venti? I think you have to get the Hexarai thing. No, that's just damage bonus. It's just after you burst, right? Where is it? Or do you even have to burst? What the hell is the trigger condition for getting that? Does he just do normal attacks that have Anima Infusion at base? I think so. Okay. Anyways. He spam his attack? Yeah, that's all I thought it was, but... Anyways, alright. What is his attack at? 25... Wait, I'm reached... Oh, wait, it's Pyro Resistance, duh. I thought I wasn't gonna hit 2500. But no, it makes sense that I do with Pyro Resonance. Okay, cool. Hitting 2500 attack is not something you have to like overly... You don't have to hit 2500 attack on him, but up until 2500 attack, I believe this is an oversimplification, but because of this passive Unduran, because of this passive Unduran, which caps, this gives him a multiplier scaling damage on his burst. Like it makes his burst do a lot more damage in a limited number of hits, but it lasts through basically most of his burst duration. And this buff for his burst damage scales on his attack directly, and this significantly increases the value of attack stats before 2500 attack, and makes attack stats and this can make attack stats like pretty similar in value to crit damage or crit stats in general, right? So it's very worth having like extra attack stats on him. Part of why Jade Cutter can be so good on him, whatever, because you know, crit plus attack conversion or free crit for HP, yada yada. So can I send me 60 Genesis crystals? No, my apologies. But I should run giveaways more. I might run giveaways more in the future. My throat is full of garbage. I need to end this stream at some point. But let's see. Let's demo. Let's demo the sponsor. There's a limited. I don't know why I have this because my account has bought Genesis. Like I bought the. I don't know. There's something goofy. It's giving me a new user coupon, even though I'm not a new user for LD Shop. Like, I can go show you my email and like confirming that I purchased one from LD Shop. That's how I got the crystals I had earlier. So I don't know why it's giving me the new user emails, but you know. So typed in my UID. We're gonna hit top up. It should give us some purchase options. Oh, wait, what? What does that mean? This offer is only valid for non-paying users.
Can I stop here
what?
and play?
I mean, if I can take it for free, I'll take it for free. What does that mean? Apparently, I can only get the discount if I don't pay for it. Okay. What if I... what? What non-paying... What does that mean? Non-paying users. Is it just a bug if I refresh it, it's gonna like get rid of it? No, it's still here. Okay. Well, you know what? Their website is made by humans. Okay. I think it's just a bug that it's showing for me. So if you're a new, because this is supposed to be the new user one, right? That's why it says new user exclusive, and I'm not a new user. So I think it's just a bug that it's just displaying for me, and I have to buy the 6.2 limited one. I'm assuming. And that's unfortunate. But hey, it's there. You can see that that's what the price is. It should be close to that price. It depends on your currency, whatever. So anyways, I don't think I can buy it for free. I don't think I have a way to change the price in the cart. It's such a funny pop-up though. I'll let them know. I'll let my rep know the bug. This offer is only valid for non-paying users. I would love to be a non-paying user. Did I miss more polls? No, we're doing them right now. All right. Anyways, So,
I still have so much to learn about.
that my UID 645208216. Yeah, make sure you double check your UID, triple check, quadruple check,
When I'm nervous.
and then it shouldn't show my credit card info. Nope, good. Yep, because I didn't save anything. So you can use Google Play. If you buy an iPhone, by the way, you can use Apple Pay. Actually, I might go buy this on my iPhone because I prefer Apple Pay. So hold please. But you can see it pops up this. You can see there's a $1 fee for credit card, like processing transaction fees. Google Pay has a little bit of a higher charge, I guess, for whatever reason. I can go check on my phone what it says for that for Apple Pay. But yeah, so they support normal payment processors. Whatever. Not PayPal, I guess, which is... Wait, I thought they did support PayPal. I mean, maybe I got them mixed up with someone else. I don't know. Anyways. Yeah, live your life as a non-paying user. A more respectable person than I. Alright, but surely I make my money back on this video. Surely it's entertaining being in pain for 4 stars. This money we're spending is certainly not going to guarantee me C6 Yoda. I hope it does. I hope the game is nice. We've gotten plenty of cats. We got a Kirara. I think the Kirara is a blessed pull. It means I'm going to get 3 Yahodas and 1 10 pull. Easy. Guaranteed. Surely. Anyways, get rid of that. Okay, yeah, the same price on my phone. Well, duh, because I'm logged in on it. Yeah, my phone doesn't show the... My phone does not show the new user thing. So yeah, I think it's just a bug for some reason on my desktop. I don't know. Anyways. New user thing is not there, and it's fine, because I'm not a new user. UID is correct. Top up. And then it gives me an Apple Pay option. Oh, okay. Oh, it gives me PayPal on mobile. That's weird. PayPal purchase is not available on... the Apple Pay cost is the same fee as Google Pay, by the way. But so it's a couple dollars more. But I also get the same percentage back from doing Apple Pay as I would gain by giving them my credit card information directly. So I'll just use Apple Pay. Because Apple Pay gives me a couple percent back, right? So, anyways. Don't mess up your UID. If you need a reminder, your UID is 637601493. Oh yeah, my bad. Let me go fix that quick. How many Yahodas can I get with $300? I don't really want to make that video, but we'll see. We'll see. Anyways, Apple Pay, go to payment, scan my face. Pay. Can I press the button correctly? There we go. Alright. And payment done. How long does it take? There you go. Takes that long. And the cats are now on the desk. You know, wait. This is perfect. The cats right as I was doing that. Here, let me show you. This is perfect. This is perfect. This is exactly the scenario we want. Right? We're pulling for cat character. We want 3 copies of cat. And the cats... Where's my thing? There it is. The cats have jumped on... Oh, we're zoomed in. Hello. Zoom out. There we go. 1 cat there. 1 cat here. They jumped up at the perfect time. The cats are manifesting cat. That's what's happening here. Anyways. Should sell a Yahoda guarantee pack. It would be $1 billion. Because technically, there's no way to guarantee C6 Yahoda. Technically. He's so angry. Alright, anyways. Okay. Our conquest is kind of boring. Really? That's unfortunate. Okay. Sins. There we go. What were we at? I don't know. It's probably going to show our pity actually now, isn't it? No, it's not. Alright. Well, I don't remember. I think we're at like 40 or 50-ish. Okay. 3 Yahodas, 1 10 pull. 1. Witness my cats manifesting cats. That's a Tengu. Almost. But 1 is better than none. cat manifesting work. We only need 2 more. This became much more real, surely. Okay. The cats are staring at the wish right now, by the way, for what it's worth. Here. Wait. It's perfect. It's perfect. Open my phone. This is how we're doing this. He's definitely staring at the poles and not the mouse pointer. Manifest. The Yehoda. You know what? Orange Cat, Bennett, I can understand why that happened. I do understand why it happened. I do wish to complain about it though. Sir. Anyways. Orange Cat, Oshru jumped away, unfortunately. I think Oshru was like, uh-oh, these are going poorly. I want no part of this. No, surely. Okay, I think we're definitely gonna get another 5-star, hopefully. Oh, well, okay. Yeah. I think we're getting another 5-star, guys. I mean, I'm not legally allowed to complain. Although I do wish to mention that I did 75 extra pulls when I already had C6 Dia in order to get level 100 Dia early. This is probably a sign that I, again, probably shouldn't have spent 75 extra pulls because I could have, you know, avoided having to spend money today. But also, my dear Dia, I adore you. Fire Cat. Yeah. Orange Cat. Oh! C5. Alright. Now, that could have been Yehoda C6. Damn it. Okay. Would obviously be very good to save a guarantee. Oh yeah, my C6, my D is C6. So that was a Masterless Scylla Fortuna. So, you know, I can't complain that much about it. Also, 25 Star Glitter is something. So, you know, I still don't have Mizuki though. I probably, well, honestly, do I want Mizuki? I mean, Mizuki would be nice to have in case I ever want to, but level 95 Yehoda, yeah, maybe. We'll see how much I end up enjoying her. Ad. Oh, I should have turned off ads. My bad. Oh, wait a second. I'll wait a second for YouTube before I do more. So yeah, I prefer not to lose the guarantee now, but I ain't stopping at C5. Like, let's be real. But anyways, I accept any and all Dias. Even though I no longer need any. Oh. That, you didn't see that. Look, Dia is versatile. I change your build sometimes. Okay. Okay, there we go. Proper Dia build. I accept any and all Dias, even though she's essentially already perfected. Alright. Okay, level 95 Yai. Who do I want to level 95? Honestly, I'm inclined to use it for Sethos. In particular with like the Sethos Columbina stuff. I know that seems wild, but I feel like he gets some of the most value out of it. Yai would gain meaningful value too, but it's either Yai or Sethos, to be honest. You ain't loyal? But Sethos is so fun. Level 95 never. Yeah, 0 value. It's very likely gonna be Yai, but I don't know. I'm gonna hold it because like I'm kind of more inclined. I'd have to decide whether or not I want to like commit to level 100 in Yai or not. I don't know. Anyways, so okay. Let's do more and hopefully did we get? We got a Farazan, so we don't have a guarantee for a banner 4-star. All right. So we want to save our guarantee. It'd be nice. Okay, good. Because Yehoda, or honestly, there's a 4-star coming out next banner or next patch too. So like maybe I don't even need a guarantee. Considering. Oh no, please don't make me pay money for the last copy, please. Please spare me. I still have a cat on my desk. Don't make me spend money for one more copy. Okay. But yeah, maybe the guarantee doesn't even matter, because I might end up doing the same stupid thing next patch for a different 4-star, because they keep on releasing 4-stars I like. Let's go! Alright. There we go. Hello. Acquired. That was, I think, a little above average overall. There we go. There we go. We got the Yehoder C6. I'm gonna do maximum potential Yehoder and let you know how relevant I think it is to try to go for different cons. It's really just gonna be testing C1 and C6. Psst, 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 worked? Yeah. So, anyways. Hold it until you get 3, and then maybe either Sethos or Fox Lady get buffed. Yeah, maybe. Well, I don't think Sethos is gonna get buffed. I don't think Yai's likely to get buffed anytime soon either ways. But, yep, alright. So, overall, good results. Am I still tempted by Durin C1? I mean, sure. But not enough right now. Not with the characters coming out next patch, but it's gonna depend on what kinds of things. I'm gonna have to look into things that I want to do with the what's her bucket? Not what's her bucket. What's his bucket? The Alua, the 4-star next patch. If I end up wanting dupes on the 4-star next patch, then I might just say F it and go for C1 Durin anyways for funsies. For buffing Lanya more. Keep pulling. Why? With what pulls? I'm out, yo. I'm out. Anyways, which purple things do I need for level 90? Too many. Too many, that's the answer. Anyways. So yeah, I guess that's the video. Success. We got Yehoda C6. I'm very happy about that. I'm pretty sure I won't regret it. I'm pretty sure. I think Yehoda will be a really, really fun character to DPS. And, oh, you know what? I just had a bad thought of... Is this weapon technically Yehoda's best weapon? Is it technically Yehoda's best weapon? Fuck. Shit. Oh no. YOLO 10 pull. Do I have any pity? I don't. YOLO 10 pull for weapon. It's gonna troll me and give me the freaking Durin weapon. Yo. I think it's Yehoda's best weapon. I didn't even think about that. I have Skyward Heart, bro. I shouldn't do this. But you know what? Forget it. The Dia. I say the Dia is a manifestation of a YOLO temple to send it off. Rip. Alright. Wow. This is it. Yep. This, don't wish a weapon better. I just realized I suppressed YouTube chat for too long because I hid them for showing something. Whoops. My bad. I didn't mean to have YouTube chat hidden. So, oh well. Okay. I no longer have anything. That's fine. What about Chaska's? I don't have Chaska's weapon. Also, Chaska's weapon is charge attack damage. Why the hell? She doesn't do charge attack damage, yo. She's a skill-based damage dealer. So. Anyways. Oh, new bow good for Chaska. I mean, it could be okay on her. It gives a lot of attack. I'm not sure how it would compare to... What's her free-to-play weapon? The Fontaine weapon, probably? Harper's good enough? Yeah. Yeah. So. Anyways, that's fine. That's basically wasted pulls, to be honest. Because I don't think I'm going to end up wishing for Columbina weapon. I don't see a point. And, I don't know. I don't know when they're going to release a character I care about the 5-star weapon up right now. So, yeah. New bow good for Chaska. The event weapon or the other one? The event weapon is weird because it has energy main step, but it gives so much attack percent that I think it might be good. But we'll see. C3 Yehoda and Dia at 40 pity instead. Yeah. Ready to go cliff diving? Yeah. Anyways, tomorrow will be, I think, some viewer poll streams or viewer polls on top of Durin testing and a ton of different things. Durin's weapon good for anyone. It's kind of meh as a stat stick. So don't pull a weapon banner because there's too many characters you want. Yes, I agree. That is a good sentiment. I just thought it'd be funny to send out the video with that. Although, is there anything else I want to do here today? this account. I think I did everything, right? Right. Yeah, I think I'm good. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go plan for Venti, figure out Venti's situation. Okay, yeah. So, anyways, let's... I have no school tomorrow, so I'm super available for polls. Cool. Alright, but yeah, I'll do viewer polls tomorrow, and then do testing for Duran tomorrow. Probably no stream Thursday, because I want to, do a... Having a stroke. I want to do a break day. Well, not a break day. I want to record and make the Duran video and have that ready for Friday or Saturday. I think Friday, because that's when Mies wants to post the video. Yeah, and we're coordinating. All right. Whoops, the wrong button. Real quick though, I just remembered we have nothing to do on polearms only, but actually I have my casual account, because my casual account, I think Duran will be a really fun character on that account. Have I pre-farmed? No, because it's my casual account. I only log in when I feel like it. And I'm not guaranteed for Duran. I believe, at pity. I would also like to get Bennett Collins. So, we're going to spend like 30 polls. And the casual account is just meant to be a simulation of a very casual player that logs in irregularly, just occasionally acquiring characters that they can acquire. What happens? Can you still like focus down on things and clear endgame? And the answer is yes, but it ain't easy. So, anyways, I'm literally at pity. I know. I think I had. Yeah, I got. I know. And let's see. This account could really use a 50-50 win, by the way. I'm not legally allowed to complain about you. Alright. Legally, it's not allowed. Oh, we got a Bennett, by the way. I just realized Bennett was one of the main things I wanted. Jesus Christ, I finally got C5 Bennett. Holy shit. EU is cursed? Yeah, apparently. Well, I've lost two 50-50s to Dia, in which I'm gonna do her better. It's funny. Hey, maybe now I was actually looking at whether or not I wanted to try to build DPS Lanya on this account, by the way. But that was kind of contingent on getting Duran, I will say. So, you know. Hey, Yehoda, that's good. We can do double Nod Cry now. Couldn't do that before, because I don't have a Nod Cry 5-star. So that's something. That's a Farazon. I have C0, well, now C1. FF. I have a C1 Farazon now, so that's something. And that's basically all I have. Okay, well. I will do at least this. I don't think I'm saving for anything like this or whatever. It's fine, I'm pretty sure. Nope. Alright. Okay, well. I don't know, we'll see if I'm motivated, I'll log in more. I kind of really want to do it on this account. But I also don't know if I have the desire to. This is a really fun banner from the context of, like, if I do want to try. Like, like the upside of, like, losing a 50-50 and continuing wishing is if I get more Farazon copies. And I get to get C6 Bennett, which would be nice. And then, like, Farazon C6 plus Duran, and then I have DPS Lanyon. The same DPS Lanyon I have, well, than level 100, and not C6, but you know, you get the point. Anyways, Orange Cat Curse, yeah, clearly. He's a bad luck charm. Oh well. Oh well. Anyways. We'll see what I end up being motivated to do on the casual account, but it's not going to be the priority, so there's a good chance I don't end up getting him. Sad. Oh well. Oh well. Anything else we should do, chat, before we end the stream? Please, the Raiden build to save my life. What? What Raiden build? You mean the polearms only build? I feel like that person's really behind in the stream, potentially. I can log into polearms only and show the build quick, I guess, but no lawyers are watching, so yeah. Instructors Chungyun shenanigans. I'm not really wanting to do any shenanigans right now, sorry. I am tired. And I think I might try to get this video out tomorrow. Maybe I'll try to get it out Thursday instead, I don't know. It shouldn't be, the wishing video should not be that hard to get out, right? But still takes time. And I am tired. Oh, I need to do the witch's homework. Maybe I can end the stream doing that. Forgot about that. Okay. We should do that. I want to see what those are like. It's got Durin and C1 Bennett at 10 pity. Nice. Congrats. Yep. Don't need to do anything here. Alright. Wait, did I not claim Bailey's? Oh no, it's just this again. Okay, never mind. Never mind, never mind. Okay, I think I did do dailies. Alright. No, I didn't. What the fuck? Okay, shit. I don't even have 120 resin. God damn it. Okay, this is stupid. I don't feel like... I'm just doing this so I can condense it. And then claim dailies. About. There we go. Done. That's my mood for polearms only right now. I don't need to. Don't need to spend a bunch of time here. Oops. That helps that I claim the things in the menu. Wait, what? Huh? Oh fuck, did I just get tricked by the battle pass? Because oh my god. Oh my god. Also, I needed to use resin for... Oh my god. Oh, this is why we can't do combat today if I can't... Yeah. The battle pass thing is retroactive, but the dailies is not retroactive, I think. Like, the per patch stuff is retroactive. C2 Durin and 150 pulls, holy. That's very lucky. Reply to other chats? There should be like a UI option when you, Is there not? Wait, no, that's on Twitch. On YouTube, I think it's just you do at and then type in the username, I think is the easiest way. If there's not a reply option when with some UI. Okay, so let's see what this is like. Not that. This. Alright, so you can invite. Okay, I see. I already have C6 of all these characters, so this is just Star Glitter for me. If you don't have Sucrose, I think Sucrose is the choice here, by the way. If you want to do Razor C6, progress towards Razor C6, particularly if you have the other C6 supports that can make him shine, or you just like Razor, obviously, choose Razor. Otherwise, progression towards Official C6 is relevant. So, Sucrose if you don't have her at all, but if you have her already, you don't really need to choose her. Progression towards C6 Official is the most valuable for team building. And then Razor C6 is yep. So 67 pulls. I got Venti Sig and a C7 Gene. Well, you got the Sig. Did you wish on the weapon banner before character banner or something? Alright, go to quests. Supposedly this doesn't take very long. You have everyone pick C6 Razor to mess with the pick data. Yeah. Clearly. I kind of want to do green. The green is funny. Which green? I mean, if we're going to go full ugly, may as well do Xbox green, right? There we go. We'll see if I vibe with this for when it's so bad. It's kind of so bad it's good, and it does go in line with the terrible weapon look. C1 Sucrose, you had C6 Official already? Yeah, that's fair. C1 Sucrose is nice to have. I should have mentioned that one.
This is way too many books, considering this library organizing, but seeing it in person is something else.
Why, if it isn't cutie.
Lisa.
Come on, let Let me guess.
Not
You
buff
miss me
character. Rip.
so-
Sorry,
You've become
sorry,
quite
Sylvian.
the flatterer since we last saw.
What would you want from a buffed Lisa kid, Sylvian?
Today.
Well, I wasn't planning to, but then Catherine mentioned
the Nod Cry
someone
wings
had
on 'em? I didn't even
finally
check that out.
accepted an important. Might you both be here for the?
Wait, are the Nod Cry wings unlockable this
Now,
patch?
as you
I presume it's
imagine
next
my
patch.
surprise when a
EM scaling
glance
indicate?
down the
Okay, yeah.
book list revealed that there are books of all different kinds, and sorting them myself. All that to say,
Okay, so
I
the
would treat
lore
you to
of
some tea,
the
course,
buffs is
but
we're doing
looking at the state of this
book
place,
sorting?
perhaps another.
Don't worry, Jack.
You're as sweet as ever, Pine.
Okay. Mm-hmm. The fuck? That's okay. That looks really weird.
Finally! What even are some of these books?
He said needs interruption resistance. She has that in her cons, but having it in her base kit would be nice.
What's this one? The Little Witch.
I think it's her C2 that gives her interruption resistance, if I recall.
That title's kind of suspicious. Huh. What?
Little Witch's Dictionary. Alright. Faster loading of skill. That's what C6 does. You guys are asking for things that she already has, technically. I'm not saying upgrades for lower level would be not better, but... Well, okay, so... It doesn't that the skill goes off faster, to be clear, at C6. But you don't have to build stacks, so functionally you get it out a lot faster.
Alice? How did you get?
In a way that I think starts to make her make sense.
I wasn't the one who barged in at all. When
What?
have you ever read the storybook? Splendid! That makes things easier to explain.
You got C6 Durin with 200 pulls?
Confusing.
For real? I call bullshit.
Oh dear.
If you got C6 Durin with 200 pulls, I bet you didn't get C6
You
Yahada.
know the promise the Hexen Circle made to Varka at the Tripartite Conference, yes?
Oh, that word. Tripartite contract. She said that so fast.
Namely, that in Mondstadt's greatest time of need, the mages would return and lend their aid to the nation.
Her cadence of speaking is so weird.
Well,
She
waiting
used to
around
speak
for
like that?
danger to
I don't know.
descend
We didn't
upon
hear
the
it that
land
often, I
isn't
guess.
Exactly our style. Rather than a scenario where we jump in and save the day out of nowhere, it makes more sense to lay the groundwork over time. That's how M put it.
Yeah, there she's mimicking M.
Besides, who knows when such a crisis could occur? It could be in the next life, or even tomorrow. Preparation is crucial.
Chances of that is less than 1%? Yeah.
So, I gathered the mages together to
I mean,
write
1%
this
is not that
dictionary.
low,
Of
but
course,
less than
it had to
1%
be
is
under
a
the guise
very
of being
big range.
related to that storybook. Otherwise, we
It's not impossible. It's also not impossible to get C6 Durin in 1 temple.
Tailor-made for the people of Mondstadt, that striving toward a common goal, overcoming.
Okay.
Now, I never said that.
Wait.
Hmm.
Uh-huh.
Well, much better to
Mhm,
hide it.
mhm.
Besides, it's not like this is a bad thing. Just think.
Okay. If the goal is to help the
265?
people from
Really?
Mondstadt, we're in.
C2 Durin, lost to 50-50, 265 pulls, a C1 Yehoda. 4 stars.
We'll take the dictionary.
4 stars.
And the next time we
Wonderful. Then
Alright. 4 copies of Yale 110 pull. I mean, C6 of a 5-star and 110 pull has never happened, I believe. Like, the point of me saying they got C6 of Durin and a 10 pull is just it's very or not a 10 pull in 200 pulls. It's very unlikely. That's all. That's why my first question was really, because it kind of sus.
Now then, what
But
would
I don't
you
know
like
the
in
actual
return?
chance.
Oh, that's all? So
Less
you
than
know
1%
so
doesn't really mean anything from the 1% chat.
Not to
Less than
mention,
1%
this
is
the
not
largest
less than
library
1%
built
could
into
mean
that,
1%
and I
or
didn't recognize a single title on the
0.9%,
list.
which is 1 in
Just
100.
don't
In
see
that
how that's
case, there's
possible.
enough viewers watching that, you know, that would happen to 2 people. I'm pretty sure it's less than 1% though. In less than 1%, pretty sure it's less than 1% more in the nature of like 0.01%, which is 1 in, you know, thousands.
Unless
So,
Actually, we just
anyways.
ran into.
trouble, I presume? Besides, if a book exists in this world, then there's a place for them
Okay.
in this. Better for them to remain here. Anyway, here's your payment.
Thanks for the money. How much more did she give us? 10,000. I need more. I need more than that, Lisa. Alright, okay, so then let's just do the specific character ones. Oh no, then we can now choose this. Okay. Choose Razor? Yeah, I'll choose Razor. Why not? Bam. Wow, wish refund. Oh, hello cat. Orange cat. Back on the desk. And now I can't see the thing. There we go. Oh, I have to use... Okay. Oh, thank you for sneezing right on me, sir. Came up to just sneeze on me. Not appreciated. Alright, open. Okay. Just ran it through the calculator. It's 0.001%. Yeah. That makes sense. Anyways, wait, I can't do Ventis yet? He has to be level 70? Oh my god. Fine. Fine. Okay. Anyways, let's go see how long these takes. So I can't do Razor either because he's not level 70. Alright. This is your main? Yeah. Oops. Four of Skirk's weapon and 90 pulls, I believe it. I mean, the point is not that it's impossible, guys. The point of it is if someone says something highly statistically improbable in the chat without being like, I have a YouTube video showing it, that I just did it. Like, I'd be willing to come and check out if they wanted to drop a YouTube link with a video of them getting C6 Durin and 200 pulls.
Traveler,
Why not?
Paimon.
Gambit
You
content.
have something for me, you said? Well,
The task.
that's a hard no.
Durin help
I guess I
Mualani?
don't have a choice,
I mean,
huh? An enterprising spirit
you
is
could argue that
important and all that.
Mona buff helps Mualani more. Because Mona, Sucrose, Moika. I haven't played Durin Mualani, I will. But I think Durin's Pyro uptime might actually cause some problems with Mualani.
I just know it's going to be torture, though.
But it's going to be like a valuable option
All
for
too well.
making Mualani work out of baseline that is very comfortable for a lot of players because of his ease of building. He'll do a decent bit of damage himself, which will smooth out the experience of like Mualani's truly min-max teams that have less damage from other characters, and it's more all into Mualani. So like it depends.
Huh.
But like theoretically, Mualani's best team right now does not include Durin.
Letters just fell out of it.
It's Mona, Sucrose, Moika,
Reconcile?
or Pyro Traveler.
Either way, it looks like I'm supposed to open these three
But
letters
what
door.
exactly for you would be better is going to
Let's
depend on
start
some of
with
your
the first
preference.
one.
And I think the average player would probably prefer Durin than doing something like that.
If this is her task,
But it depends on how engaged you are with Mualani.
Oh, how long it's been, my student.
Okay.
I'm afraid to report that getting up and
Oh, the sympathy card. She could have
Okay.
tried to make it sound a bit more genuine.
How long are
at
these text
least.
quests? Supposedly a couple minutes.
remember when I would
Like it's just a
chase
little bit of dialogue or
and
like
you would run
trivial
for
things.
dear life, trying to use that hydro
C1 Durin or
to
Venti?
distract
C1
me.
Durin.
Oh, see, now you're off on your own, and I lay
Sucrose VA change? I have no idea.
My rocking chair.
Well, then get it some other way, you old hag.
How for Raiden, talent level 6, I need resources from a boss. Yes, after level 6, you need resources from a boss that you can only
Now,
farm.
I'm sure you're curious
once per
as to
week.
the purpose
Um,
of this letter.
So it takes multiple
And
real world
to
weeks.
that,
Like to get a character to talent level 10, you have to
If you want
take
to
at
learn
least,
how to predict the fate of an entire
what is the minimum?
kingdom,
I think it's technically
or
at
even
least
the entire world.
2 weeks, but it's more in practice like 3 weeks. So that's why like usually if you play Genshin any long term, you just farm some conjunction of the weekly bosses
Head to Sumer
for whatever
and
characters
search for the gate to an underground kingdom.
every week.
Once there, open
So like me as a
the
long term
second
player,
letter.
whenever a new weekly boss comes out, I just farm that for a couple months.
Huh.
Sucrose VA quit, I see.
Guess she really is. You two have such a weird dynamic. Anyway,
Didn't mean to skip this couple lines, but
to an underground. Wait.
Gate to Conry? Yeah.
Perfect. I don't even need to investigate. Come on.
Wait, what is it?
There's
No, it's probably not the gate to Conria. What is? I didn't pay enough attention. I was talking to people. Damn it.
Yep. Same method as
It is the gate to Conria? The cat is still blocking my monitor, by the way. He's in the worst spot possible. Oh, he heard me calling shit. He just left. Alright. Never enough dream solvents? Yeah.
memories of summertime. So, this is the gate to the
Okay.
ancient kingdom of Conria.
Yup.
I'm sure a lot of secrets and tragedies.
Didn't really expect to have to come here.
Well, let's open the second letter. Let me see here. Yep, it's this one.
Nice. Congrats on winning Durin.
As the ancient
Oh, you got Bendy too. Oh, nice.
Wrote
Congrats,
knowledge
congrats.
bears no fruit.
They will be very fun together.
Watered with the showers of wisdom. With that in mind,
Sign of a potion. Okay.
it is a celestial mark that burns in response to an all too ardent desire
Okay.
for truth. The records of this ancient
Doesn't Mona make up
state
bullshit?
there are several large
No, sorry,
subterranean lakes.
That's in real life.
Conria, clear and this is because the sign of truth created in the water is able to bypass the false sky.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea to observe the gravitational
Okay.
forces and influence of celestial bodies. One must be able to see past the false sky. Now, my
Okay,
task
yeah.
for you is as follows. Open a sign of truth.
The rest
Okay.
is a bunch of stuff. Yeah.
Why are we here with her?
All these planetary trajectories and runes. So, what do you say, Mona? Are you going to attempt it? Well, I hate to admit it, but it looks like, frankly, this prospect is quite exciting. And emissaries of the enduring stars.
So,
wanderers over ecliptic.
whoever said this was 2 minutes was calling bullshit, by the way. It's more like 5 to 10, but that's fine. I'm assuming this is all it is after she does whatever this is.
Traverse the twisted paths of the cavernous void. I, Mona Magistus the astrologist.
2 minutes if you literally
invoke
skip all the
power
dialogue, I
of
guess.
Hydro
Yeah.
To balance the scales. By wisdom and truth, let the thirst be relieved.
Okay.
I, Mona Magistus the astrologist. Did it work?
Alright, great. Wonderful.
No dice. The sign of truth. Darn it. I didn't get a glimpse of the real stars at all.
Alrighty.
The ceremony failed, but the old hag's new theory seems workable.
That.
I have a better grasp of
I don't know why I did damage, but
now.
whatever.
And with perfect test subjects to test it on. Up and away! Here, cool there! Dare to mess with me?
Wow. Razors are pretty quick. His has combo, but you just use your characters. Alright.
Well, the old hag said
And this one does too, obviously, but
I couldn't make... look, she didn't say you had to
I can't do razors, so that's fine. I think I'm just gonna do Durin's, Mona's. Wait, is it gonna let me do Durin's without doing a quest, whatever?
If you're reading this, it means you attempted to open the sign.
Okay.
Seriously.
What a dick.
I can't believe you.
What are you laughing at, you old hag?
Conria was home
This was
to several
quick, just a
lakes
hilly
and
churl
stars,
roadblock, really?
rendering the fabric of
Okay.
space in that area comparatively unstable. As
Okay.
a result, attempts to break through the firmament through non-physical means. In any case, I knew this place was well hidden and wouldn't be frequented by... And of
Okay.
course, as my student, I felt sure you would have the chops to deal with the abyssal creatures that roam beyond the false.
I see.
Even if you couldn't beat them, I am certain you could out. Connecting hydromancy to the practical application of the scry glass has also reduced disturbances caused by the false sky.
Okay. Well, that was a big ol' Mona's teacher just trolling the fuck out of her. Alright then. Alright, that was funny. Homework complete. Alright, so Mona now has her Hexerai passive. Let's go. Nice. Mona's now a functional character. Whee. Whee. I gotta finish her final ascension still. But wait, why did I not do it yet? There we go. Done. And then, oh well, I'm probably gonna do it. I have Cecil's Mona, so I can do full fat power Mona, right? Sucrose just wants to make a potion. Okay, interesting. Anyway, is there any you guys want to see? Otherwise, I'm just gonna probably do them myself. That one was kind of fun, but I'm not such a lower engaged person that I have meaningful commentary on any of these things, right? You know, I try to engage with the story, but you know, why my brain? Plus, I think I just need to take a break. Luna 3 out, we're playing it, so yes. Am I having a stroke? It's gone. It's just gone. Okay. Yeah, it's just gone. Alright. You have to access it through this now. Yeah. Yeah, if you guys want to see one of them, I can do one of them, but you recommended to do that quest first. Yeah, okay. Went on vacay for a while. Yep, it is out right now. It just came out like literally an hour or two ago. Lions Roar did good damage on a Barbara DPS team. Lions Roar is Electro or Pyro on the enemy, right? So like Lions Roar is a good weapon for him. It's going to be his best weapon probably if the enemy has Pyro or Electro on them. So like if Durin's in an overload team, for example. Best like free to play weapon. If you want something that's generic that you never have to think about putting on him and how it works, just use the free weapon that you get from the PC Island quest, this weapon. All you get is the attack percent and the burst damage bonus. The second part of the passive doesn't do anything on him because his burst cost is 70, even though he has the energy refund. So that's a simple option. If you happen to have a Wolfang, you can use a Wolfang instead as a crit weapon. But like Lion's Roar could be really good, but in a Barbara team, chances are you're consuming the aura, you're consuming the Pyro or Electro that'd be on enemies to do something else, or the enemy is like always having like if you're doing like an overvape Durin team, this might be really good, I suppose. So like there are plenty of contexts where Lion's Roar might be really good, and it's, you know, worth thinking about, but it's never going to be a universal option for him. And for a Barbara DPS team, as if you're playing it properly, where the enemy keeps Pyro on the enemy, you're using Durin's Pyro to get vaporizes on Mona. You're not applying too much Hydra with Barbara and getting vaporizes on Durin instead. Then it should be good, yes. But as soon as you like fail to do that by accident or on purpose, then the other weapon's better, right? So, yep. Barbara, Anefa, Durin, Frina. Then I think you should be more than comfortable, especially because that's overvape, and it should work well. Should definitely work well in there. But yeah, it depends where you end up using him the most in. Yeah, Lions Roar I think for a lot of people is going to be compelling. Otherwise, it's the free weapon that they gave from PC Island, or Battle Pass stat stick weapon, or 5-star stat stick weapons. So, yep. I don't know if I feel like there should be a dash cancel in here. Yehoda DPS. Ooh, that was way too. Okay, you can cancel after you see the animation start. Is that relevant? I don't know, because it uses a lot of stamina. Good team for Yehoda DPS. I believe the best is probably looking like it's going to be Durin, Mona, Yehoda, and Nefa, but the setups might be a little bit clunky. But I'll be working on some stuff, and we'll see what I end up finding. Did they find more Oculi? No, there's no more exploration, I don't think. So, Durin feels fake AF due to stamina. He also doesn't have any interesting cancels or combos, so yeah, I don't know. It's got fun animations though, so I don't know. Just for the funsies of seeing his animations, I get it. I think it's a fun option to try. Yeah, I'll probably show it in my Duran video. Talk about it a bit. And the fact that, you know, his charge attack can be spammed. Yeah, the stamina management inherently is not a problem. Like, this is a lot of charge attacks you can get up before you run out of stamina. But it's just stamina management, as a lot of teams' gameplay ends up being. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to on-field him very often either. So. How long does it take you to get an artifact set? Well, oh boy, how do you explain to a person that's not familiar with how to get artifacts? So first of all, don't get over-focused on double crit. Keep in mind that stats other than crit are relevant for damage. And the artifacts that you should use are the ones that is better than, and consider leveling up, are ones that are better than what you previously had. Like, you shouldn't be like, I can't get like oh, I particularly like these newer artifact sets, but oh no, I have Flynn's and I keep on farming and all I can get is like a minimum crit damage roll with attack percent. It's not double crit attack percent, right? They don't, like, just put whatever the best thing you have available is, right? In the case of Raiden, Raiden is a character that's a little bit hard to get the true value out of, and she is quite frankly one of the most difficult characters in the game to build, especially relative to any newer characters with new artifact sets. That and the new kit design tends to not be as burst reliant, so you don't need to like worry about energy stats as much, and they tend to get a bunch of free crit like this artifact set gives, so you can just like use their skills and do whatever they do. And their burst is like an additional form of damage output for them, but usually not what they rely on. And when characters do rely on energy, they tend to, you know, have some kind of thing that lets them get their energy back easily anyways. So, like, ultimately it's an RNG system, and it depends on what kind of improvements you're looking for. When it comes to the idea of just getting a 4-piece build at all, that has like the right main stats for someone like Raiden, it should probably take like a week or two, right? But if we're talking the right main stats with double crit and the rolls go well, completely different question. My very, very, very good Raiden build on polearms only is like a build that has progressively improved very slowly over time, over years. So yeah, 1 to 3 months max is like yeah, a month or two in a domain, which sounds like a lot, but yeah, a month or two in a domain is enough that you should get a good build on a character that's like usable in 99% of content. But like a few weeks is enough for like overworld utility kind of thing. But you still gotta understand like the value of energy recharge. Like Raiden doesn't, if you want a DPS Raiden, she needs a burst. So you need energy recharge. But tried to top up using LD shop and I got a fraud warning. I mean, that's your bank, yo. You get a fraud warning if I get a fraud warning if I go in a small business that isn't like I don't know. I don't get a fraud warning, so I don't know what to tell you. Anyways, there's sometimes banks are overly aggressive with trying to protect from charges, particularly charges that come from companies that aren't like known localities and whatever. Like they're a random internet website company. So anyways, but the fraud warning is just the bank being overly aggressive, preventing charges, and that's fine. That's just your bank. Anyways, but yeah, yeah. If it's enough to make you not use them, then don't use them. That's fine. If you wanted to make it not do that, the easiest way to not have to deal with that shit from your bank is to not. There's a big reason not to fucking directly. Like I never give any company my like card numbers directly. I always use some kind of like processing. So either like PayPal, Apple Pay like I use, right? Apple Pay doesn't give them the card number directly. It processes through Apple. That's part of the reason there's an extra fee on it. So, anyways. Oh, wait, this is not your first time using LD Shop? Okay, that's even funnier. That's even funnier. Anyways. So yeah, anyways, there's no specific answer for like when to stop with Raiden or with any character build. It just depends what you want, depends what you're starting from, depends what you want to get to. Depends on the kind of content you're trying to play her in. If you get to the point of wanting to use her in endgame, it's going to take you more effort, particularly for Raiden and whatnot. But Raiden also has nuance for other build options, by the way, for other things that I don't feel like talking about. But keep in mind, there's no such thing actually as best in as a perfect build, because like if you go and watch me, for example, play a, we can't go in here right now, but if you go and watch me play like on Stygian Onslaught, the hardest end game the game has, that game mode is a fucking constant process, unless I'm playing teams that are like vastly overpowered for it. Is a constant process of going into my inventory and changing builds on characters that I might already have really good builds on, and tweaking builds around to like fix their energy recharge stats so that they can burst properly, depending on the mechanics of the enemy, because different enemies will like refund different amounts of energy, and that can like change like what stats make sense to put on characters. Like there's no such thing as universal build anymore. But main DPS characters that you're playing a lot, usually, so your on-fielder DPSs usually have dedicated artifacts that you can just use on them. Raiden is a case of she's technically stronger as an off-fielder in reaction-focused teams, but that's with, you know, the assumption that you're doing like Nahida at least, or Lauma with her, with Hyper Bloom and whatnot, and then you use a completely different artifact set. And yeah, anyways, so the game's combat actually has a lot more nuance than you might realize, and it's important, I think, for you not to get too stressed on like forcing 4-piece bonuses as well. A lot of people overestimate what 4-piece bonuses do relative to just throwing stats on their character. So, yeah. Anyways. I guess I'm gonna go do the quest on my own, since you guys didn't seem to care that much, which is fine. I'll update on streams, whatever, if I find anything interesting. But yeah, I'll get Durans unlocked and the other characters unlocked, so I can properly, you know, play around with the buff characters, whatever. But yeah, anyways, we'll do more Duran testing tomorrow. I'm gonna take a break. The wishing video might be out tomorrow, might not. But yeah, have a good day, YouTube. We'll maybe go raid someone on Twitch though.